now. You listen to me now. You do my words mean more to hear when I am standing here on a stage like all your silly idols do? Open up your eyes, oh, let your walls and grins fall. Would you reach for something new if the crowds were reaching too? Are you close enough to taste the dish at all? Your hate is but a worn-out lover sickens here. Rape me again, you beg and pay. And just don't stop. The stillness makes me scared. Well, listen to my plain words. That's all you'll get from me. Words. The rest is up to you. Would you dare to let me through? Are you brave enough to leave me in control? You're all afraid. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of you. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid anymore. I am a shipwrecked, swift ashore. Life won't wash away your sins. Life can't wash away your guilt. Oh no. Life will only make your conscience wilt. Would you claim you live yours right? Right? I'm not afraid. I'm not
Oh! What is up?
To the Pirates.
Pirate software drama right off the bat. What?
Software drama where an ex-roommate and co-worker exposed what Jason was really doing while working at Blizzard. See, this YouTuber called Quintheo got in contact with a girl named Cynthia who worked at Blizzard for 5 years and was actually Pirate Superior while QA testing on Diablo 3. Because they shared the same last name, management assumed they were siblings and assigned Pirate to her team, hoping she would keep him from being more of a problem.
Hoping he'd at least not be a
I already don't believe this, but okay.
complete tool when working with me. Okay.
And while Cynthia says that Jason was a nice person socially, she also claimed that from day one, he was just browsing.
Stop stealing valor from others who did the fucking work, Jason. This is
Reddit all day, ignoring tasks.
Wait, so he was just on Reddit all day?
Was a nice person socially. She also claimed that from day one, he was just browsing Reddit all day, ignoring tasks, and actively holding the team back. But when
he definitely was assigned to Act 2.
She and others tried to escalate the issue, the higher-ups basically said that they can't do anything about it because his dad was an executive at the company. So just textbook nepotism right there.
I also don't believe that. Wait, what?
Then things got worse when Cynthia claimed that during a children's charity league event, Pirate Software would be screaming at his co-workers and making people uncomfortable. But the worst part was when Jason ended up being Cynthia's roommate because apparently living with Pirate Software was such a nightmare that shortly after him moving in, her apartment was a disaster. She was asking him to leave early, and while cleaning up the mess that he left behind, Cynthia said that his walls were covered in either snot or some other gooey.
Have we reached the part in the Pirate Software Hate Saga where we're just making up tons of random things now about him? Is that where we're at? Hassan next.
I find the casual and what is this? Open 1 time, open 10 time? Epic or higher rarity skin guaranteed with 10 opens.
Guaranteed?
I don't even know what I'm doing. Wait, what am I doing? A decoder pack? No. Buy treasure box. I don't even know what I'm doing right now. Hold on. Exchange platinum coins. Please exchange purified data to platinum coin to purchase. Not enough purified data. Purchase more. Okay, I need to get. Okay, I'm purchasing. I'm purchasing. I'm purchasing. I'm purchasing. I'm adding funds. I'm adding funds. I'm adding funds. I'm adding funds. Oh my. What is this? Open.
Rate his outfit?
1 time open.
I don't know. Don't ask us. Is this not like anti-gambling or something, or?
I find the casual anti-gacha discrimination problematic. Okay, well, good luck. I'm not gonna ever fucking defend you because I think gacha in and of itself is also horrible. I don't understand it, but you know, to each their own. But I do feel like that's just also streamlined gambling. I find the
Maybe, okay. I guess. He railed many times on Train and X for Gamba. Oh, I do remember that. That's probably a better example than this. He could just hate gambling. I hate gambling. I probably also wouldn't ever do a gambling sponsor for reasons, but like I think those are technically different things, right? But yeah, he went crazy on. Why did that was so? This drama seems like so long ago. It was like 4 years ago, right? When I say I hate gambling, I mean personally I hate gambling. I just, it's not fun at all for me. I just don't have that the part in the brain that makes gambling fun. The only gamble that I want to gamble on are my teammates when I hit find match. Kill me. What is this?
Okay, got it, dude.
Thank you.
All right, thank you guys.
Thanks, Stephen.
Later.
Have a good night.
Bye, Steven.
All right. Let's cut. Can we please just go, guys? I'm tired of being in this building.
Touch my shoulder.
Oh my
Touch me on the
God.
shoulder, guys.
Yeah, Chad.
Okay.
Somebody unearthed like the
What is this?
So today I was supposedly cursed. I saw this woman breastfeeding her child in a non-optimal way, so being the kind man I am, I showed her how to do it correctly. I told her you should have the child latch at a 30-degree angle. That way, when her milk begins to extrude from the channel, it will flow more rapidly with the babe's suction, as followed.
Do you consider the stock
She got
market
irrationally
gambling?
angry when I proved
I think it's very similar to it, depending on how you're approaching it. Yeah,
not that I believe
like anybody in Robinhood is basically, I would say, yeah.
curses or anything.
The curse is real. Look at your legs.
I can barely feel it. Pain is actually an illusion played on by the mind that...
You fool! Don't you see your arrogance? Need I remind you that's what got us fired from Blizzard?
Yeah, so I worked at Blizzard for 7 years. I barely think about it. It's actually funny, Chad. I'm considered the first second generational hire at the company. Not that I even think about it.
You're not even streaming right now!
Oh, I knew that. I knew that, and I was just practicing before I go live. It's the most optimal way a streamer stays fresh when...
You can at least admit that telling a woman how to breastfeed her child was wrong.
I would be willing to concede such an argument if it wasn't something I'm so well versed in. Let me explain. You see, a gypsy's breast is typically in the cup size of B to C, albeit small. It provides ample milk for her freshborn.
Your ego is going to kill us. Admit to yourself you can be wrong. For us.
Certainly, there must be at least one time he's admitted he was wrong about something. Maybe. Where were we at on the World of Warcraft thing?
I can be wrong,
I just haven't been.
but I just think a mother should breastfeed her child.
Okay. Jesus Christ.
the Willie Mack show's getting married to like a IDF lady or something. This makes sense. He was the guy who did the big expose on like you with the Al Ali bombing, hospital bombing, right?
Yeah. He's a brilliant political, probably one of the best minds in politics right now.
truth.
Willie doesn't do politics, by the way. The only reason why Hassan has to say Willie does politics is because Hassan tried to debate Willie on politics and lost And the idea that he lost to a commentary YouTuber in an area that was supposed to be like supposedly his specialty is literally a brain-breaking moment is the term we would use. It was a brain-breaking moment for Hassan Piker. Brain-breaking.
Yeah.
So yeah, compromise.
I need that. Somebody email me. I need the he's got two things. He's got but he also has another thing where he goes, what he just did there. Or it's like, hold on, no, it's more sort of, hold on, let me see.
Brilliant political, probably one of the best minds
He
in
just cares
politics
about
right
the
now.
truth.
Yeah.
Hold on. That one. I need that. Whatever that is, I need that.
You know, where's that part of Anne Frank's diary when she was also rating ships?
Good one, dude.
Just stop.
You know,
Shit. Me on anything else when Dan starts talking and I start thinking I can't laugh or he's gonna kill me. Just kidding.
So yeah, compromised.
You're gonna fucking get a PDF? A fucking pedophile? You're gonna get a predator? He's a proven pedophile? Shut the fuck up. Who are these?
Yeah, his organization OTK dropped him because he had credible sexual assault allegations against him. Not Dr.
Right.
Disrespect. I'm talking about Tectone.
Oh yeah,
Weirdos,
yeah, yeah.
man.
Me?
Wait, Tectone or Tectone's dad? He means he maybe said Tectone's dad. I just didn't. Wait, did Tectone have sexual assault allegation? Oh God, fuck! I hate diving into the problem when you dive into the filthy sludge that is horrible people. You invariably have to defend some of them. It just hurts. Am I crazy, or was Tectone's ex the one? Did she like tweet out a bunch of random shit like, "Oh, when we dated years ago, he abused me and blah blah blah," and it was like retarded, or was it credible good stuff? I don't remember. Well, I shouldn't say good stuff. The OJ stuff, that was good stuff. That was a real ass murder right there. I'm just kidding. Sorry, stop, Bert. The pinky chew chick or something. Is that a racial slur? What is this guy?
Yeah, could I get the carbonara, but no bacon, just chicken?
Not possible.
What do you mean?
Not possible without the back of inside the chicken.
Why?
Not possible to change chicken, change back of the inside the chicken.
What? Well, why though?
No, not possible without. So.
Not possible without?
No, sir.
But just don't put it on it?
Yes.
Just don't put it.
Inside the cream carbonara, inside the back of it.
It's bacon.
Not possible without.
Okay, I'll have the. Is this like carbonara? This cacio pepe? Can I have this with?
Cacio pepe, cream cheese, sir.
With chicken? Can I have chicken?
No chicken.
Just add chicken.
No chicken.
Extra chicken.
Not possible.
Just put chicken in it.
Not possible.
What do you mean not possible?
Not possible.
Extra chicken, mash.
Yeah, not possible.
Do you have chicken here?
I don't know chicken.
Oh my god. Not possible.
Oh man, I don't know how relatable this experience is, or if like every restaurant did this, or if this is a special thing that our restaurant did. I feel like every restaurant's done this. You ever have like a restaurant where there's going to be like a really busy holiday, and you have like a special, and now customers might think that like, oh, the special is because they want to do a special thing for us, but really the special is for us, okay? Because what it allows us to do is prep a whole bunch of the same fucking thing ahead of time and sell a whole bunch of the fucking same thing ahead of time, or not ahead of time, but at the time, and everything is like very streamlined and easy and quick and fast, and it's like, okay, 3 specials, okay, boom, 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 you're making them all day, everybody can do them fast, all the prep is done for you, you're good to go. But then sometimes when you do like specials, okay, the specials will be like served as is, okay, that's it, all right? The whole point of the special is to get these things out. So when you come in, you're like, oh, I see you guys are doing this special with this sandwich. Could I get the special? But could I do like extra mayonnaise and no ranch? And could you put half the bacon slices on? It's like, no, dude. It's just that's a special. That's what we're doing right now. If you don't want it, order something else. Okay. You ever have those customers that come up and they're like, can I get this? But could I get it with can I do like the Caesar salad? But could you guys put this dressing instead of this dressing on it? And it'll be like it'll be something that's prepped ahead of time so that like like stuff is mixed and you can't like undo it. You can't extract it. And you're like, no, we can't do that with that. Oh, okay. And then they're like, what about, could I get like the lasagna, but could you guys do like, could I get like the lasagna, but like with no cheese in it? Are you able to do that? And it's like, no, we can't do that. It's like, okay. And they're like, what kind of beef do you guys use for your burgers? It's like, I think it's like 80-20, like USDA select, whatever the fucking normal beef shit is. Okay. Could I get that with no fat? Could you take the fatty parts out of it and just 93% lean? Like, kill yourself. Get out of here. Leave. Please leave. Can you not order a single thing on the menu as written? Is there one thing on the menu that is up to your standard of choice? You can just pick the one thing on the menu that's served as is. Can you do it? Can you do one thing?
Has this got pork in it? Pork? Not pork?
Cream cheese.
Okay, can you put beef in it? Can you put beef? Add beef?
No, not possible. Separate the beef for you inside the gas. No, not possible inside.
But wait.
Not possible.
This doesn't have pork, so why can you not just get beef bits and put it in?
Not possible.
Not possible. Okay, nice one. Okay, what about this? Has this got beef?
This one, beef.
With
just
pork?
Beef. Not possible.
Not possible.
Can I add pork?
Oh my god.
Not possible?
Just
I don't want pork.
Pork, not possible.
Can I have
not possible. Cheese.
Not possible. Okay, cool. I'll just have this, and can I have a pesto pasta as well?
Not possible.
What do you mean, bro? I want another plate of pesto. How's that not possible? Bro, could I have pesto?
These people have never been to a restaurant in their life. Well, hold on. Now,
and a pesto.
Where is he from? Like, has he spent a ton of time in America? Because in the United Goddamn States of America, they will fucking do anything they fucking can. Well, I don't know where they are. This says Italian restaurant. Was he in Italy or is he in the United States? Because sometimes in American restaurants, they will make you bend over backwards for these goddamn horrible fucking customers. All right? They will literally do whatever the fuck. The manager will make you do whatever the fuck the customer wants. And no matter how agonizing, no matter how debasing, I think that's a real word.
Pesto.
Pasta fettuccine pesto.
Pasta fettuccine pesto and fettuccine al ragu. Two. Not pesto with this, not possible.
No, yes, possible.
It's possible.
He's asking for the most simple changes to the meal, though. No, I'm gonna be totally honest with you. I love Italian food, and I go out and I eat so much Italian food sometimes, and I have no fucking idea what anything on that fucking menu means. I'll usually go and I'll pretend that I'm like, I was looking at this and that. What's the most common thing on the menu, though? And then the server will say something, and I go like, oh, okay, I'll get that. So that it seems like I kind of knew what I was talking about first, or I was considering things. One time I went with, actually, it was with Lauren De Laguna, my close personal ex-best friend. We went out once when we were dating for 9 months, I guess. This was one of the many days when we went out to a restaurant in Miami Beach, and we were sitting there, and I opened the menu, and it was like, I think it was like all in Italian, and like actually like Italian, not like, oh, fettuccine, but like with like words that kind of looked like Spanish but weren't. And I looked through and I'm like, okay. And I start to notice a lot of seafood looking shit, and I'm like, all right, well, fuck me. Now, I hate seafood. All seafood, but I can suffer through it if I need to. Okay, but if I'm gonna buy a $200 meal, I don't want to fucking have to suffer through it. Okay, but most seafood places will have for land losers like me. They'll usually have like two things on the menu, like some kind of stupid steak and maybe something else. So I'm looking through, and then I'm looking down and I'm like, okay, I don't know what cut of meat this is, but I want this. So I look at so the server's like, okay, what do you guys do? Lauren ordered some shit, and I'm like, can I get this like the branzino? I guess like medium. And the guy kind of looks at me and he's like, okay, the branzino or whatever. I'm like, yeah, whatever that is. And he orders it. He brings it over to me. Man, branzino is definitely a big fucking piece of fish. And he put it in front of me, and I was like, oh, fuck. But I ate the whole goddamn thing. You know what? It was pretty fucking good, I'll be honest. But not like I would never willingly order it. But for something that I had to eat, I was like, you know what? Well, it was pretty good. But never again. And I will never. With the head? No, it was just like a big. Can you say like a fried on both sides like fillet of fish or something? Ate the bone? No, it was just like there was no bones in it, I don't think. I just cut it and ate it. Do you care if you see a hair in your food? In my opinion, people make a huge deal out of shit. Bro, hair in food is like fucking Final Fantasy VIII. People either fucking lose their mind and hate it, or they absolutely don't give a fuck at all. I guess in Final Fantasy VIII, they would either love it or hate it. But the most nerve-wracking part is when you'd set a plate down in front of a customer and you'd notice there'd be, and you don't even know where it came from. Who the fuck? It could be the most AIDS-ridden person ever, or it's just some random thing. And customers will either like, oh, whatever. I don't give a fuck personally. It's a piece of hair. Who the fuck cares? And then some customers will like lose their mind. Like they must have read some story about like some new hybrid variant of HIV being transferred from human to human on strands of hair or something. And yeah, they have to send like the whole everything. It's not just whatever the hair is on the plate. They have to send the whole goddamn plate back. Oh. Let me ask, why not just Google it? Because one, I feel like a fucking retard, and whoever I'm with is going to know that I'm fucking Googling what's on the menu. Okay, number one. All right, and then number two, all the words are so long for there's like fettuccinioli or whatever, so it's like a 72 letter, and then it's just like, it'll just show me like a thing of pasta, and I'm like, well, fuck me, dude, I don't want to fucking know if the dish itself is going to be good or not. And listen, just put some goddamn pictures on your menu, okay? Doesn't know how to use Google Lens? I have an iPhone, sir. Oh my god, I probably could iPhone that shit up. Oh my god, I just got a brain blast. There should be an app. I bet you could ask ChatGPT to build this for you and it would do it instantly. There should be an app where you can take a picture of a menu with the phone, and then the phone automatically generates a new menu with pictures for everything. That would be sick. Thoughts on doner kebab? Kebab is like, all I remember from Germany is kebab is like if it's late and you want to go out and eat a fuck ton of food for like €4. But this was like 15 years ago. I don't know if it is cheap anymore. You could just go to like a kebab place. And they have white sauce that they put in it. And I've never looked up what it is because I pray to God that it's not mayonnaise, because I fucking hate mayonnaise. But whatever white stuff they put in it is always like a decent sauce too. But €7 to €8 now. God damn it. Garlic mayo. You want to know something? Here's another thing I haven't looked up. If you type this in chat, I'm permabanning you, okay? I think aioli might be the same thing as mayonnaise, but if it says aioli, I'll eat it. As long as it doesn't say mayonnaise. Don't tell me if it's mayonnaise, I don't want to know, okay? But it'll be like, oh, some potato wedge thing or whatever with mayonnaise. And I'm like, ooh, the Drake guy. I'm like, ooh. And then it'll be like potato wedges served with spicy aioli. And I'm like, oh, give me that. I want the aioli, sir. Hell yes.
Yes,
Just pesto, yeah. Pesto and the beef one. This one.
Two plates for you.
Yeah, two plates. It's possible?
Yes.
It's possible. You said not possible.
Yes.
Okay.
2 plates for you.
Yes, for me. It's possible or not possible?
Yes.
Yes.
It's also funny to me when people like speak in stereotypes. I got on there must have been some Italians visiting because I got on my elevator here to come upstairs. This was like a week ago, and a few Italians stepped in the elevator. I didn't know what the fuck they were saying because they were speaking Italian, but they were like, it was like very much like a Mario movie. I was like, holy shit. Same thing with Jews in Israel, but I've said that a lot. Okay, what else do we have from this guy here?
Games, anime, and pop culture character.
Also, oh no, Is he like the most valuable orbiter, the MVO? If he's the one that's actually getting to visit Hassan on his own? I don't see Frogan or Denims or Caseytron out here.
It's like memeing into existence a government agency.
And then speaking to the internet the way it likes to be spoken to, which is memes, actually.
The left can't meme.
Harris' campaign was trolling Trump.
Bro. They're already trolling him.
He has been trying to troll the city back as much as he believes he's been trolled. It's epic trolling, shall we say.
Just makes trolls like myself.
I'll probably head out after this video.
I am become meme. Yeah.
I'll probably head out after this video, I think. Damn, he's like, get me the fuck out of here. Why do they have an orange tip? Shouldn't Hassan have had that on his little airsoft gun instead?
Bro, propaganda back then actually kind of slapped, but now we have
Unless you got
this.
more planned.
Du wirst abgeschossen.
God, Hassan gives off such big brother energy when he like invites people over to his apartment. Well, that's not fair for me to say actually, because I only ever see clips, and maybe it's not like this the whole time, but like, it feels like they're kind of just there to be like an afterthought for him. Do you remember when the Botez sisters left Mizkiv's because they were like, you guys were just playing in front of us, we didn't get to do anything.
They especially love using
Yes,
Wojak
dude.
moves, like the stoic
Wait,
men
what did
who
he say,
don't
though? I
get
didn't-
triggered
he said
unlike
something
those
racist.
liberal
Supported.
SJW
Oh,
soy
okay.
boys. Which is so fucking ironic.
Wait, that
There's
nigga
the
just
NPCs,
licked
the
dog food
chats,
onto
the
me.
soy faces, and so
Yeah.
on and so on. And just to show you how painful.
It's weird to me how into things Destiny can get, but then he admittedly was totally ignorant about food. I wanted to get into food stuff a long time ago when I had because I had a friend who no, we're not friends anymore. But the Andy Milanakis guy tried to introduce me to like a lot of different things. But then so like I start reading stuff and I start kind of like getting into like food related stuff. But then like I found out that he's got I don't understand what the food world's obsession is with fucking Epstein. And he has like a huge fucking tattoo of him on his fucking arm. And I'm like, this is too much for me. I don't give a fuck. So I just like lost all interest in this shit. Fuck all that. Jesus.
Painfully uncreative the right usually is, they constantly recycle the same old memes over and over and over again. Doge, laser red eyes, thug life, epic troll. And dear god, if someone is still unironically using Pepe the Frog outside of a streaming context, it's a massive red flag. The fascist appropriation of Pepe has been
oh no,
thoroughly
we
documented.
still use it in like Twitch streams and shit.
It was so crazy because I remember because that was it was like 5 years ago, right? When me and he started being friends. So I asked him, I was like, okay, well now that he killed himself, you're finally gonna get it fucking removed, right? And he just gets pissed off at me and he like stops talking. And I'm like, okay, whatever, dude.
But like, there are people who like unironically they call like the honk guy, clown world, friend. There's so many different variants of it. The groypers, obviously.
Yeah.
But it's crazy. It is crazy that people are just like out there in the real world blasting that shit openly. And being like, this is me. I'm friend. I'm friend.
True. Did your parents fuck you by not forcing you to eat different stuff? A lot of things are an acquired taste, but I think you're better off if you get forced to appreciate stuff 1,000,000,000%. People say I'm a picky eater. I'm not actually a picky eater. I'll try anything. Like I've had sushi and all sorts of different fish and crab and everything. I just prefer not to eat it. I meme it up for the stream. I make a bigger deal out of it than I have to. But the only stuff I won't is I genuinely won't try like weird stuff. But I think that's not that uncommon. Like I'm not gonna eat like roasted crickets or like I probably would never try like octopus. Maybe I'd try a bite of it, maybe, or like squid brains or stuff like that. I don't think. But when I was a kid growing up, I was mega picky. It was insane. Like I think I lived off like chicken nuggets for like 7 years. It was crazy. But my mom always gave in. She was a pussy. No offense, I love you, Mom. I remember when Nathan was like 4 or 5 and he tried to pull that shit. I was like, you starve, motherfucker. You'll eat eventually. You're not going to die. Starvation is painful, all right? I've watched people die of starvation on watchpeopledie.tv, and you're not going to die that way. I know you won't. You will eat the rest of this goddamn spaghetti or whatever the fuck else it is first with the meat in it and not just in it. You will eat it before you die, I promise. A child will never, I will tell you, okay? If you have a new kid and you're worried because he will never starve himself to death. It is an excruciating and long painful way to die. They just won't do it. I promise your kid will not die due to starvation. They'll eat eventually.
Oh, like
And it's
groypers
still-
in real life.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Kekistan. I remember this stuff.
Yeah.
A favorite among white supremacists and incels. The Croy perversion especially. But Wojak memes are currently the newest victims of appropriation.
Why? I don't know why I'm watching this. I don't care. Cow tongue, pig feet, frog legs, chicken feet. That sounds gross. I think I ate frog legs quite a bit growing up, though. I think that's like a Midwestern thing. Same thing with pig feet, maybe. I think cow tongue I'll eat a lot at Korean barbecue. It's pretty common. It's just one of the common types of beefs they give. I think the annoying thing for me is when they take the bite and they do the fake throat meme. Oh yeah, or it'll be like, this is my favorite one. But you just can't take them seriously. The thing is that like kids want you to take them so seriously, okay? And they're just, kids are deeply unserious, like 95% of the time. My favorite is when you have like a sandwich. I'm drawing in simple shapes here, but you'll have like a sandwich with like say it'll be some kind of sausage or meat that the kid will say they don't want to eat. And like, you eat half of it, motherfucker. Okay, eat half. And the reason why you say eat half is because if they eat half, they'll eat the other half because they know that it's not as bad, right? And they'll do the thing where they'll be like, can I take one bite? Let me try. It's like, okay, fine, try one bite. And they'll take a bite. Okay, they'll take a bite like, like this. And they'll be like, oh, it's so gross. I'm like, motherfucker, you ate bun. That was the bread. Stop. You are so unserious right now. Eat it or go upstairs and die, okay? Oh my God. This is so dramatic. This is so dramatic for some children. Just fucking, just eat it. Quick meme of that. Oh my God. You just toss that shit. Do you happen to know what country is the most Michelin stars in total? My guess would be the United States. If not that, then Japan. Is it France? What country has the most Michelin stars? France does. Damn. Oh, wait, hold on. The Lay Reddit post says the US has more than 1,200 Michelin star awarded restaurants compared to 232 in France. Well, let's look at the AI Lay breakdown. This says they have 639. Oh, well, I just assumed, I thought Michelin was a U.S. company. That's why I assumed it would have just been the U.S. is because of our size and then the fact that it's a U.S. company. So they would have been a bias there. We have 235? What is France's population? I'm going to guess 30 million? I have no idea. France population. Damn, 70 million. Way bigger. Well, not way bigger. Close enough. As long as I'm within 10 to 90, one order of magnitude, then I'm happy. But 70 million people. We only have 235. Is that real? You never went to a Michelin restaurant? I have no idea. I feel like the most upscale, fancy restaurant I've been to is... It's in Beverly Hills. Is this one? Is this Michelin star or no? No, I don't think so. What is, oh, it's a Michelin recommended. What the fuck does that mean? Oh, it is a Michelin starred steakhouse. Oh, it is, never mind. Get fucked. I remember between the courses, they would come out with little, oh God, what do you call it? They looked like this, but I don't think it was these. It's like a knife with a flat top. like something like this to like clear crumbs off the table in front of you. Like, Jesus. And then when you wanted to order a steak, they would bring out like a whole board with all the different raw cuts on it. Without looking up the answer, how many gas stations are in the United States? Oh, let me think. Hold on. Hold on. I'm going to guess, 500,000. That's my guess. How many gas stations in the United States? 160,000. I'll take it. Oh, someone said Cut does not have a Michelin star. LOL, Destiny. Like, Absent Goldfish is the king of Michelin star restaurants. Like, he knows so well what would be Michelin starred or not. And it's so fucking obvious to this guy that Cut would not make it. I'm so sorry, my food god, my food wizard, okay? Destiny, have you experienced starvation before? No. I don't think so. I don't think, I feel like I don't know if I would have counted as I feel like I must have been eating disordered growing up, though, because I ate very little. And I was underweight. But I don't think eating disordered people are necessarily experiencing starvation. I wonder what the line is. But who knows? I'm not sure. Well, no, if you're eating disordered enough, you must be. Or maybe not. Actually, I don't know. Let's investigate. Well, let's look at this. Starvation, Mayo Clinic. Oh, fuck. It's right under eating disorders. There is strong evidence that many of the symptoms of an eating disorder are symptoms of starvation. Starvation affects the brain and can lead to mood changes, rigid thinking, Hassan, mood changes, Hassan, anxiety, Hassan, reduced appetite, Hassan. This may cause severely limited eating or not Hassan, or problem eating behaviors, Hassan, to continue and make it difficult to return to healthy eating habits. I'm just kidding. People who have been teased or bullied for their weight are more likely to develop problems with eating and eating disorders. Oh no. Every single time Kelly types a message with the name Destiny is fat, she is increasing the likelihood of me becoming eating disorder. I hope she's happy. Hope you're happy about that one, Dr. Kelly, Dr. K. Was yesterday the first time you met Kafka IRL? It was indeed. Shannon Sharp Gooner meme.
Like them young. You like
Yeah.
People like you, man. Y'all get to a certain age and you still like them young. You like
Yeah.
You like the same age girls I like. You know
Okay,
what I'm saying?
yeah,
So
right.
when you get to a certain age,
I'm getting old, but my eyesight's still young.
right? Okay, and with that, you got to uphold a certain way because you can't be old and sloppy.
You get one or the other.
And sloppy. Hold a certain way because you can't be old and sloppy.
You get one or the other.
Right.
Young and sloppy or old and in shape.
Exactly. Or you're gonna get old and in shape. Women.
No. Guess you got
exactly. So.
Okay. Kafka likened to hanging out with Darius and Squeeze, like watching children at a birthday party as an adult.
Which side are you on? Red or blue? Democrat or Republican?
People that were convicted of murder, rape, and child sexual assault.
Jesus.
Previously, before I did what I did now, I used to represent people that were convicted of murder, rape, and child sexual assault. So it's not that hard for me to talk to people that maybe disagree with me or have done things that I don't agree with. So
Okay, based.
Like I used to represent people that were on death row because they would murder their children. So you're used to that type of. No, it's just like this is all just like really petty, small shit that just doesn't really matter.
What's petty?
Like I don't know. I'm like talking to guys with phones right now.
You are.
We don't matter. We don't matter. Kind of.
It's weird too.
No, it's all just kind of like
dystopian.
It's like have you ever been to like those trampoline world places?
Yes.
Have you ever seen the children's birthday parties?
Yes.
You know how the parents are standing around watching the kids jump on the trampoline? That's what this feels like.
So you feel like we're the kids and we're the
Based.
adults.
Why'd you go out drinking with Darius? I was fucking exhausted. I think my flight out that morning was at like 8 a.m. and then I landed at 10. I got a super random DGGer emailed me who worked at NASA, and he offered to give me like a big tour of the Kennedy Space Station. Yeah, that I went there, the Space Center, and so I did that for like 4 or 5 hours, and then I drove to the venue. We did a sound check. I went outside and I napped for an hour, and then I came back in. I did my event, and I was tired as fuck, and I went to sleep, and I woke up this morning, drove to the airport. My flight was delayed for an hour and a half, but that's okay. And I flew here. How long do you think the conditions for starvation would have to have been in place for the effects we've seen coming out of Gaza? I have no idea what is coming out of Gaza. I don't know. I don't care enough to dig into it. Too much misinformation, and it's not a subject matter that I'm debating right now, so I'm just don't have the interest to look into it. But I don't know how long it normally takes for. When it comes to starvation, there are a lot of different things that can happen that are bad, that aren't dying. So it's like hard to, like technically counting starvation as just deaths isn't necessarily good or not good. It's not accurate, right? Like malnutrition can have long-term negative impacts on the growth of children. Early starvation deaths are usually going to be people with medical issues. So like I think there are things in the Western world, like I want to say cholera. I might be making that up. There's some other disease where like the main thing that you need to do for like managing symptoms is just like tons of fluid replacement in food because the children will oftentimes have a lot of diarrhea, so they'll be losing fluids. Maybe I'm thinking of typhoid, but it's like a disease in the West. I think you don't really die from it much, but if you're in an area that doesn't have large access to clean water or good food, like the kids will die. So starvation can cause long-term bad effects in especially children. It can cause children with diseases to die. Yeah, and then obviously it can cause death as well too. Yeah, but no B-52s in front of your flight. Every time I'm on a flight now and a little bit of turbulence happens, I'm like, fuck. That's it. I'm gonna die. The oh man, fuck. The vaccine shit, the mRNA vaccine stuff is very, very, very cool. It is very cool. Some of the big projects that we've done in the United States have been very cool. That Kennedy Space Center stuff, I always knew they were big, I guess. But I guess being next to this thing laying on its side, the thing that took the Apollo capsule like out into space, considering that they made this shit in the 60s when like computers like weren't real, when they didn't really exist, the space project and everything, all of the different resources from all of the different disciplines, so I think down in if the guy told me correct me, in the Kennedy Space Center, Johnson, wait, what am I thinking of? Houston Space Center, Kennedy, right? Or did I just mix that up? Johnson. Fuck me, sorry. The Johnson Space Center. I think most of their research has to do with Kennedy's Florida, yeah. I think they might do most of the launches from Kennedy, but I think most of the research that they do in the Houston one is for like human related stuff. So there's like all the biology stuff. We saw the huge pool. They have like a massive pool where they have like mock-ups of the space station, and they have, what do they call it? It was like MSB or something. Pool training astronauts. I just fucking butchered this. I don't care. Nice. Yes, please, my left ear. Where they, to practice for like the EVAs, when they go outside the space station, they do like all this underwater training here. Oh, and we saw the flags and everything. We got to see the mission control for the Apollo, maybe all the Apollo missions. I don't know which ones. At least the Apollo 11 one. Yeah, but all this shit was just so cool. It's just it's a very cool it's a very cool idea to like send humans into outer space in the 60s when there's like technology. We like barely just like figured out how to turn lights on and have fire and wheels and shit. If you think of the technology that we had computationally back then compared to what we have now. Oh, this is parked out there. You can see the itty bitty the space shuttle on top of the, I guess, the airplane that would fly them around. Could anyone visit, or was it a special tour you got? I assume anybody could. There was a tram there with other people. This guy was an employee who worked there, who just wanted to show us around, so we got little badges and followed him around. One of the sad things he said, though, so I'm just quoting from him. Okay, I don't know how much of this is true or not. Okay, so maybe he's wrong, but he said that. So they did the buyout. So he was leaving because of the Doge buyouts, and he said that one of the misconceptions that people have is that when they offered these Doge buyouts, that they were basically getting a bunch of old losers to kind of like move out of the program because these people need to retire and they need to get out, and you can't fire public sector workers for some reason. People thought this, whatever. But he said the sad thing was that, from his impression, that most of the people that were taking the buyouts were actually just young talent. That you're basically, imagine you're a guy who is, 29, 30 years old, and you're being offered 6 months pay plus a fat, decent 5-figure check at the end. He said that a lot of the people that he knew that were taking buyouts were just young people who were going to take the buyout, work on startups or travel for half a year, and then go do some other work afterwards, because they can just find more work and they don't really care, and they've got the resume and everything too. He said that 4,000 people he said he thinks NASA has 16,000 employees. He said 4,000 of them took buyouts. That's 25% of our space program. That's of NASA. That's insane to me. He said that, he also said that, I'm trying to make sure, I don't think I'm getting in trouble. He said that he got messages, I guess, from his superiors, because he also got like the Elon email of like, what are 5 things that you're working on or whatever. They were like, don't answer this shit. This is fucking stupid. Just dumb shit like that. He also reiterated to me the same thing that I've heard from countless intelligence people, military people that have emailed me, that like the jobs are not extremely political, that people don't really talk about politics, at work. It's not like there are loyal Trump people and loyal liberal people, that most people just show up to work and do stuff, and that's, it's all they do. Yeah. NASA does not have a Michelin star, LOL. Good one. That is for most of engineering, yeah. He said he wasn't sure who even was the head of NASA right now. Apparently they've been a little bit aimless for a while. From a policy direction that I thought was interesting, but ultimately not relevant to anything because we're so far away from talking about anything related to NASA. But he said one of the things that he felt hurt the direction of NASA a lot, and space programs in general, including contracted stuff, is every 4 years you get a new administrator for NASA. And so there's a lot of uncertainty around even contractors for how long anything is going to be worked on, because the next administrator that comes in might just cancel it. They might say, fuck it, we don't want to work on that. Apparently the last big project that they were working on, where there's a lot of uncertainty now, is not Galaxy. What was it called? It's the name for, they wanted to make a space station around the moon. that was supposed to be able to operate unmanned for at least 28 days. Artemis. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, Gateway. That's what it's called, Gateway. The Artemis SLS. The SLS is the big, I think, rocket thing that Boeing, I think, was working on. I don't know what the status is for that. But supposedly Boeing told their employees to chill on a lot of space-related stuff because they don't know what the future of any of the program is. But I don't know. I don't really have anything meaningful to say. I just thought it was super, super cool seeing all this stuff in person. This thing is huge. This thing is massive. Like each of these, I think these are, the whole thing's not the Saturn V, right? Or is it? Or are each of these individual rockets Saturn Vs? Wait, I forgot. The whole thing is, what are the names of each of the individual guys? The whole thing is Saturn V. Maybe they don't have, oh, is it the F1? Whatever these guys are on the bottom. They're like, you know, I can probably just find a picture of, it's not a museum. What would you call it? I don't even know what you would call it, where it's like stationed right now. Stationed? Where it's displayed. It's a big guy, this whole thing. And then from the side, it takes you like a minute to walk from one end to the other. And I don't know. It's a cool thing. Our country is fucked right now, okay? All right, sorry. We're done with this. Hold on. I was talking with, one thing somebody said, I think I disagreed with most of the convo. Fuck, I'm trying to remember the name of the guy. It was the one that connected through Z, and I kind of had a debate/conversation with him. He had a really good, like, radio-ish voice. I don't know if I'd say that. He was the last guy I debated/talked to before flying out. One thing that he said that I think I maybe kind of sort of agree with, hopefully, if we're not past it, is like whatever liberals work on or whatever thing we do with the government, I think it probably needs to be something like visible. I think it needs to be something that people can see, because man, we really have zero confidence in our ability to do anything competently anymore. We just, I don't know. We literally think that the United States is incapable of doing anything. And a lot of the advancements that we're making right now, there still are impressive things being done in the US. It's just hard to see them. Like when you talk about like AI, like what the fuck does that even mean? Like there have been a lot of, you can work with the models and everything, and they've advanced significantly in the past 5 years. But I think at the end of the day, like shooting a rocket into space, or seeing like the Golden Gate Bridge, or seeing like even like the Statue of Liberty, or going to DC and seeing all the monuments, I think seeing all of that stuff in person is really cool. But if we're not like building physical things like that, I don't know if individuals give a fuck. I'm not sure. Did the infrastructure bill have anything specific to point to it that was built? No, I mean like building like a cool thing. Like a thing we like, you know what the last cool thing is that we built in the US? And it seems like kind of a meme, and it is a little bit of a meme, but like I think the meme, like to be fair, going to the moon was a meme, right? It kind of was. Like going to the moon was kind of a meme, but it was that stupid fucking sphere in Vegas. It was kind of cool. It's unique. It's like a new thing. I don't know. I don't think there's anything else in the world like this. Like, yeah, fuck it. And if you go to Vegas and you see it, it's big. You can see it from any fucking hotel that points in that direction. It's kind of cool. It is. I admit, it looks kind of cool. It's a pretty cool thing.
Sphere, Vegas's newest, most ambitious, and most eye-catching attraction to date.
Like, seeing things on video is one thing. Seeing it like in real life, it actually does look like pretty crazy. But what do you do when the Republicans take credit for it? Like when Trump took credit for the infrastructure bill? I don't know. that one, I think for the next like 4 months, I'm going to be repeating that one Reddit post that nobody thinks anything is that bad. That is plaguing my mind. When I talked to the Ryan guy, the lawyer dude, when he was like, I don't think you understand. If the Democrats go in this direction, we're going to start going down a really dark road. It's like, my brother in Christ, my fellow American, we are so many miles down that dark road. I cannot believe that you could possibly say that with a straight face. It's so much of that. Ugh. We need something that enriches people's lives, but is also making big news breaking thing. Well, like another thing that sucks, I actually tried to get at this in the guy that I talked to. I've had people email me this and kind of talk about this in chat, but I haven't like critically grappled with this much. And it has to do with like things in our life that get better. There are some things in our lives that have actually gotten so much better, and they're kind of hard to capture with like inflation or purchasing power, because they just don't show up that way. Like the go-to example would be like video games, to where even if consoles I think have technically gotten cheaper than they were 20 years ago adjusted for inflation. Games have definitely gotten cheaper adjusted for inflation. But when we think of like quality of life, like you can do way more. Like if you're a really good player for the Nintendo, you can probably beat Super Mario World in like, what, an hour or two, maybe? Whereas today you can buy a single game for $60 that you can play for, I mean, what is my time on Factorio? Hundreds of hours or thousands of hours, depending on, how addicted you get to the particular game. Some of those aren't even $60 games. But how do you capture that with an inflation measurement? I don't know. I have a new friend who is type 1 diabetes, so I've learned so much random shit about everything there is to do with, and I needed to know more about diabetes anyway, I guess, having to do with like all of the tech advancements related to type 1 diabetes over the past like 50 years is like the most life-changing shit in the universe. And then stuff like the HIV stuff, how people can basically live ordinary lives with it, or like cancer survival rates have gone up like significantly, sometimes super significantly across certain cancer groups. But it's hard to capture that. It's hard to capture all of that with just like an inflation stat. But how does novelty factor into questions like this? I feel like it's really important for stuff to feel novel. I keep going back to the thing that I've said a lot that's hard to, that nobody really wants to talk about. And it's just that the internet has changed so much of how we relate to the world and how we relate to each other. The idea that you, at any point in time, like every single activity that you do has to compete with the entire world in your pocket, and that we've gotten so used to consuming like low friction, hedonistic, I guess you could say, like micro form content. I mean, TikTok is really the absolute embodiment of that. And the fact that every other platform has started to do TikTok, right? Instagram Reels, YouTube Shorts, everything else, Twitter videos. I think this has changed a lot of it significantly too. But people don't like to group it together. We don't like to think of it all as the same way, Have you thought about the need for contrast? If people always see quality of life improvements, would most people be able to reflect how much things have changed? What do you mean by contrast? Like we need a civil war every now and then, or? What happened to the Twitter space and TikTok debates? Why do you hate your TikTok and Twitter communities? I love you all so much, okay? It just feels so stupid debating conservatives right now. It actually feels so dumb. It's just so crazy and wacky. I don't know. What was this? Sorry. About picky eaters and kids or something?
Andy? Are you gonna clean that up?
Oh, yeah. I will. I don't have time right now.
Clean it up and come to my office for the meeting.
I gotta...
Last night wasn't debates, it was therapy sessions, Destiny. You should have at least used the time digging into where they got their info a bit. Okay. Good one. I think the talk you had with the Nathan guy was good, although a lot of his arguments were off of feelings. I think we should try to work with that somehow. Was he the guy with the Hispanic accent? The guy whose parents were immigrants? You need more examples at the ready too. More examples of what? I feel like I have so many examples of everything now since I've started following the news for Trump stuff. If anything, I try to cut back on or just pick a few. I think if there's any area that I'm weak on rhetorically right now, it's probably the immigration area. There's also this thing that is hard to talk about where people will say, like, the thing that the voters cared about the most was immigration. And it's like, yes, that's true. But then people say the reason why they cared about it so much was because it was the most important issue in their life. It's like, that's not necessarily true. Just because somebody cares about something the most doesn't mean that it's the most important thing. And I feel like, I feel like all the different numbers and shit going up and down all the time. Like, how many illegals came into this country? Like, I hear some people say 5 million. I've heard 10 million. I've heard up to 20 million. Like, when the numbers are so far around, like, is this actually a thing that we're feeling or seeing or noticing? I just have a hard time believing that. I don't know. You seem to play defense primarily. You should be like the first guy. Take the reins and drive the conversation and then make them play defense. Yeah, but I think the problem with that is that, like, I truly am, and I think you can feel it. Like, you guys should be able to feel it. You've been watching me enough and you've been online enough. Like, when I'm playing offense and I'm coming from, like, a Democrat perspective, like, I truly am, like, the only fucking person on the entire fucking internet doing this. So it really does feel like I'm coming from a novel place in a bad way. Where, like, if somebody wants to come out and say something like, you know, life in America has never been harder, that's a message that you can say with, like, a chorus behind you of so many different people. But, like, for me to start a conversation off with being like, you know, life under Biden was actually pretty good, that's like a crickets. You're literally the only person in the entire fucking room, you know, the entire internet, even starting with this line of talk. And it's like, okay, well, yeah, I don't know. You want to watch the Pisco Temple thing? Yeah, we should watch that in the the Jubilee thing. Those are two big things today. I think a better way to combat the immigration topic is the way IRI does it. He always talks about how making the process easier and keeping people out of the shadows is the way to go. I mean, like, I've said the same, and, like, people will agree with me, but I don't know if they'll really agree with me. Like, that one guy, I think, agreed. Maybe two people agreed with me yesterday that if Trump doesn't come up with an immigration bill by the end of the 4 years, that it'll be a failure. And I think the one guy that I debated in New York, Zubaka, that I'm not trying to be, I don't remember the guy's name. It was a Z something. I think he agreed that if Trump doesn't come up with something in 4 years, that it'll be a failure. But it's like, fuck me, dude, 4 years? This is the thing that he ran on, and now, like, I know at the end of 4 years, you're not going to care that much. What was this guy's name? It was something with a Z. I don't remember what it was. Black guy, Z in the name. He does a lot of epic centrist shit and gets retweeted by Elon all the time. You seem to almost lower your power level based on who you talk to. If you are scorched earth with the left and right, just blow the fuck out every time. Well, but then I just come off as an asshole. Oh, Zuby? Oh, Kaizen. That's it. Zuby is a different crazy... Wait, is he? Kaizen is not Zuby. That Zuby guy is fucking insane. If I'm thinking of the right guy. I am thinking of the right guy. Fuck that dude. Kaizen is not as horrible as that guy, but just kind of like an epic centristy guy, I think. Or at least is what it felt like.
Just...
Oh, God. How we talk is more important than what we talk about. This is how to have a civil discussion.
Keying Teslas, committing just endless acts of vandalism and
Again,
violence, putting
because they
swastikas
feel
on them,
they have no-
putting swastikas on them, comparing them to Nazis and so on. And I'm just like, again, this is supposed to be the caring, sharing, good people, the liberals, and you're all cheering. You're all cheering this nonsense. Kaizen,
I wish the same.
Given Kaizen's put his hand up politely, he may speak first. Kaizen.
Yeah, we got to find a way to talk better, guys, because this is not good. And this is actually an example. This is a microcosm of the bigger issue with civil discourse.
Okay. I really like to see you try to spend some time trying to develop a platform with new issues Dems can run on. I feel like the environment is still being dominated on how the right is bad. Yeah, but do you see how like if I was going to run for an office, maybe, but like, am I going to sit here and put together like a whole fucking platform that like, I don't think Dems are coming to me as a consultant for what issues should we run on, you know? Good shit last night. Destiny, first time tuning in one of those. The debates were fun. When are you coming to Wisconsin? I don't know if we have any plans for that. The next big thing that the government should do, similar to the moon landing, will be something involving AI no tears. Maybe. It's hard. This is the thing that I try to stress to you guys that is a lot of people just don't understand. When people say like I've talked about this several times. When people say the government is ahead like 10 years in technology or whatever, is for some things that can be true. For other things, there's no fucking shot, okay? So when it came to like the Manhattan Project, there were no novelty nuclear bomb researchers on the planet. Okay, there weren't people trying to, split uranium or create nuclear centrifuges or, research atomic physics, at the random universities and schools in Europe or Africa, or well, in Europe, I guess, Germany maybe most of the time. But like this was a thing like needed the government funding, and nobody else is doing it, and nobody else has a reason to do it. There's no money to be made there. Corporations aren't going to do it, right? It's just that's a government thing. When it came to the moon landing, right? Corporations, private companies aren't researching how to make rockets. Why? What the fuck are you going to do? You're going to bomb something on your own? Like, this has to be a government-funded program. Some retard right now is typing something about like, actually, rockets are made by private contractors, Destiny, blah, blah. Yes, that are contracted by the government for that work and research, right? The problem when it comes to AI-related stuff and like microprocessors is private corporations all over the planet are thirsting at this technology because there's a ton of fucking money to be made there, and there's a lot of independent research, and there's just no world where the government can be ahead of the private sector on that. Like, it has to be like super cooperative, and I don't even know if they could keep a direction of research like under wraps or anything, or could like it would be like to branch off in a research direction related to AI that would be meaningfully different than what the private sector is working on in a way that it doesn't get leaked. In my uneducated opinion, would be like a monumental undertaking that would dwarf like even the ambition of the Manhattan Project. Like, that would just be it would be an insane thing to do, you know? Not that would be like bad. I'm not saying it would be bad. It would be cool, but it would require so much will and political capital and everything. Yeah. We're going to debate Econoboy on the whole social stuff. We might have something scheduled. Wait, was that tonight? No. We might have something scheduled for that. It's just not a very entertaining conversation for me. We'll see, I guess, where we get on that. Like, if Econoboy wants to call himself a socialist or whatever, I don't care that much. And if he wants to push in that direction for things, then I don't care that much. Like, my issues have always been more on like the media side and who's being led into what spaces under what pretense, yeah. Like, I don't think Econoboy is ever going to be somebody who's secretly ultra shitting on the Dems like crazy or something like that, you know? Hopefully. At Destiny, aren't Republicans more unified on passing an immigration bill than the big beautiful bill? What makes you think Trump can't get it done? Because the problem is Republicans have united disparate groups of people on issues of immigration. And the reality is that I think there are a big group of Republicans that literally would just say, when we talk about immigration and illegal immigrants, we just want no more immigrants, period. Like, fuck it all. Fuck all of it. But I think there's an equally huge group of Republicans that are actually like, well, no, I think immigrants are probably good. Like even the ones from Mexico, we just need to be able to like track the illegal ones and everything, and not have a bunch of illegal immigrants, and maybe deport at least a lot of the criminals, right? I think there are two big groups of that in the Republican Party. You cannot reconcile those two groups on an immigration bill. You can't do it. That's why there was one to go under Biden, and nobody's brought that up or talked about it again under Trump. It's just two very, very different approaches to it. They can just kind of come together on the political side because Trump is Trump and whatever, but I don't think you're gonna get a meaningful piece of legislation out of that group. Yeah. How much have you looked into the IPC starvation level 5 claims in Gaza? Absolutely zero. After they tried to pull the IPC starvation claim in Gaza last year, saying that there were more people living under the threat of starvation in Gaza than at any other place on the planet, when there were tens of thousands of starvation deaths in Yemen, when there were hundreds of thousands of starvation deaths arguably in Sudan, I completely lost interest in that form of tracking for everything. I was like, fuck all that. Not to say that the situation there is good or acceptable. I haven't dug into it, so I don't have a strong opinion one way or another on it. Do you think that Mamdani is going to run for New York governor in 2026? Bro, I don't even, how about, he hasn't even won mayor yet, and it's 2025. What are you even talking about? That's a troll question. Never mind. Good meme. You got me. You one guide me.
Today I am joined by researchers.
What is this?
Who invent some of the most advanced metals on the planet. Designers who are modeling prototypes in the digital cloud, folks from the Pentagon who help to support their work. Basically, I'm here to
Seen the Hamas grave digging video? No link.
announce that we're building Iron Man. I'm going to blast off in a second. This has been a secret project we've been working on for a long time. Not really. Maybe. It's classified.
Jesus. Was there a Fox News reaction to this? Fox News reacts Obama Iron Man. 11 days ago.
The reason that I think this conversation ends up being a little frustrating is because the focus entirely is on Washington process. And yes, I have said it. That is an ugly process. It was ugly when Republicans were in charge. It was ugly when Democrats were in charge.
This is
and the reason
of the U.S. economy, though, sir.
Sir, and Brent, let me tell you something. The fact of the matter is that for the vast majority of people, their health care is not going to change because right now they're getting a better deal. The only thing that is going to change for them is that they're going to have more security under their insurance, and they're going to have a better situation when it comes to if they lose their job, heaven forbid, or somebody gets sick with a pre-existing condition, they'll have more security.
So how can
the notion
you guarantee that they're not going to be able to keep their doctor?
Brett, you got to let me finish my answers.
But sir, I know you don't like the filibuster.
Well, I'm trying to answer your questions, and you keep on interrupting.
This is when I say demon shit. Republicans fought so fucking hard, tooth and fucking nail, against every single part of the Affordable Care Act. And for Donald Trump to come out and take credit for some provisions of it was just so fantastically fucking evil. Actually blew my fucking mind to smithereens.
Interrupted. So let me be clear. Now, You keep on repeating the notion that it's 1/6 of the economy. Yes, it's 1/6 of the economy, but we're not transforming 1/6 of the economy all in one fell swoop. What we're saying is that for the vast majority of people who have health care, they're going to be able to keep it. But what we are saying is that we should have some basic protections from insurance company abuses, and that in order for us to do that, we are going to have to make some changes in the status quo that we've been debating for a year. This notion that this has been not transparent, that people don't know what's in the bill. Everybody knows what's in the bill.
And Obama being able to own that, it's so hard. I think I've only ever heard one other politician in my entire life give an honest answer about is somebody gonna have to give up? Is somebody gonna have to give up something? And it was, I think it might have been a Fox News town hall. It was Bernie Sanders talking to somebody. He's like, yeah, you might have to pay a little bit more. For your business, you're gonna have to cover more for this. You're gonna have to pay more. It's gonna hurt or whatever. I think it's like the only time I've ever heard another politician say that. It was like, I say this a lot when I do, I don't want to call it policy debate because holy Christ, that's so far away from anything I've ever fucking done on the stream in the past goddamn 5 years. But people are so unwilling to accept the pros and cons of a thing. Like if you want a thing, then fine, but you're going to have to accept some cons. And people like to pretend that they can have some policy. Like I want to do tariffs, but I want only the pros and none of the cons of it. And it's like, okay, well, that's just not how anything in life works. You know, forget economics. Like in all of life, there's very few things you can have all the good and none of the downsides, you know? Like it's the equivalent to a 35-year-old going into a Baskin Robbins and saying, I want to eat all the ice cream that I possibly can, and I don't want to gain a fucking pound, right? And unless you want to be bulimic, which has other costs you're going to pay eventually, it's just not going to happen, you know?
I sat for 7 hours.
Mr. President, you couldn't tell me what the special deals are that are in or not today.
I just told you what was
Is Connecticut in?
Connecticut. What are you specifically referring to?
$100 million for the hospital. Is Montana in for the asbestos program?
Listen to the differences in these interviews. It is a contentious interview. Obama is doing it. They're talking about not only the broad policy that Obama was trying to defend here, successfully did, right, for the ACA, but also they're getting into specifics as well, right? And compare this to today with Trump. In 2 weeks, we'll take a look at it and see where we're going with that. What's the argument for healthy people paying for unhealthy people in a system? That's the only way to keep the system affordable. Insurance only works when people that don't need claims, need to file claims, pay into it. Otherwise, it doesn't work, right? That's the whole point of insurance.
Listen, there are people, this is real money.
Absolutely.
People are worried about this stuff.
And as I said before, the final provisions are going to be posted.
Like if you even ask Trump a question that's fair, Trump will shout you down and ask you what media you're from and then ban it from the fucking White House office. Did you ever see how Republicans stopped Obama from appointing recess appointments? CGP Grey video. Yes, a little bit. I'm not super 100% up on this, but I believe that them blocking his recess appointments, wasn't this around when Harriet Reid said that they were going to kill the filibuster for this, so they wouldn't let anybody through, and then this is when McConnell was like, I may be old, and I may be slow like a turtle, but I will cross the finish line. And he did on Merrick Garland. That's not a direct quote, but this is why Republicans like to say, actually, the Democrats did the nuclear option first. Was it not Harriet Reid? Was this even earlier? I don't remember which. I didn't follow politics as close back then. Oh, wait, why did you laugh at me? No, I was right. Wait, who said that? Dolby Fighter. Oh, because I said Harriet instead of Harry Reid. Fuck you. Is Harriet that's the female version of that name, right? You're lucky. No, it's a different name completely. Harry and Harriet? Harriet and Harold? This isn't close enough. Oh, fuck, wait. Oh my god, I saw the worst Reddit thread in the universe pop up on my phone. It was in a really weird, it was a weird subreddit I've never seen before. I don't know why I got recommended it. But a woman was complaining about the baby name that the husband wanted to give to the baby. Because the husband wanted to name the baby Alibi. Trage Dave? I don't know. But looking through this, hold on. Let me do a quick sanity check. Am I just being a status quo Andy? No. Oh, it's a subreddit for bad names? Okay, never mind. No, I'm not. Thought of a really good name the other day. Casper. I don't know. I still think Alibi is better. No, I've told you literally any other name, and not Calico either. Why don't you like Alibi? It's one of the only things I've ever asked for. I work so hard for us. First of all, red flag, loser, but okay. Why would you want to name a child the proof of evidence that a person did not commit a crime? Literally any other name, okay? This person goes, I'm almost full term, and my partner and I still can't agree on a name. We're having a girl. The only name he really likes is Alibi. I think it's atrocious. And it's like, okay. We both want a unique name, but not something that they'll get bullied for later on, / will carry on nicely into adulthood. I think Casper is really sweet for a girl. Okay. And the only other names we can begrudgingly agree on are, I stopped caring about this woman. I thought this was just the most ridiculously crazy fucking thing to just say on a thread for advice. I'm guessing this is Marlo, spelled, right? That's Marlo. Corey with the EY. We've got Credence. We've got Jade, which is the most normal one here. And then Sailor. Bruh. Really? This kid is fucked. Why do people give their kids names like this? Why do people do this to their children? Fuck. Mentally cycling through the people I know right now to make sure no one has a crazy name. Diologist, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Tyler One's kid's name is Sailor? Oh, just kidding. I love that name. Sort the subreddit by top for some rage bait. Apparently it's just a mean way to spell tragedy. Oh, I get it, because of the names. I laughed at my sister's tragedy, and now I'm uninvited to the baby shower I'm planning. Uh-oh. My sister is due after in early January, and we're planning our baby shower for early December. She decided she wanted to use my mother's maiden name, Rafferty. That's her daughter's name. Not a tragedy itself, and I guess it works as a unique name. But yesterday I texted my sister that I needed to get the custom items with my niece's name ordered ASAP, so they arrive in time for the shower. My sister then let me know they're going with an alternative spelling of Rafferty. Wait, what? Yeah, wait, what? Ray Farty? No, not Ray Farty. No, this is not real. This can't be real. I would say that, but I've actually seen so many ridiculously, stupidly fucking spelled names that I actually believe it. I texted back an alternative spelling of our mother's maiden name. My sister wants to name her Ray Farty. So I sent back a bunch of laughing emojis, and she asked, "What's so funny?" Oh my God. Have you ever, fuck, when did this happen? I feel like this happened in the last couple months. Do you ever have a thing where somebody sends you, oh, fuck. Ask me in 6 months. That story's not public yet. Do you ever have a thing where somebody sends you some shit and you're kind of like, you think it's a joke and you're laughing, and then after they like kind of clarify or talk about it a little bit more, you realize that they weren't joking and you have to like course correct and pretend that you didn't just have the reaction you did? Please go ask him to move to New York. No, it's. I just want. Listen, my life is not drama. Okay, there was something came up. I'll describe this vaguely. Something came up that involved. We'll just say it involved a whole bunch of women making a really ridiculous statement about a thing, and then and I thought it was fucking hilariously stupid, and then I sent this to somebody that I'd hung out with, and I said, "Holy shit!" Like LOL, and but I hadn't read through all of the things, and I realized that she was one of the women. I was like, not good. That friendship ended immediately. Not good. Not a good one. So I sent back a bunch of laughing emojis, and she asked, "What's so funny?" I tried to explain that no one pronounced it as Rafferty, and she'll probably get plenty of the same mispronunciations. She told me I was being ridiculous. I had to expect my poor niece, Little Miss Farty Ray. I was uninvited to the shower, and my mom told me today my sister doesn't want me as the godmother anymore. Damn. Wait, somebody said there was an update. Wait, this person... Ooh. Fuck. I have to try really hard not to be this person. This is the real reason why I talk nicely about the people I can, is because I don't want to be this red flag person, okay? I'm noticing this person has a problem with every single close person in their life. Wait, Jesus Christ. Wait, what? Hold on. Oh, okay. I guess. Anyway, we've got update on Ray Farty. Future mother-in-law finally broke my fiance this Thanksgiving, and I think he's ready for no contact. Update on my fiance who's excluded from Thanksgiving. We blocked her. Ray Farty was born. Am I the asshole for valuing my new lifestyle and avoiding old bad habits? I, mid-20s female, used to have terrible, unstructured sleep patterns for as long as I can remember, and looking back, it really affected so many aspects of my life. About 6 months ago, and with the advice of my therapist, I decided to put myself on a new structured sleeping arrangement after having to take some health leave for exhaustion. I take a shower at 9 p.m., crawl into bed, read a chapter or two of whatever book I'm reading to wind down, and I'm asleep by 10 p.m. No devices during the wind down. I started sleeping through the night, and I now wake up energized instead of struggling to get to bed. Instead of frantically driving to work in traffic, I walk the 25 blah, blah, blah. People lost some weight and toned because instead, problem is my fiance still sticks to our old schedule of going to sleep whenever. Obviously, I can't stick to my schedule 100%. For example, the other day was our friend's birthday party. We went to dinner with her and friends to celebrate, but I told my fiance that he can stay out as late as he wants. But I intended to say my goodbyes at around 9 p.m., so I didn't disrupt my sleep schedule too much. He's beginning to find episodes like this annoying. At this particular time, it turned into a small fight. Uh-oh. Fiance and friends are annoyed that I'm valuing my new lifestyle and trying to avoid old bad habits. Kind of funny, but still annoying. My normally just yes mom is 100% convinced I'm pregnant. I'm not. Family upset that I'm not having a religious ceremony. Wedding and mom rant. Are you okay? Jesus. Texas Democrats are trying to block the redistricting by not showing up to vote. This is one of the ops responses. Dude, that Texas redistricting thing is so crazy. And fucking, have we talked about this on stream yet? That fucking, the madman tweeted it from his own account, didn't he? Did Gavin Newsom tweet the hypothetical redistricting of California from his own account that said in a bad year they could eliminate all 10 Republican representatives? Was that on his own goddamn account that he did it? Who has his tweet? Okay, he retweeted it and put the eyes, the horny boy emojis. Even in a bad year for California Dems, you can create a 52 Democrat / 0 Republican map with no seat, being less than plus 10 Harris, would probably eliminate 9 Republicans. If you're willing to create 1 to 2 GOP vote sinks, you can create a map with no seat, less than Harris plus 14. Wait, how would you have 0 Republicans if you're creating a GOP vote sink? Oh, because you're trying to pair them up in heavy Democratic areas to eat all the votes there, I guess.
The more you
what?
see, as you can see, the more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out. See, as you can
Oh my God. The gerrymandering in California is outrageous. Of their 52 congressional districts, 9 of them are Republican. That means 70% of their delegations are Republican when Republicans regularly win 40% of the vote in that state. How can this possibly be allowed? Remember, critical support right now to all of the advancements that are being made for obese people with bad hearts. We have to keep Trump alive for the next 3.5 years, okay? In some ways, Donald Trump is our biggest enemy. In other ways, he's the only thing protecting America from this actual Hitler fuck from running the place. This guy is unironically, well, but he's no charisma. He wouldn't be able to carry the party. Actually, I still don't know. Dude, it's so hard. I actually don't know if it would be worse or not, because Vance is worse than Trump, but he unironically, like, he would just get laughed at. Nobody would follow this fucking retard. I'm not sure, actually. Now I don't know what would be worse. I don't know. I have no clue. But also, Republicans are just evil right now. I don't know. I have no clue. Destiny, important. That tweet is what he sent out after deleting the previous version. The gerrymander of California is outrageous. Of their 52 congressional districts, 9 of them are Republican. That means 70% of their delegation is Republican. And when Republicans are 40% of the vote in the state, Republicans in Texas have a right to fight back. Why are we sewing out about this? Because we think fight back is civil war, or because we think fight back is he's implying that California is doing it first. He's saying that California went for, oh yeah, sure, okay. The only thing I would fear, no matter how Trump would die, it'll be the Dems' fault, and he would conspiracy, so they would follow him to the end of the earth if they thought the libs killed him. True. The government is not able to collect accurate inflation data anymore because of the Doge cuts. Absolutely based if that's true. The government is literally not collecting actual inflation data anymore. They're just estimating what they think inflation is. They suddenly changed this in May of 2025, right before the tariffs started getting collected. How much more obvious can they make it for you guys? What do you mean? The thing is, I just never trust people like this anymore. I have to do all the reading and research myself. Is that actually true? Is it normal? Do they sometimes go backwards and adjust inflation or not? I have no idea. The share of prices based on guesses from less comparable products or from prices collected in other regions of the country have been rising. Wait, what are they? I don't understand what he's saying. Yeah, his conclusion is stupid, but the thing is true. Here's an article. Okay. Economists raise questions about quality of U.S. inflation data. Labor Department says staffing shortages reduced its ability to conduct its massive monthly survey. Here, let me use the restroom real quick. One sec. Some economists are beginning to question the accuracy of recent U.S. inflation data after the federal government said staffing shortages hampered its ability to conduct a massive monthly survey. The Bureau of Labor Statistics, the office that publishes the inflation rate, told outside economists this week that a hiring freeze of the agency was forcing the survey to cut back on the number of businesses where it checks prices. In last month's inflation report, which examined prices in April, government statisticians had to use a less precise method for guessing price changes more extensively than they did in the past. Economists say the staffing shortages raises a question about the quality of recent incoming inflation reports. Damn. Yeah, I heard really bad things about the Department of Labor Statistics thing that when he fired the secretary. What's the name of the position that he fired? Apparently, Atrac did a video on it.
I believe the numbers were phony, just like they were before the election, and there were other times. So you know what I did? I fired her. Right. And you know what? I did the right thing.
This is Banana Republic stuff. I don't know how else to say it, all right? I'm sorry I'm recording offline. I'm about to fly to Canada, and I'm not even sure they're going to let me back in the country after what I'm done saying.
Oh, wait, is Atrac Canadian? Or was she just going up to Canada?
Okay, listen. You might have noticed, if you're watching the markets today, that they're a bit jittery, a bit down. Okay. Quite down, especially the Dow. The reason they're down is two parts. Number one is a fresh round of tariffs that Trump announced, 50% on Brazil and a bunch of other ones that are supposed to come out in 6 days on August 7th.
Yeah.
And that could be it, but the market has sort of learned not to take him too seriously on this stuff and on the dates and deadlines he sets. The other thing that happened today was that we got a horrendous jobs report.
Well, was he a warrant for Abby? What would a warrant be issued for?
The Bureau of Labor Statistics, the BLS.
This report that we just got, when you look at the July numbers and the revisions, he says this is the worst major economic report we've gotten since the end of the pandemic era.
A horrendous job report. Let me just go through it. They expected something like 112,000 new jobs. What they got was 73,000. But this is before the downward revisions, because they also downward revised the past 2 months. May and June were 144,000 new jobs when they announced it in May, 147,000 new jobs when they announced it in June. However, those were revised down to 19,000 and 14,000. They cut 250 plus thousand jobs out that turns out weren't real. And this has been a consistent pattern. Consistently, since basically 22, the BLS has consistently over-announced jobs and then revised it down. And the downward revisions are getting big. So this implies, based on this pattern, that even this terrible, anemic 73,000 number from this month is probably gonna get revised down too. These are really bad jobs numbers, especially if you drill into where the jobs growth is coming from.
Have you looked at or talked about all the new censorship laws or the payment process or antitrust stuff going around? Nope. Censorship laws? What are we talking about?
Especially if you drill into where the jobs growth is coming from. Where are these few jobs even getting hired in? Turns out they're in healthcare and social assistance employment. Our entire country, the only job growth is happening to care for the old.
Old motherfuckers. It's the old people. When are we going to start breaking up our healthcare stats from healthcare provided for retirees and healthcare provided for actual productive citizens? When are we going to start dividing that data out? Because it's important. I'm just saying, I sound like I'm being dramatic right now, but I'm not. Looking at how much we spend on healthcare in the aggregate, on the whole, is the exact same thing as talking about the average cost of an apartment in New York, right? The average rent for an apartment in New York for a 2-bedroom apartment might be $1,300 or something, or less maybe, right? But that's because if you factor in all of upstate New York, which is like population 15, that's going to look significantly different than obviously being in New York City, right? But so obviously when you're factoring in average rents and everything, right, you're either going city by city. Sometimes you're going district, or not district, but neighborhood by neighborhood, depending on where you're at. But very rarely you're looking at like the entirety of a state or the entirety of the country. If you're going to talk about healthcare, we spend so much more on old people. We spend so much more on old people. We spend so much money on old people. Not even for like the best reasons. No offense, I love you old people, okay?
And sick. As we get older and sicker as a nation, there is some job growth in taking care of that. But everything else, every other private sector employment is down. So outside of government jobs and healthcare jobs, we're not seeing any growth in this economy. And I promise you, some of you are feeling this if you're looking for a job right now. If you're talking to regular people looking for a job, you're feeling this. But that's not the only thing, okay? Yes, this was a bad jobs report. Yes, this confirms that we're seeing some real shakiness in the labor market. Even as unemployment remains relatively low, it's ticking up. And again,
What do you generally expect us to do with the elderly, though? Do we literally just let them die? So I've said this before, and I don't know what the answer is here, because it's just impossible. And even you fucking retards, okay, can't get over this. The problem is that when you have a new healthcare product available, okay, this is what the ideal world would be, okay? In the ideal world, this is your, like, you need this product or you die, okay? You need this or you die, all right? And then this is your, like, it's not great. Wait. Hold on. We should draw with lines. I just realized that, sorry. Boom. Boom. Okay. Let's do big lines. Okay. All right. Okay, this is like, you need it or you die, okay? Like this, okay? And then this is like, it would be nice to have it, or no, wait. This is like, ideally, like you have this. Okay, it'd be like good, it helps. And then this is like our, God, this is so much fun to be able to have all this shit. Okay. So on the aggregate, okay, at birth, like you don't really need, well, maybe at birth you need some healthcare because you're paying to be delivered in a hospital. But like generally, like young people, all right, age This is, we'll say like, this is like 65, okay? 10, no, fuck it. We'll say 30, 40, fuck it. 18. Oh yeah. Okay. Generally, so like young people, there's not much you're spending on healthcare to survive, okay? You don't, like, generally, unless you have some huge problem, like under 18, you're probably not spending much, okay? If you want to, like, splurge a little bit, maybe you have like ADHD pills for your children. Maybe you have, I'm sure there are some like medical things for kids that like, like teeth that are really fucked up that you kind of, in order for them to work properly, you have some surgeries or whatever. And then green is kind of like your luxury spending, right? Like, oh, I don't want my kid to have Ritalin. I want him to have the newest, fanciest drug, or I want my kid to have the best and coolest braces and awesome things or whatever, right? And this is like your luxury spending, okay? I think that the issue you run into is that like, so like at age 40, there's going to be some, generally you should still be relatively healthy. There might be some more spending on things like related to healthcare, maybe diabetes if you're big. Maybe you start to get into other types of, I guess like care for eyes or whatever, your fucking LASIK or whatever bullshit. But when it comes to old people, okay, like you have stuff to keep old people alive. Your stuff that would be nice to have, this is probably growing because you're starting to have like reasonable healthcare things. Like you might have like a, if you have an injury, it's going to take more hospital recovery shit. Obesity and everything are starting to become a problem a lot in this age range. Type 2 diabetes is probably weighing on you, stuff like that. Okay, but the extravagant spending you can have for old people, especially like outside of hospital care, I just feel like is fucking insane. But the big problem I think we have in the United States is that anytime this thing becomes available, like this green thing, like a new healthcare thing becomes available, it feels like everybody views this as like, if you don't have this as a right, then you're literally being deprived of life-saving care, and now you're being murdered by the healthcare system. This is a problem. Because the United States also like leads the world, I think, in a lot of different ways for especially elderly care, but just in like cool shit that we discover that is like gives you marginal improvements on different treatments for things that I know personally. For instance, like I know that for amphetamines like Vyvanse and stuff, like the newest and hippest ADHD pills were available in the US before they were available to be prescribed in most places in Europe that I've heard of. They were using older drugs, but like the safety profiles and the effects are like about as good. The newer drugs are a little bit better, but they're a lot more expensive. In America, we need those first, right? It's a huge part of our spending. But as soon as any of that stuff becomes available, or another thing I talk about a lot, obviously, is insulin, right? The old pig shit insulin, where if you're a diabetic, you wake up, you inject yourself like fucking one time in the morning, you're like, oh, well, let's fucking freeball our blood sugar for the rest of the day. Like, that's how people used to do it. You can still do it that way if you want to, although it's shit. There are other forms of like long-lasting insulin that are better, and then you can do like way more complicated shit with like monitoring your blood sugar throughout the day, like having an automated fucking injector. There's a whole bunch of shit you can do, but obviously it gets more and more expensive. But as soon as this thing becomes discovered, now if you don't have it, you're like being murdered. I'm bringing all this up to say that like it's impossible to have a reasonable conversation on what healthcare should be available, because anytime you talk about providing something that's not this green line, people lose their fucking minds. I don't know how to combat that, and I don't give a fuck. So good luck.
In the labor market. Even as unemployment remains relatively low, it's ticking up. And again, I've talked about this before, this number is
Oh, I made that up based on my vibe, so hold on. We'll see how off I am. Somebody just said, here's the cost by age group data you asked about. NHE. Is this for Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services? What is NHE? National Healthcare Expenditure, maybe? Per person, personal healthcare spending for the 65 and older pop was $22,356 in 2020, over 5 times higher than spending per child, which is $4,217, and almost 2.5 times the spending per working age person. Damn. Now, I will caution you and say that older people should always probably require more healthcare expenditures. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Like, you would expect to see that. I feel like I'm vibing out. My vibe is that it's more than it needs to be. I'm not saying that the expenditure per person on an elderly person should be the same as like a 9-year-old, right? But that it feels like there's a lot of extravagant spending in that category. Older adults aged 65 and older were the smallest population group, about 17% of the population, and accounted for approximately 37% of all spending in 2020. Despite making up only 17% of the population, old people consumed 37% of all spending. Destiny, spending more than like 5K per person does nothing for life expectancy. Whoa, how cool are we? It's always great when there's some kind of fucking chart made by some actual virgin economist that wants to draw some fucking trend line, some R-squared bullshit. And then you get to be the outlier. You get to be the one that stands alone against the crowd. God damn. Although I will say, without getting racist or being a Nazi, I don't know if we watched a video on this exact thing, but sometimes you'll run into weird things like this. But then if you break it down in the United States by group, you basically recreate this. So like the US is like all the way over here, because it's averaging out the entire population of 343.48 million people. But if you were to break out like, okay, rather than looking at it all as an aggregate, let's see what the life expectancy is based on who spends the most and who spends the least. You basically end up recreating some version of this over here. Maybe shifted to the right a little bit, but you're recreating it more or less, yeah. I guess here that wouldn't be as much a race realist Nazi thing as it would be like a class related thing or financial expenditure related thing. Destiny, is this the video? Bro, you just linked me an hour and 60-minute video. And then there's this huge wasteful spending at the end of life when people just don't have advanced directives and stuff. Yeah, I've heard that. I'm going a lot by like doctor friends talking to me, so like that could be like super biased, to be fair.
American
Like I'm not just saying it could be very biased. Like I hear different things from people.
healthcare is complicated and it doesn't work as well as it possibly could. So I'm making this video to
1.3 thousand views. Is this really the video that we watched? Wait, is he talking to himself?
standing is that just be reduced without any negative consequences.
Holy shit. Is this like just him in the future? I feel like I'm looking at young Trunks versus like alternate world Trunks that came back to help Goku and Vegeta. What the fuck?
So my understanding.
Oh no, wait. Wait, do we know what this is? Is this no, this is not the guy. Great vid came from Destiny. Oh, we did watch this, I guess. Oh, the title featuring King of the Coast. Oh, that's his name. Oh, never mind then. I don't know who this is. Fuck. Who's the guy I'm thinking of? He's the guy. Oh, David Shore. But it's not that guy. Not this guy. Is it not? Is it not David Shore? Oh, this guy. Oh, he's like the evolution 3 of these guys.
Is that just more generally, you can't really explain going to be healthcare spending in the U.S. is due to
right. These guys could all be like the same Pokemon family, right? Like generate like first stage, second stage evolution, third stage evolution, right? They could. Wait, hold on. Is this guy one of them too? Hold on. What the fuck? What's happening here? Holy shit. And Warren is their dad. Okay, good job wasting stream time. Stop. Okay, we're going back to that HR video. Stop based, but stop based. Loser, evil, demon. Loser, evil, demon. Researching now. Okay.
Reported because of the number of people not filing for unemployment due to gig work. Uber is preventing this number from flying, but it is a lot higher for real well-paying jobs.
Unemployment picks up in July. Unemployment rate manually calculated. Are you counted in the unemployment if you have a part-time job but you're still looking for more work? Or is that what, do they count you? You're just like, what do they call that? Not partially underemployed. Is that included? Is underemployment included in the U3? Is underemployment included in unemployment rate? That might be in the U6, I think, yeah. No, underemployment is not directly included in the official unemployment rate, the U3. Okay.
Jobs report. Yes, this confirms that we're seeing some real shakiness in the labor market. Even as unemployment remains relatively low, it's ticking up. And again, I've talked about this before, this number is underreported because of the number of people not filing for unemployment due to gig work. Uber is preventing this number from flying, but it is a lot higher for real well-paying jobs than you'd expect, okay? But all that aside, a while back, I talked about China, and I made fun of the fact that China had rising youth unemployment. The number was going up, and so they stopped publishing the number. And then a few months later, they came back with a new formula, and it was way lower. And I made fun of that because it's obvious what they're doing. The number made them look bad, so they stopped publishing it, and they changed it.
I will say that I think ATRAC's like heuristic there is okay. However, there might be times where you actually want to have a different way of calculating the number. For example, one of the things that we looked at for home ownership, if you look at like home ownership rates, one of the numbers that came up a lot was for this home ownership rate, it is the home ownership rate is the proportion of households that is owner occupied. Now, when you read that number, when you read the description of the number, it's like, wait a second, why isn't the percentage of people that own homes? Isn't that kind of weird? Wouldn't we want to know? Because what if a lot more people are living in homes that just happen to be owned, right? And somebody emailed me this a long time ago. I think I've explained this before, but like, well, there might be some people that are old enough to own homes that you would never want to count against you in home ownership data, the most obvious example being like a husband and wife, right? Let's say that you had 10 people in a neighborhood, and let's say that you had 5 husbands and 5 wives, and let's say that for whatever reason, let's just say that the wives weren't necessarily on the home ownership mortgages, and that could be for a variety of reasons. Maybe a guy owns a house, gets married, woman owns in, they don't put them on the deed. Because it just wouldn't happen, right? In that neighborhood where all 10 people are living in homes that are in 5 different homes where all the homes are owner occupied, you have only a quote unquote 50% home ownership rate. But that doesn't really give you an accurate picture of what's going on there, right? It's more like 100% home ownership rate. It's just some people in owned homes wouldn't be counted if you're only looking at the people on the deeds or whatever. And there might be other reasons why you might not count this as well. So for instance, if you have a child in the house that's 21, but they're going to college, would you want to have this person included as somebody who is like not owning a home or not living in an owned home? Like there's all I'm saying is that there are reasons why different numbers are given for different things. Sometimes it can be because people want to cook the books. They want to make things look better than they actually are. That's totally valid. But sometimes there are valid reasons why you might want to measure something in a slightly different way. That's why there are different ways of measuring unemployment, for instance.
And I thought, well, that's not going to happen here, right? Well, wrong. Because after this terrible jobs number came out today, immediately our president, Donald J. Trump, salute the GOAT, gets on Truth Social and fires her. Fires the leader of the BLS, the commissioner. He shot the messenger. She put out a number that probably is higher than it should be, and he fired her for this rigged number that is trying.
Wouldn't it be over counter? Don't most people consider their 10K a year bullshit drop shipping job, side gig a job? A lot of these Beckys with Etsy shops don't consider themselves underemployed. I have no idea how that works. I also don't know how the Uber stuff works either. We've had Ubering now for quite a while, such that people should be figuring out how do they do this stuff on their taxes and everything. I hope that people are correctly accounting for these things on their taxes. So like that you're writing off depreciation of your vehicle, although I don't know how you would do that because typically for the IRS, you're not allowed to write off stuff that you use for personal use as well. And if you're Ubering, it's almost for sure your personal vehicle, but you must be able to capture that depreciation or that you must be able to capture that somehow, I would hope. Otherwise those jobs become far less profitable. I don't know how much money actually like the average min-maxing Uber driver makes right now. I have no idea. I don't know how that works. Yeah.
Loot the goat gets on Truth Social.
Just like streamers all doing their taxes, right? But the cost per the investment, the capital investment that you make in streaming is much smaller as a percentage of your income than the capital investment that you make doing Uber, right? For streaming, I buy one computer and one monitor and one camera and one microphone and a keyboard and a mouse and I stream. And that's technically all you need to be a streamer. For Uber, you are constantly putting wear and tear on a car that needs a regular maintenance. At some point, it's going to reach the end of its lifetime. You're going to have to replace it with another $10,000 to $30,000 vehicle, depending if you get user new. Like there's a lot more. It's a much more capital intensive job, and the capital intensitiveness. There's a word I'm looking for, and that's a real word. Intensivity. That's not a real word. The capital intensiveness. Is that a real word? Is a major factor. Intensity. Thank you. Intensity. The capital intensity of driving like Uber or Lyft or whatever, I think is going to be a pretty big factor in how profitable it is at the end of the day. Is it possible to drive for Uber but not report it on your taxes and just bank the money? Anything's possible. It's called tax fraud. You get in big trouble for it. But my guess is going to be that 1099 that Uber issues you some kind of 1099 form. And that 1099 is going to be reported to the government. And if they see you have a bunch of money that somebody else is reporting and you're not reporting, then you're probably going to get fuckerinoed on it.
Our president, Donald J. Trump, salute the goat, gets on Truth Social and fires her. Fires the leader of the BLS, the commissioner. He shot the messenger. She put out a number that probably is higher than it should be, and he fired her for this rigged number that is trying to make him look bad. This is Banana Republic end of cycle shit. Yeah, it's absurd, man. It's crazy. We can't even trust the date. He's gonna put in a puppet that's gonna say we have 10 million new jobs in August. But let's be real. I think we can all tell what direction this is headed in. The unemployment rate is ticking up. Good jobs ticking down. We're a nation of the caring for the old and sick. Now, there's one area I do want to talk about. But first, let me continue a little bit. This is our current employment statistics. Actually, I'm sorry, this is an older graph, but it compares the number that comes out from the BLS, even the revised number, and then a separate methodology from the quarterly census of employment and wages. Now, this is important because this is very delayed. It takes a year plus to publish, but is way more accurate. This is the one like you could get the most accurate depiction from. And if you look at this, it is trending terribly. So the idea is, based on this, which is a leading indicator, a lagging indicator, takes a while to catch up to the modern data. But
Can we talk about how silly it is that people actually trust the words of someone that has to call what he says truths? Yeah, it's beyond parody, unfortunately, but what are you gonna...
We're headed in a really, really bad direction on employment and wages. And that once the data catches up to that, we'll see it for what it is. And that's where we find ourselves. So what is working in this economy outside of being a toady for Trump that he hires? Okay? Like I mentioned healthcare, like I mentioned social care, like I mentioned some government jobs. Outside of that, not only no growth, but negative growth, layoffs. Or the one other thing keeping this entire market up is big tech earnings.
Is that his computer or mine? When are we dumping the CrowdStrike? Good idea. Or, I mean, good question. When do we dump NVIDIA?
Or the one other thing keeping this entire market up is big tech earnings.
Motherfucker. The issue is Trump raised the standard deduction to the point where you have to take 14.6K in deductions for it to be worth taking deductions over the standard deduction. Let me see if I can remember this. It's actually been a long time since I filed my own taxes. There are things called above the line deductions, and there are things called below the line deductions. I'm trying to remember what's above and below the line. What is the line? Is the line your AGI? There are certain deductions that you can take that are independent of your standard deduction that you don't have to itemize to take. And those are below the line deductions. And then you have above the line deductions, which are like if you take enough of these and they overcome your standard deduction, then you would take those instead. But when you're talking about driving for Uber, those are going to be, it's been too long. I don't remember. I don't even know why I'm trying to bullshit myself through this conversation. I think that for self-employment, don't you fill out a Schedule C? And the Schedule C stuff is going to determine business income flow through. I think it goes from your from your Schedule C to your 1040 before any deductions? Like before your standard deduction or itemization or anything? Does this sound right? Where's my accountants at? Okay. D and Drew in YouTube chat said correct. So I'm going to assume that I'm right there. For Schedule C deductions, you should be able to take those regardless of any standard deduction or anything, is what I'm saying. But I don't know how you could. I don't know how Uber drivers do that. It's got to be really complicated. Hold on. If I'm an Uber driver, can I deduct depreciation against my 1099 income? Because I think this would all show up on a Schedule C. Maybe. People are bringing up cost per mile, but cost per mile is, I don't believe cost per mile is what you want to do. Because cost per mile, I don't think is going to get you as much depreciation as you would get if you had the entire vehicle, no? Is the standard mileage rates really what you want? And is the standard mileage deduction, is that an above the line or below the line? Is this something that would happen independent of your standard deduction, or? Why are you making me look this up? Dude, my brain is running out of space for stuff. Okay. Above the line and below the line deductions. What does this mean? The most common personal income tax deductions can be classified into two categories. Above the line deductions, below the line. Okay. The line is talking about your calculated AGI on your 1040. Okay. Your adjusted gross income on your tax return. Oh, God. Well, that's okay. It doesn't matter, I guess. Was this written with AI, or this is in 2022? Did we have AI back then? Why is there a dash in income and a dash in return? This is just written by a retard. Who cares? Uber is not self-employment on most places. Wait, what do you mean? Uber is self-employment everywhere except for California, I thought, no? It uses a threshold to calculate other items on your 1040. Above the line, actually calculate AGI. Below the line, is deducted from after your AGI has been calculated to arrive at your taxable income. Both types. Sorry, not lost, but many? You mean not most, but many? What are some above the line deductions available? Above the line deductions are looking at Schedule 1, Part 2 of your 21-40. So coming above the line deductions, health savings accounts, higher contributions, student loan interest, and education expenditures conducted 3,600 taxable or traditional individual retirement accounts. What are some below the line deductions? Below the line deductions deducted from your AJ to arrive at your taxable income. The standard deduction for 2021 is $12,505 for single. This is the below the line deduction you automatically get in your tax. Okay. So above the line deductions are your bonus ones, and then for your below the line deduction, that's where you take your standard deduction unless you can itemize. So below the line deductions have to be more than your standard deduction for you to ever really get to benefit from them, right? This is irrelevant for business deductions anyway. Business deductions like Uber are subtracted from your business income, not your gross income. Yes, while that's true, there is a mileage deduction that you can take from the IRS that is part of your, that you can take as an employee. I think if you have to travel as a part of your job, not to work, but as a part of work. But I don't remember if this is I don't know if this is above or below the line in this deduction. Find out when you can, okay. Only for business purposes, you may deduct the entire cost of ownership and operation. However, use for business purposes, you may deduct only cost of its business use. You can generally figure the amount of deductible cars not too much to the standard mileage rate or the extra expense to be qualified. Both plans, okay, standard mileage rate. For the standard mileage, depreciation. Where to deduct? Okay. So either Schedule C or Schedule F. Oh, okay. So neither of these, so you don't have to itemize either of these. Okay. My guess is going to be deducting mileage or whatever as only that, and not being able to deduct the entire vehicle is generally going to be worse, though. Which is why I'm curious what Uber drivers do. And there must be a meta for this, because so many people drive Uber. You try to squeeze out every profitability you can. So I'm sure there's some like solved meta for how to do your taxes as an Uber driver. But okay, back to this. Sorry, Jesus.
Okay. The one other thing keeping this entire market up is big tech earnings. Okay. Zuckerberg. Zuckerberg and his smart glasses. Meta just put out the revenue, their earnings report, and it was stellar. They beat on top and bottom line. Both revenue and profit were up, and they did great. The stock popped 10%. Okay? If you are part of a elite class of AI researchers, you're getting paid absurd amount of money. And
also, fuck these tech guys, okay? Everybody, get ready for it, okay? For the 10% of my audience that doesn't work in tech, because apparently all you fucking losers are, you call yourself software engineers, losers, okay? Remember, in 2020, 2021, when there was like stay-at-home work and everybody was paying people to be literal code monkey apes that were just actually definitionally retarded people who were like, well, I just graduated from the University of Iowa and I kind of program and, I got a little, $95K a year job in Des Moines. It's like, for doing what? Oh, I don't know. I work for a consulting company that tracks KPIs for this other company that I'm not actually sure. I don't know what I do, actually. Normally I just try not to eat my fucking socks in the morning when I get out of bed to crawl to work. And by crawl to work, I mean crawl to my computer because I'm a work from home employee. And by work from home, I mean that I just have to like check in on some ticket system to make sure nothing's red for 8 hours while I jerk off to Reddit the entire time. And I get paid an absurd amount of money. And then in like 2023, 2024, they started to like fire a lot of these people because a lot of companies were like, okay, well, fuck, I think we probably have like a lot of worthless employees because Elon went into Twitter and fired like 80% of the workforce, and Twitter more or less still ran. And people were like, oh shit, are we fucking up right now? And then all the tech bros, he was like, oh, it's an impossible market. We can't find work. It's so hard. It's so fucking hard. And they would go on Reddit. They'd be like, I graduated and I've got $5,000 in student loan debt and I haven't been able to find a single job offering $150K a year. And I don't know how I'm going to fucking survive right now. Right? These are the people. Now we're back there where as long as you can fucking stick AI anywhere in your fucking job app, people are like, I'll pay you ungodly amounts of money. And in 2 years, they're going to lay off a lot of these fuckers again, and they're going to be crying again. Don't ever let tech bros make you feel sympathetic for them. They're not human.
those companies are doing very well. If you have stock in the few big tech companies. Outside of that, nobody is seeing a good time in this economy. If you're not caring for old sick people or working as an AI researcher, you are seeing your material earnings decrease and you are seeing a more difficult time finding jobs. That's just the reality of it. I don't care how they spin the numbers, and I don't care who Trump hires to put in this BLS position. Just drop the L. It's gonna be BS. Okay? Yes, it's going good for
good one.
For Zuck. Yes, it's going good.
Also, sorry, one more quick thing. Okay. 2 huge complaints. Okay. I just need to bring this one up because I forget about this from my childhood. Okay. I was promised real life Gundams when I was like 9 or 10, and they're not here yet, and we're not any closer to it, and it's just nowhere to be found. So I just always want to remind you of that. Okay. Fuck the tech world for not giving us real life Gundams. Number 1. Okay. But then also number 2, I heard about Google Glass for the first time. Okay. In like 2006. Where are my tech glasses that scan the environment automatically and tell me shit? Okay. Where the fuck is this? Where is it at? I haven't heard anything about it.
For NVIDIA. Jensen Huang signing titties. Microsoft had a good earnings beat. Most NVIDIA. Jensen Huang signing titties. Microsoft had a good earnings beat. Most of the big 7 outside of Tesla, is doing quite well. Okay. But that is not the sign of a healthy economy. By the way, worth mentioning that even among these tech earnings, you know, Zuckerberg might come out and say people without AI glasses will be at a disadvantage in the future, which is an easy thing for someone to say who's selling AI glasses. But the actual AI or Reality Labs part of the company is still losing money. All we are seeing from these earnings is that Microsoft and Apple and Google and Meta are dominant companies, and their main business is doing well. And there's no real sign, even in these earnings, I listened to all the earnings calls, that they can actually tie that back.
Also, and now this admittedly is maybe coming from a place of ignorance, is what are like the big ways that AI is making our lives better besides helping us research more AI? Has that happened yet? Because sometimes when I look at the AI stuff, sometimes I feel like it's like Factorio, or it's like, what's the goal in Factorio? Well, it's to like make more shit. So that, why? Well, because if I make more shit, then I can mine more shit. And if I mine more shit, then I can build more shit. If I build more shit, then I can make more shit. Why? But then what's the point? Well, so that I can mine more shit, and then build more shit, and then make more shit. It helps me send emails so I can jerk off longer while working from home. It's cool to translate photos of stuff when traveling. cheap marketing. It's good AE content. Summarizing documentation. I love coding with AI. It's so much easier than Stack Overflow for learning new stuff. Where's some... I'm sorry, I'm being sexist. Where's some skit where it's like a room of like 10 guys and like 2 girls and like the AI shit comes out and all the guys are like, oh my God, like I can ask any question I want and I instantly get an answer and it's giving me walkthroughs of everything and it's so amazing. And then the girls are like, I can't do it. Like I don't understand it. I'm just not understanding it. And it's like, well, they're women. They're too stupid to figure it out. And like that's the joke. And then they look into like the women's DMs or whatever. And the women are like, the reason why I don't like using AI is because I could just ask any guy before and he would give me a way more technical breakdown. And then the ending of the skit would be like the 10 guys that knew how to use AI that were getting easier answers. Like all 10 of them were just DMing the girls the answers the whole time and they didn't even realize it. That's just kidding. Stop.
There's no real sign, even in these earnings, I listened to all the earnings calls, that they can actually tie that back to AI. Like Microsoft is making more money, but they forced Copilot into all their Office subscriptions. Does that mean AI caused them to be able to raise prices? I think they just raised prices. No one can go anywhere.
AI is better than Google for searching. You're still living in 2013. No, I've started to use it. Like I said, I bought the big Grok guy. And I feel bad. I don't know if I should have because I feel like it's really expensive. And maybe there's a better one to use. Maybe I'll cancel Grok and get a different one. But I've been like asking him questions and stuff. And it is like pretty good. I'll admit, it's a pretty good dude. They're cool, I guess.
Let's be real. The only person making real money is Nvidia, who's...
How much? They have like the Grok Mega Thread guy for like $200 a month. And he has like when you ask him a question, he's like, it says like agent 00 all through 00 to 03. They all think, and then the agent picks the best guy and he gives you the best answer. I'm like, oh, okay.
Prices. No one can go anywhere. Let's be real. The only person making real money is Nvidia, who's who's getting chips bought from all these people. Anyway, enough said. Amazon, worth mentioning, they were the only ones to be a little more honest in their earnings, and they dropped. They basically said, yeah, we're growing. They had a pretty decent earnings, but we haven't really found a way to make AI profitable yet. And they're...
Yikes. Big loser.
Stock didn't do that well. So it's interesting. It's interesting. I mean, they're facing a lot of competition from cloud. So I just want you guys to know that we find ourselves in a really weird day. And I wish I was allowed to talk about it more, but that's what's going on. Donald Trump is openly shooting the messenger. Even, my God, dude, even one of his biggest defenders, Mr. Wonderful from Shark Tank, went on CNN. Look, Kevin O'Leary.
We had a bad print on jobs.
This fucking
I
retard.
did not agree on whacking the commissioner. I don't like that.
Kevin O'Leary is like the crypto bro of the financial world without being a crypto bro at all. I don't understand. I just hate this guy. God, I hate this fucking guy. He was good on Shark Tank and that's it. God, I hate this actual Trump dick suck. He's such a piece of shit.
Print on jobs. I did not agree on whacking the commissioner. I don't like that. Whacking statisticians makes no sense whatsoever. You don't shoot the messenger. They used to do that in ancient Rome. Bad news, they kill the guy off the horse. You don't need to do that now. It doesn't matter.
It feels like a Caligula emperor thing. A statistician gives you a, honestly, probably extra good print. It's probably worse than they're saying, but it's too bad for you, so you fire them on the spot to try and get someone else in. It's ridiculous, dude. And the pressure on Jerome Powell only continues to rise. He did another massive rant calling him too late, Powell. We have to lower the rates. He's going to do whatever it takes to get him out of office.
The problem with all of this stuff is that you don't know how good you have it until you don't have it. But then by the time you don't have it, it's too late. You're fucked. The number one story that has stayed with me to be so emblematic of this is not giving a fuck about public safety measures, not believing anything about the bullshit liberal media about wearing masks or that COVID matters, and then getting sick and not giving a fuck about it because most people don't die anyway, it doesn't matter, and then going to the hospital and it's whatever, and maybe it costs money, who cares, and then you're wheeled over to the intensive care. You have to put on a ventilator because you can't breathe on your own. And it was how many of these people, I've heard this from so many nursing and doctor friends and people that have sent me emails. So many of these people were like, please God, just give me the fucking vaccine or whatever. And it's like, bro, it's too late. Like you got like a 50-50 chance of dying now. Good luck. And it's like, by the time you're on the ventilator, like you can't breathe unassisted. Like your shit is fucked. You are capital F fucked at that point. And I'm worried. Well, I mean, we're already heading in that direction. No, I need to stop hedging. We are going in that direction. Like we're already we've made a lot of progress in that direction already. That at some point we're going to get stuck in some economic death spiral, and we're not even going to have the tools to necessarily correct. The U.S. economy is versatile. I mean, there's a lot of moving pieces. It's hard for one man to kill it. I don't know if this was a Krugman article or if it was a if it was one of the Noahs, if it was a no opinion article. Like the U.S. economy is robust, but like you can only do so much retarded, wacky shit before eventually you send us down some road where recovery is going to be almost impossible. Yeah.
We're in a really weird time where we're not even gonna be able to trust the data soon.
Yeah, that's not
good.
good.
And the data is not good. I don't have to tell you guys. You guys know my stance on this, but it's becoming.
I'm sorry. This was last thing. I hate it so much when Trump keeps saying everybody wants access to the U.S. economy. We got one of the hottest economies in the world. You don't understand how much everybody wants access. It's like, yes, but that's not by accident. That's not random chance. That's because of the deliberate work that went into building the United States as a profitable place for investors, as a reliable place for stability, as a place where you can trust the government to do what it's supposed to do, as a place where you can trust rule of law. Like there's a reason why everybody wants access to the U.S. economy, and you're destroying all of those reasons. You're getting rid of all of that, and you don't realize it. People don't just want access to it because there's 300 million people here. There's more people in China. There's more people in India. There's more people in the European Union. Like if you destroy all the things that made the U.S. great and made it a desirable place to invest in, nobody's going to want to invest in this fucking country.
We're in a really weird time where we're not even gonna be able to trust the data soon. And the data is not good. I don't have to tell you guys. You guys know my stance on this, but it's becoming more and more clear now that there's just a massive, massive disconnect between the stock market, which has been relatively bubbly in the past few months, and the real world ability of people to find jobs. And firing our BLS statistician is not making any of that better. So that's where we're at. That's the update I wanted to give on what's going on today.
I feel like the S&P 500 was always historically criticized for being tech heavy before this AI shit. But now with this AI stuff, I say AI shit, I'm not trying to speak with derision, but like for as much as people cried about NAFTA's impacts on, working class people, bro, having every single thing concentrated in just this one specific part of the tech sector is probably not very healthy for the U.S. economy too, right? And you want to talk about needing a college degree or whatever to work on, to work for jobs, and everybody complaining about that, like, oh, it's not fair that we all need to be so educated now. Like the level of education and knowledge that you're going to need to work on this stuff is going to be even higher. Okay, it's going to be even harder, right? Like retards will look at AI like this, like. Where's the meme? Like the retard guy is like, AI is bad for workers, okay? And then the midwit guy is like, AI is actually super good. It helps us do a lot of our jobs a lot more efficiently than it was before. Like it actually makes it done more things easier. Like it's super good. But then the guy over here is like, yeah, and that's why half of you motherfuckers are going to be replaced by people that are hyper competent. The fact that AI is making your job so easy means that there's probably one person that could do what 20 of you did before. So the competition for that guy's job is going to be way fucking harder than it was for all these guys. Yeah, it's a lot of concentration, which isn't even necessarily a bad thing. There are ways that you can compensate for this. I don't think you should ever destroy some of your markets because they might hurt other employment markets, but you have to be mindful of it. And I think we're just walking into this fucking blind. Or who knows, maybe we'll nuke our relationship with the rest of the world so much we won't even be able to import the processors needed to run all this shit anyway, so fuck it.
Let me know your thoughts. It's fucking crazy. It's Banana Republic shit.
Okay, one more thing while I'm walking through the airport. The two companies that I mentioned, Meta and Microsoft, that had bombshell earnings beats, they're laying people off. Okay, they're not even hiring. So even the companies that are doing well aren't hiring. It's terrible. It's a terrible job market.
Wait, sorry, what?
Okay, they're not even hiring. So even the companies that are doing well aren't hiring.
Oh.
It's terrible. It's a terrible job market. All right, wish me luck. I'm going to Canada. Bye.
Sure, maybe, yeah. Just because companies are firing, though, remember, stock price, if you've ever followed companies that are having a disaster, sometimes them firing, 20% of their workers is the thing that sends the stock price going higher again because they're restructuring in a way to where they're hiring people that are more, they're assets to the company rather than maybe sectors that have been a big drain on the company as well. So Did you see that Meta was offering like $1 billion to top AI researchers? I didn't believe that. I saw it posted on Twitter. I didn't believe it. There has to be some kind of attached agreement for either massive non-competes or some kind of like IP purchase or some kind of company merger. I don't believe that $1 billion fucking W-2s are going out. I don't believe that.
Companies that are doing well aren't hiring. It's terrible. It's a terrible job market. All right.
Okay. Good one. Where were we? Jesus. Why wouldn't Candace fight with me this long when I blew her the fuck out for faking her college education, which she absolutely fucking did, by the way. Non-competes are illegal in California? I seriously doubt it for like C-level execs or top level people. I'm pretty sure the thing that they X non-competes on are for like if you're just an ordinary employee, you can't non-compete people out of fucking like working for a competitor. For obvious reasons, it's retarded. But I seriously doubt that you could enforce like a non-compete against like a C-level exec or like a very, very high important employee or whatever that's like a ton of company information and say, well, you can't just go and work for the competing company. I would be surprised if that was the case. Read this thread. It is Kino. Why is Candace Owens trying to rehabilitate Harvey Weinstein? Uh-oh, Jew. Wait, is she trying to rehabilitate Harvey Weinstein? She flamed out of Daily Wire for taking a stand against Israel, but now she uses her platform to defend a Democrat pervert with ties to Israeli intelligence. So weird. Destiny, yep, it's the Google Gemini strategy. You avoid FTC cases about mergers by hiring the founders/owners of a firm while signing a technically not exclusive licensing deal with their tech. Oh, sure, that makes sense, yeah. Yeah, because sometimes company mergers are sometimes about like buying talent and you want to keep them working for you for some number of years as a condition of the merger or whatever. Destiny, according to Reddit, the $1 billion was contingent on performance. It's not guaranteed. I listen, I could be, maybe my mind is just not there, but I trust my mind on this more than lay Redditors. $1 billion is a lot of money. Like when you're talking about like $1 billion is company money, like company or intellectual property money, not employment money. Wages are just not that high. Even owners of companies that make billions don't get it in wages. This is for like intellectual property creation or like company creation or merger stuff. I don't know if I would believe if somebody said they were paying not eight figures to AI researchers. Like, oh, he gets his wage is like $15 million or whatever. Like, I feel like this is going to be in the form of like it's going to be stock compensation or no, not even compensation. Could the top people maybe, but $1 billion is like, it's so much. That's so much money. Somebody said, Destiny, the main guy who they offered it to is a co-founder of PsyTorch, and they did it to match what he would lose by leaving his company and the stock he would lose as a result, and he declined for that exact reason. He's the co-founder of PsyTorch. What were they, but if they're trying to buy him out, were they trying to also buy like shares of his company or his company as well? Like, is that individual's mind independent of all intellectual property and independent of all company assets and everything else really worth $250 million a year for 4 years? Like, if the guy is so fucking smart, why not just copy paste all of his emails, put them into Grok, and then have the AI be that guy? Okay, stop. Let me see what's our girl up to.
That there may, but have you considered that it could be deeper? That there was somebody who wanted. But
why does this motherfucker look like Zordon from the Power Rangers movie after Rita broke his containment facility? Am I crazy?
Now let's go find Ivy.
Hey, what's happening?
What's going on?
Look at this place.
I can't believe it. What happened here? Oh no.
Zordon!
What's happening to him?
Right? A little
Outside
bit?
of his time warp. He's dying. He needs power.
Have you considered that it could be deeper, that there was somebody who wanted you put away, that there may have been someone who wanted your company? Because to me, there is just
Wait, what? I'm trying to think of what is the Candace Owens angle here. So she generally blames Jews on shit for controlling the media. Weinstein is like her perfect conspiratorial fall guy. He's a crazy Jew dude in charge of a lot of the media apparatus and movies and stuff that's trying to gayify and wokeify and transify all of our society. Probably from the Mossad or from Israel. Why would Candace be on his? I'm so confused. Unless she's trying to take the angle of like all women complaining about being raped or molested or like, you know, forced to do sexual acts are for all of that shit was fake. But why would you I feel like you'd care about the anti-Israel angle more than some weird feminist angle. I feel like that's so 2016. I don't know. All right.
There is just overwhelming evidence that you were set up here. It looks to me like a modern day hit. I don't know who you upset. I don't know what they were after, but it just looks to me like a rigged system and they took you out. To me, it looks like it was just a show trial and the outcome was already determined before you even stepped into that courtroom. I do think that you stepped on somebody's toes. Like there's somebody's toes that you stepped on that you may not have been aware of when you were in Hollywood because you had a lot of power.
Candace Owens does a lot of culture stuff, by the way. This is this is like your woman's entrance point into these weird alt-right spaces. I don't know if you know that. If you ever are chatting up a cutie pie and you're like, oh, do you follow media stuff? It's like, oh, a lot of stuff. It's like, oh, do you ever look at like Joe Rogan? I'm like, no. What about like Daily Wire stuff? Do you know Ben Shapiro is? Like, no. Oh, do you follow any kind of politics stuff? Like, not really, no. And it's like, oh, well, what do you think about like did you see like the Diddy trial stuff? Oh, yeah, Candace covered that. Also, did you know that French Macron's wife is definitely a man? And I think that the MH-113 flight flew into the, and it's like, oh, shit, oh, hold on, wait, oh, yeah, Candace Owens, she does so much culture stuff. Candace Owens covers a ton of pop culture stuff. I think it's probably her biggest thing. Like, we don't cover much on my stream, we don't talk about her, and it seems like she's like disappeared, but I don't think so. I think her culture stuff is still pretty popular, no? Oh, God.
All right, you guys, Jeffrey
Harvey speaks. Exclusive interview on his retrial. Fucking Russell Brand. What a horror. Oh, and this guy hosts her show now. It's so cringe. Ugh. One of my favorite normie creators casually dropped Candace Owens. Yikes. Okay, sorry.
You had a lot of power.
I can't say who.
Why not? Why can't you say who? What do you have to lose?
Because I'm not sure that I'm right.
Then you say, I think. Maybe.
Now that was some real ass journalism. Do you know who did it? Well, I don't want to say because I'm not sure. We'll just say, I think this person did it.
That I'm right.
Then you say, I think. Maybe. I really want to push you on this point, Harvey, because I think it's very significant. I mean, you had the greatest movies that were in Hollywood. You had a lot of power, and I'm wondering if there was anybody in Hollywood.
Wait, what were Harvey Weinstein movies even? I actually have no idea. Are these movies that I liked? Oh, no. Pulp Fiction? As a producer, though, right? What do producers even do? Do we even give a fuck? Never mind, don't care.
That you may have been fighting with at that time. That just anything that could have been going on. Because I think there's something bigger happening here.
There wasn't a fight per se, but the establishment, I would not say, was my friends.
Right. And what is the establishment in Hollywood?
It's normally the big studios, but I can't say that they were part of this.
Right.
Because he also doesn't... Well, how long is he in jail for? Wait, Harvey Weinstein Wikipedia. Let's go back. Conviction overturned. Wait, this is a question for AI. When does Harvey Weinstein get out of jail? He is currently serving a 23-year sentence in New York for a 2020 conviction. Damn. Which was later overturned. And he served a 16-year sentence in California for a 2022 conviction. Damn. The New York conviction has been overturned and a retrial is scheduled. Oh, this guy doesn't want to say any retarded shit before his retrial. That'd be really bad. California remains in effect. He will remain in prison. He's eligible for parole in New York in 2039. Is he serving the California sentence in New York? He pushed hard to get everything everywhere all at once greenlit. Oh no. And we put him in jail for how long? Wait, what exactly did this guy do again? Just kidding. Stop. Oh damn, he's 73. Good luck.
No, I'm just wondering, like, who in the end, who owns all those movies now? Who owns your catalog? What happened to your company?
We sold the catalog to a company called Be-In, you know what I mean, which is owned by the Qatari government, and we sold the other part of the library to a company called Spyglass.
Qatar, we don't like talking bad things about Qatar and Russia and stuff, so sorry, try again.
And Lantern, which is owned by the Saudi Arabian government.
Very interesting. I'm asking these questions because my investigation into this isn't going to stop.
Do you think he knows that she's trying to pin it on the Jews? Is he totally clueless here? I have no clue. Sometimes I wonder when I watch people, it's so weird. Remember we running this, repeat the clip. I need saved clips for this when we talk about this, right? Remember back in 2016, it was constantly Twitter is not real life, Twitter's not real life. And then as time has gone on, real life has turned into Twitter, right? It actually is real life, unfortunately. Sometimes I feel like I've spent so much time in like these weird Nazi circles or these weird things that, and then we spent so much time covering other political people that it's like very obvious in my mind to see how people are politically, but some people seem to miss that a lot. Actually, even people in my community. Like when I said I think Hassan is more likely to genocide the Jews than Myron is, like it seems like, I don't know how many of you guys, but some percentage of you got really ass-paying. He's like, oh, you just hate Hassan and that's why you're saying that. But I was like, well, no, the ideology is like very obvious. Like Myron would want to kick all the Jews out of the US, maybe kill them, I guess. And then he would say, fuck it, he didn't give a fuck. Hassan would want to destroy the country of Israel, even if that meant a genocide of the Jews, 100%. These are just like ideological things that I feel like are pretty obvious. Another really obvious one that I was so surprised was Ted Cruz going on to talk to Tucker Carlson. Like there has to be a lot of lack of understanding of what these people are politically if Ted Cruz thought he was going on to that for like just a super friendly interview, especially related to Iran. That's just wild to me. But I don't know if the staffers don't watch enough or if the people don't watch enough or if there's some like trickery there or what, but maybe it could be that Harvey Weinstein, another thing too, you kind of have to know life this shit. Like you can't, you really have to be in here to understand the dog whistles and to understand like the wordplay and to understand what people really mean when they say a thing. It's pretty hard, I guess, if you're not living and breathing all this autistic shit. So. Tucker and Ted had friendly interviews before, so Ted probably just got like bruised. Yeah, but Tucker used to be significantly different before, right? Tucker used to be like the literal quasi neocon turned MAGA supporter turned like full on Russian simp now. He's a full fucking Russian simp, you know? Okay, so where were we? Okay, so Nick Fuentes says, I'll open that. We'll see. Okay. Why is Candace Owens trying to rehabilitate Harvey Weinstein? She flamed out of Daily Wire for taking a stand against Israel, but now she uses her platform to defend a Democrat pervert with ties to Israeli intelligence. So weird. I don't know. Didn't you say I was likely funded by Russia through the Tate brothers? Can't lie. It was definitely Putin that made me tell you that marriage was aspirational. Vladimir hits me up on WhatsApp and asks me to do the most random things, LOL. Candace has absolutely taken trips to Russia before on Russian dime and has gotten paid for those trips. I 100% know that. I don't know how much she talks about or anything, but that is absolutely true. I don't know how much that influences her current media take or anything like that. But so your answer is, I don't know. I'm not the only one wondering why you would use your platform to rehabilitate a Mossad-connected Democrat pervert. But just last week, I was tagged in a clip of you claiming it was Russia that was backing me. Do you think it's the Mossad now? The Israelis say it's Qatar that's funding me. So at this point, I really don't know. Everyone is wondering why you crashed out on your boss, Ben Shapiro, just so you could rehabilitate a degenerate Zionist like Harvey Weinstein, especially after your little Frankist stunt last year. It's all just a bit suspicious. Hopefully you can reassure us. Thank you. I think the best way to handle this is for you to post a clip screaming, "I'm a real man again," and refer to me as a bitch a few more times to really prove it. Because if a man is calling a woman a stupid bitch, is he even really a man? I think not. This is the way forward. Why don't you put the phone down and go make me a sandwich? And then once you've calmed down and collected yourself, explain why you are trying to help Harvey Weinstein and convince us that it's the Frankists and not the Jews. I'm literally shaking right now. How will I ever survive being told to go make you a sandwich? You really are setting an example for real men everywhere. I'm trying my best to calm down and collect myself, but I'm a woman, so give me time. Do you know the Frankists lore? I feel like the Frankists were tied into the Jew. Is this something related to fucking communism a long time ago or something? I feel like I've heard Candace bring this up before. I don't remember. Oh no, not at all. Frankism was a Sabbatian religious movement originating in Rabbinic Judaism of the 18th and 19th centuries. Created in Podolia, what the fuck is that? Is a historic region in Eastern Europe. Okay. It was named after its founder, Jacob Frank. Frank completely rejected Jewish norms, preaching to his followers that they were obligated to transgress moral boundaries, embracing antinomianism. Antinomianism is any view which rejects laws or legalism and argues against moral, religious, or social norms. What? Okay, I don't know. This sounds autistic as fuck. Okay. Take all the time you need. Turkey, provolone, lettuce, and tomato, please. Easy mayo, thanks, hun. What? Okay. I'm sorry, I hurt your I don't like this. I feel like this is a bad sandwich. Sorry. I'm sorry, I hurt your feelings. Everyone can see that you are totally not a raging bitch. The thing is, I'm just not myself when I'm hungry. That's why I need a sandwich. Is that the joke from the Snickers commercial? So good. Keep going, Nick. Total annihilation cope ratio, bro. No way I can survive this. True, you seem totally unbothered right now. Look, I'm not trying to annihilate you. I just want to keep pushing Harvey Weinstein the Frankists on us, but you're being really defensive. What? Why am I reading this? To be honest, the walls are closing in on me. You're too close to covering how me, the Tate brothers, Israel, and Russia are working together to bring down France.
I don't hate Candace Owens. Yeah. I don't have a big problem with her. And I think she's doing good work. She's bringing a lot of people around to the truth. And she throws in a lot of nonsense about Brigitte Macron and other stuff I don't agree with. Yeah. I think that's nonsense. But
yeah, that is, she's saying that this dude is married to his dad?
Yeah. That the French president's wife is not just a transgender man, but is also his father. He's married to his, and I'm like, you lost me. I mean, that's a little out there.
I have multiple, half of them ex now, real life friends, by the way, who believe this, by the way. I don't know how pervasive this is on other parts of the internet, but Jesus Christ.
But so I
hadn't heard about the dad thing, but in terms of people that listen to Candace Owens, like just in passing, that believe that 100% that Macron's wife is a man, that is super pervasive, I guess, among some people, or at least, yeah.
I hate her.
It's so funny how that's the line for you, though.
Well, because that's crazy. Like that's...
Dude,
you lost me.
You're funny to me. That's the line. No.
I've heard that I've heard that the Michelle Obama is a man thing. The Michelle Obama thing is like, oh, she's got broad shoulders, so she must be a man. That's that. But Candace is like a whole ass. I think didn't Candace do like a 7-part series on how Macron's wife is actually his brother or is a man or something? Like she has gone way further. Candace Owens, I think, is on record saying, "I will stake my entire professional career and reputation on Macron's wife being a man." Like for some reason, she's massive on it. Yeah, and she, Macron is suing Candace now for this.
No, that.
I mean, come on. He's married to. Maybe she's transgender, but she's his dad. Come on.
It's insane.
I mean,
it's a little insane.
That's a little out there. And I have my reasons for why I think she's pushing that. I don't know how sincere that is, but
what do you think that is? Why do you think she's pushing that?
Honestly, this is going to sound maybe equally crazy, but I think it's like Russian propaganda because France is Russia's mortal enemy right now for a variety of reasons. Because France is pushing the Ukraine war harder than anybody, and because Russia is overthrowing all of France's.
France wants the Ukraine war harder than anyone. You're
saying?
Yes. Okay.
They want their troops in Ukraine. There are their troops in Ukraine.
Okay.
And Russia is overthrowing all of the French allied governments in Africa.
Why doesn't Nick seem to simp for Russia? So not to do the whole fucking like I hate lefties or whatever, but for people like Nick, Nick is an America First guy who believes that who does believe there are foreign enemies that would try to destroy us, and who would want to do everything he could for America to overcome those foreign enemies. Now, one of those foreign enemies just also happens to be the Mossad in Israel, and which is why Jews controlling our culture and banks and all that are bad too. But his position, like, also he's read more on a lot of these things, and even if they're kind of retarded, if as long as Israel's not involved, he'll probably have like a decent understanding of the foreign policy issue, just based on what I've heard him say. Now, once Israel gets involved, then the brains break. But
which France relies on, so they're like mortal. Suffice to say, they're mortal enemies right now. And I think, why would somebody be so...
He was simping for Putin and Russia a lot in like 2022. He just pivoted Israel stuff now. Didn't you debate on Russia? I don't know if I would say that he was necessarily simping for Russia and Putin, more so that because a lot of these America First types, whether you're talking about MAGA or the neo-Nazis or whatever, don't want us to be involved at all in any international conflict. And as a result of that, they will argue for peeling back NATO. They will argue that Ukraine is corrupt and horrible. They might even argue some pro-arguments related to Russia, but it's not because they're pro-Russia. It's just because they really don't want the U.S. to be involved. And then in terms of being the Russia simp stuff, the simping that a lot of these types, it also infected a lot of the manosphere movement too. The reason why they simped for the Russian types is because Russia and Putin, they come across as like strong men, and these types of like authoritarian fascist types love the strong man archetype. So like you hate feminism and you hate like gay culture and LGBT stuff and woke stuff, and you're strong on your religion and all that shit. Now the reality of the situation doesn't matter, right? How strong do they actually stand on this? How strong are these men? It's just the attitude, and that was the thing that they were very simpy for. Like, I don't think there's ever a world, I could be wrong, but I don't think there's ever a world where Nick would be like, yeah, I think I would move to Russia. I think Nick would just say Russia does some things that we need to start doing in this country again, like throwing gay people off roofs or being, stronger. I don't know if they do that in Russia, unless it's a political enemy of Putin. But
fixated on Macron, of all people, the French president. What does that have to do with us? And there's this salacious scandal. So, and one of the things this is maybe a bridge too far for you or for the audience, but one of the things I've really learned over the time that I've been doing this, in addition to the rabbit hole of Israel and the Jewish religion and the rest of it, is the extent to which so much of the media is involved with the intelligence agencies. And so maybe 2 years ago, I didn't believe any of that. Now, I think that the Russians, and to an extent, yes, the Qataris, the Emiratis, the Saudis, the Turks, the Israelis, they all have a hand in a lot of the media. And the Tenet thing was a huge scandal. You remember Tenet Media, where Tim Pool and Lauren Chen and Dave Rubin, they were getting $10 million from the Russians.
Confirmed.
Yes, from Russia. And it was a huge scandal. And
I hate that. Is it Bradley Martin asks that like that's like a huge revelation? Like, confirmed? Really? Yeah, I guess they didn't even contest it, dog. Oh my God. Oh, I wonder how much he knows about like the Hunter Biden, the Joe Biden crime family. and didn't know that. God, that kills me. It wasn't even like contested. They were just like, yeah, we got that money, but we were victims. We actually got raped with that money. We were non-consensually given all that money from Russia.
That and other things kind of woke me up to the overlap. Now, that's a theory. That's pure speculation with Candace. That's my hunch. I haven't done a deep dive on that, and I have no proof of that. But you just try to, like we were talking about earlier, how do you discern? Why is she going so hard against the French president? You say, well, who has it out for France right now? You say, well, Russia. And who else has it out for France? Well, France just recognized Palestine's statehood.
And I saw that, and I saw it was a long tweet that just seemed to be like, there needs to be peace and all this stuff, right?
And that's what the Israelis said. They said, you are rewarding terrorism. You're on the side of the terrorists. You're going to get Israel annihilated. They said you're crusading against Israel to destroy Israel for saying he recognizes Palestinian statehood. Now, France, historically, has always been hypercritical of the neocons. He was, not Macron in particular, but France was against the war in Iraq. They're against any campaign against Iran. They're pro-Palestine. They're against Israel's involvement in Lebanon. So and what you realize is that Israel and Russia are very tight for the reasons we talked about earlier.
I didn't hear that part of Israel and Russia being very tight.
Because there is such a big Russian Jewish diaspora that left Russia to go to Israel.
In like the 1800s. I mean.
So Russia and Israel are like this. Russia.
This is what I mean. Like as soon as Israel becomes involved, it becomes like brain broken and fucking retarded, I guess. So, okay.
France. Israel now hates France. Now, when you see someone gunning for the French.
No, in the 90s, after the fall of the USSR, how much of the, how many people moved after that? My understanding is the vast majority of Jewish people in Israel now, over half of them that are there now, came from other Middle Eastern countries. And then a good chunk, like 80% of the other half, came from European places, like Western Europe. I know that there were the first two waves of Jews that tried to go to the Levant were Russian from East Russia, like in 1880 and like 1902 or something. I don't know how many moved after the fall of the Soviet Union. Somebody link me a number. Oh wait, AI. Oh wait, hold on. Let's try our Grok out. I'll try him for stream. Hold on. How many Jews moved from Russia to Israel after the fall of the Soviet Union? Question mark. Okay, he'll tell me.
French president, and there were even rumors. Researcher, which was run by Chuck Johnson years ago, they had a campaign saying that Macron was a gay man in 2017. So you have these elements on the right wing that over 10 years are perpetrating this campaign to say Macron is gay. No, his wife is a man. His wife is his dad, actually. And you say, who hates Macron the most? If it's Russia and Israel and they're in connection, cui bono, who benefits? Maybe there's something going on there. He's not, I don't love him, but I just see the people that are against him.
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Well, dude, that's like getting into what? You thinking at some point someone comes and says, hey, Candace, you have this big platform. Maybe use it for a little bit of this. Here's some money.
I don't know if it's that
because
explicit.
they didn't call you a Fed too, right?
They do. Yeah. Everyone gets called the Fed like that, but and on some level you have to be careful with everybody, but I don't know exactly how that works. I'm sure maybe in her heart of hearts she thinks that's real, but I wonder who put her onto that, because that's a pretty obscure theory. There's a lot of people in France that push that, and how did that get on her radar? That's what I'm interested in. But
I get it.
She could be sincere. I don't know. That's speculative.
Okay. If I fly back from LA, if I leave at 6 a.m. and I land here at 2:30 p.m., am I going to stream that day, or will I hate myself? What did Grok say? I don't know. He's thinking. Why am I going to LA? Because I have that, in 2 days, I have that, the thing I'm doing with the modern day debate guy. But I'm flying out on the morning of the 5th, so I'll stream tomorrow. Tomorrow's the 4th, right? Then I can fly back really early the morning of the 6th. I think we can do it. Damn, Grok's still thinking. He's going through a lot of sources. He's doing a lot of work right now, okay? Okay, this was a whole waste of time. Why the fuck did I? Okay, these guys are retarded. I don't care. What the fuck is this?
Which side are...
Hold on.
You fast, Hollywood.
Jesus.
Bam! The world discovers that you've been covering up for a serial rapist. America voted for a misogynist, said every actor and actress everywhere.
What, is she like 20 in this? How long ago was this?
Just after they had got finished smooching up to Harvey Weinstein.
And I want to thank you, Candace, for giving me the opportunity to speak.
I do not remember when I was growing up having all of these race issues, okay? I really don't remember it. And then suddenly towards the end of...
That's a nice lie, because in high school, her parents literally sued the school because a student was racist to her, and they got like a $10,000 payout or something, but okay.
Obama, we started hearing all of this rhetoric drummed up. It became white versus black all over again. And I say all over again, I shouldn't even say that because when I was alive, this was not an issue.
In 2007, Owens accused white males of racially harassing and threatening.
Oh shit, I was wrong. Fuck, they brought up the actual rate. My bad, I should have looked that up. Okay, it was 37,000, not 10,000. My bad. My point is even stronger though.
To kill her. Owens' family received a settlement of $37,500 from Stamford Public Schools.
Whoever it is that is calling for speech to be censored is a liar, okay? A liar. I don't care what the subject is. You should be allowed to hear the debate. I do not care who the person is. You should be allowed to hear what they say.
Hey guys, my name is Candace Owens and I am the founder of Social...
By the way, heuristic for you. Anybody that is constantly talking... Well, actually, never mind. That was stupid. Nope, never mind. I was going to say something dumb. I'm conflating two subjects. When there are people that like obsessively talk about free speech so much and like, yo, we should all be able to talk, blah, 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 but they never actually say anything. They just talk about free speech. But I guess Candace Owens does say anything. But I was conflating that with the just asking questions thing. People are like, what's going on with this? Why isn't this a thing? It's like, well, I don't know. Have you looked it up? But this is not the same. Okay, there. See, I should have asked Grok for that. I should have passed by him first. See, I fucked up. My job's going to get replaced.
Autopsy.com.
There are literally...
She looks like she's like 18 in this video. How old are these videos?
Candace Owens, and I am the founder of socialautopsy.com.
There are literally thousands of instances of hate speech being circulated online.
So what we do is we attach their words to their places of employment, and anybody in the entire world...
I'm saying this not just like rhetorically, but I think Candace started really, really young in the media. She might have started as a progressive first, actually. Dude, I'm not gonna pretend to ever remember her name. The black lady that I talked to with the cool hair at the PragerU, I want to say her name is like Jacoboji. I can't even guess it. But she also started off, I think, like as a progressive, and then became like a conservative. Who am I thinking of? You know what? PragerU black woman. Yes. Amala Ekpunobi. Ekpunobi? I think she start off as like a progressive college kid and then she became like a conservative or something? Or at least that's what she said.
Can search for them. What we are doing is figuratively lifting the masks up.
Social autopsy is your digital footprint. So be mindful of the words that you share.
There is no stone that I will leave unturned when it comes to harming children. This was the red line, and it is absolutely foolish for Trump to think that he can redirect the energy of MAGA somewhere else and tell us, oh no, don't look over there.
The first case involves a man who I am not going to name. Only reason I'm not going to name him is because at the time of the allegations against him, was in fact a minor, and that of course is relevant. So we just want to be ethical here and not expose his name so that people can look up the case.
So she wants to be ethical here, and she's protecting the man who has been convicted of a sex crime against 2 different minors because there was a minor involved. However, she has no problem saying what the minor's name is, but she's not mentioning the actual name of Keith Fox, who was convicted and sentenced to 24 years in prison for sexually abusing 2 different minors.
performed deviant sexual acts in the bedroom, such as urinating on her during intercourse.
Yeah, he's the victim. He's the victim here. The 57-year-old married man who is urinating on a 15-year-old child is the victim.
All of the blame. They always want to blame Israel, no matter what. The strangest things. Anything could happen. It could not rain for 3 days, and it's it's cursed Israel. These characters are just being inserted into places to serve Israel. That makes Israel the master of the universe.
Okay, I don't know what this milk bar thing is, but this is fucking retarded. But okay. Thank you for that. Okay, somebody keeps linking this video. 86K views 8 days ago.
Are you on
What?
red or blue, Democrat or Republican, Israel or Palestine? It's interesting how our society always comes up with the same two-choice question over and over again, and refusing to pick a side is probably the most damaging choice, as you effectively invalidate this political rivalry as pointless and stupid. You effectively insult both sides at once and make yourself hated by everyone. But someone has to bear that cross. The contemporary right wing has found itself in an interesting predicament when asked to choose which side in the Palestine-Israel conflict they're on. Most young guys like me will say, of course Palestine. But then you realize you're siding with crazy women on SSRIs, gender goblins, and this poor child, and suddenly you discover that you don't care as much about Palestine as you thought previously. So you look back to the Zionist side.
Before we get too deep into this video, okay, I will say, all right, there are 4 types of people. There are the people who say, I am on the left side of an issue. There are the people who say, I am on the right side of an issue. And then there are the people who say, I'm not on either side of the issue because I take a nuanced position and they've done no reading or research into it whatsoever and they're just fucking retarded and they just want to find a way to feel superior to everybody else. These are the worst types of people, okay? These are the worst types and everybody should make fun of these people because they are the worst. And then in a better world, you have people who have sides on issues, but they realize that like it can be complicated. There's pros and cons. There's different things that we have to keep in mind and blah, blah, blah. And these are your best types, okay? They can still have positions, strong ones. But this guy down here is always the worst type of person. I don't know what this guy is.
And you see Ben Shapiro advocating for another intervention in Iran because they are about to create, for real this time, the ever-elusive weapons of mass destruction again. You see Zion Dawn spurring out about how this whole Epstein thing never happened, and worst of all, you see the misfit patriot showing signs of life. And so I realized one thing, that the most psychotic and delusional element of this whole conflict is not the people...
Holy shit, that's not what I was expecting to see. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Wait, Grok finished thinking. It took him 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Nice. Approximately 403,000 people have moved from Russia to Israel under the law of return since the fall of the Soviet Union in 1991. This figure includes both halakhically Jewish individuals and their non-Jewish relatives eligible for immigration. The proportion of halakhically, is that a word? Jewish immigrants from then is varied, starting around 66. Okay, to break it down. From 92 to 2018, 274,000 people came. Okay. Halakha means legally Jewish as defined in the religion. Gotcha. Does it source its claims? Oh yeah, but it says 70 web pages. I ain't got time to click through all that. Destiny, this says it was a mill. That's from the entire Soviet Union, so that could be from non-Russian places. But Grok says that at the bottom. He says, for comparison, the overall post-Soviet aliyah from the entire former Soviet Union, including Russia, was about 1.3 million since 1990, with Russia accounting for roughly 30 to 40% of that wave. Okay.
Fighting on the ground in the Middle East, but the supporters of either side in the West. Both sides make themselves so unlikable for the average right-winger that most guys like me adopt a I don't care if the Middle East gets turned into a parking lot overnight policy when it comes to the Israel-Palestine conflict, regardless of the actual merits of the people on the ground.
Why am I watching this? Okay, I don't care about this guy. Thank you. What is this? Some guy spammed this. The war against the internet, about censorship happening right now.
There is a war against the anonymity of the internet, which is currently being waged in the background of public perception.
Based.
Most of us don't really think about this, at least
Just
on a
kidding.
day-to-day level.
Not
once
based.
in a while, whether because of a specific event or some kind of individual catalyst, once in a while, things in the background end up in the spotlight. And today, that seems to be precisely what's happening. None of what I'm going to talk about today is new, strictly speaking. Pretty much everything I'm going to mention has been developing over the span of several years, in fact. But with a perfect storm of
Holy shit! Code.
Coinciding enforcement measures, the war against the internet is more obvious than ever before. And I think it's worth doing a sort of top-down overview of what's happening and why, because I don't think a lot of people are fully aware of just how far and fast the implications are spreading.
Okay.
First things first, as in the load-bearing pillar of why people are talking about this so much right now to begin with. First is the Online Safety Act, which was passed originally in 2023 and is now being enforced by Ofcom, the Office of Communications Regulation arm of the UK government, in 2025. Just to be clear, I am not an expert on UK politics or government structure, okay? I'm doing an overly simplified version right now because there's a whole lot more to talk about after this part, but if I do get something wrong, which I might, feel free to chime in down below in the comment section. The Online Safety Act, which is now being actively enforced in the UK, is, quote, a new set of laws that protects children and adults online, end quote. However, it's not just about children, and it never was. Children are simply the best way to emotionally frame these new laws.
Ooh.
Primarily aimed at social media companies and adult websites, the idea is that a lot of these platforms are specifically damaging for developing minds, and running the risk right now of alienating a large portion of the audience immediately. To a degree, I think most rational people can sort of get on board with that. TikTok dramatically lowers attention spans, Instagram dramatically reduces happiness and overall self-worth, pornography has a whole host of damaging effects associated with it that I'm not even going to go into right now, and the idea of regulating these platforms in some type of way is actually insanely popular. As per United States survey data from YouGov in January of 2025, 57% of Americans think that social media needs more regulation, while just 15% believe less. Long story short, something does need to be done. Except when we start talking about governmental regulation, there's this pesky little problem that very often shows up called the slippery slope. The Online Safety Act, which is now being...
Not the slippery slope! Remember the wise saying, always let perfect be the enemy of progress. It's very good if you're trying to progress towards something to stop all progress if it can't be perfect. I think. Or maybe I have that exactly backwards. I'm not sure.
Enforced in the UK is branded, in theory, as a protection mechanism for children who shouldn't be exposed to certain types of online content. But in practice, it's a whole lot more invasive than that. Far from just the adult entertainment platforms, which, by the way, I'm not even going to focus on.
What's your take on porn being harmful right now? Who the fuck cares? Porn is the most annoying thing to talk about because it's the least important thing. And I watch it for 12 hours a day. I am the #1 guru. I have subscriptions to every single... No, it's just like, it's the most like brain dead, like, oh, we got to do something about the internet. I agree we have to do something about the internet. Oh my God, it's like destroying the world. Yes, it is. OnlyFans. Like, no. Jesus Christ. I'm thinking like QAnon. Like,
for today, that's a whole separate minefield. These new regulations are affecting a host of additional websites, such as Discord. Partnering up with a company called KID, Discord now requires users in the UK to either...
The thing is, all of this age verification shit is such a good idea. They're just applying it in the wrong direction. We shouldn't be worried about people who are 18 and under, like banning them from the internet. We need to ban people that are 55 and older. That's the problem, okay? We're just looking at the wrong age group.
Partnering up with a company called KID, Discord now requires users in the UK to either scan their faces or their photo ID and verify with this third party that they're above the proper age in order to access the service. Discord certainly has its dangers, no doubt about that, like being a content distribution network for malware in a lot of cases, but if we're talking about online safety aimed at children specifically, forcing every single person who uses Discord to scan their face or their driver's license suddenly starts feeling a little bit, like, slippery. What about Spotify? Yeah, under these very far-reaching new online verification laws in the UK, many people are being locked out of their Spotify accounts until they scan their faces or upload IDs. And this time it's partnered with a company called Yachty. So far, that's only 2, but keep in mind, this is now 2 companies you've never heard of and previously never interacted with, Yachty and KID, who are now processing your facial scans or official documents. Once again, framing this type of digital verification procedure as necessary under the guise of protecting children from adult websites is one thing, but the picture starts rapidly changing when it begins creeping all the way to something like Spotify. How about more, such as Reddit? Yes, it turns out that Reddit is also part of this, using a company called Persona to process facial scans and official IDs, which is yet another third party that has critical, confidential, and biometric data on its user base now. What about Twitter? Yes, Twitter as well, this time through a company called Authentics, which they've already done prior to this.
More like autism Authentics.
The Twitter Blue program to a certain degree. But what if I told you that Authentics, discovered in 2024, had a data breach that persisted for over a year, exposing licensed photos to the online world? I certainly have my gripes with Twitter. It's a monument of humanity's intellectual failure, to be honest. But previously, if you wanted to, the site could be browsed without giving your sensitive information over to a third party and facial scans to an insecure, unknown company. The framing was adult content websites, pornography. But the practice is everything from Discord to Spotify and all sorts of additional social platforms on top of that. Here's the thing, though. While the UK is certainly catalyzing a broader discussion right now online, it's far from the only country doing it. Switching over to Australia, there's a law that's been in the works for years now, broken down across 2 separate parts, which is perhaps even more invasive. Part 1 is an amendment of the 2021 Online Safety Act, which implements various restrictions on social media, kind of similar when compared to the UK, this time aimed at users under 16 years old instead of 13. But Part 2, which would come into effect in December of 2025, aims to require that search engines verify age through facial scans or official documents before you can actually use them. Remember, most people are on board with the idea that social media needs to be somewhat regulated. The original framing of these laws, at least in the UK and the United States, though I haven't gotten to that part yet, the original framing centers on adult websites. But the slippery slope argument has never appeared more true than it does right now, as the practical reality sets in, and we see everything from music to social community platforms, and even search engines becoming the targets. It's not just Australia either. The Philippines now has a very similar law being proposed, seems to be a watered-down version of what Australia is doing in particular, called SB 40, regulating the use of social media platforms by minors, proposed on July 2nd, where we could see, quote, referencing Australia, taking inspiration from this model and in adherence to our state's declared policy of promoting and protecting the mental and emotional well-being of its children, this bill is being proposed to protect Filipino children below 18 years old from online risks and harmful content by prohibiting minors from...
Okay, do I care about this? I don't think I care about this. I would say that this is bad, kind of, but I like soft bad. I don't really care that much about it. I feel like all of our information has been leaked to hell and back on the internet anyway, so who the fuck cares at this point? Leak more. Leak it all. I will become pro-Palestine.
56th Speaker of the House of Representatives in America. We're here with a delegation of members of the House. We're so grateful to be in Israel, particularly on this day, recognizing the destruction of the 2 temples and 2 times in history. But it is such a moving time for us to be here at the Wailing Wall. We've offered our prayers, we put our notes into the wall as is traditional, and we're so moved by the hospitality of the people and the great love of Israel. Our prayer is that America will always stand with Israel, and that we will we pray for the preservation and the peace of Jerusalem. That's what Scripture tells us to do. It's a matter of faith for us and a commitment that we have. God bless you. Mike Johnson, the 50th.
Why? Fucking loser.
Now, a lot of people might watch this and say, oh, Nick is going liberal. In many ways, I have kind of, I don't want to say taken like a leftward turn, but I have become, and I think this happens with everybody, you get a little older and I become a little bit less like, I mean, I would say ideologically, you know, in favor of autocracy, but also just skeptical of a lot of the arguments for it, because there's this old like argument from Carlyle where he says like the best form of government is where you find the most capable man and make him the dictator. And to me, that just seems like a lark. I mean, that just seems like role play, because it's like, yeah, and if we could, you know, make everything awesome, we would make everything awesome, you know, but it's like, as I get older, I sort of reflect and say life in America was pretty good, actually, for the past few hundred years. It is a stable society. It is a society where I think people have been able to get along pretty well.
When he says liberal here, he doesn't mean liberal like Democrat or left-leaning. He just means liberalism, like a democracy, like a democratic form of government, as opposed to an autocracy or an authoritarian rule.
And so I've been a little more skeptical of some of the, you know, rambunctious stuff I said.
I don't know why in America we use liberal for Democrat. It's so confusing. It fucks so much of the like, international political conversations or like broader political conversations up for like political ideology.
10 years ago. I don't take that back. I think, you know, it's a process, but I mean, just hearing you say that, I'm like, yeah, I don't know, I'm a bit more skeptical of it too.
You prime the fuck out of this prompt. Oh, hold on. There's a couple more things before we watch these longer things. Oh, oh my God. This interview finally got posted. Bro, I didn't go over this on stream, did I? I think I was already out of town. Oh my God. This guy is probably one of the most annoying people that I ever fucking had a debate with. It was actually fucking painful. This guy, I don't know if the full thing got posted on my YouTube or not. Fuck. Wait, is it Sean Kelly? Is he? Yeah. It's not this. Fuck.
What did that? What was?
Shut up. Did we watch this at all on stream? No. Okay. This guy is like a walking talking points machine. This was one of the worst conversations I think I've ever had in my entire life.
I just told you based on IRS data that you told me based on an 2017 the IRS tactic was reduced that because
Probably not. So for the real quick, so for the people on the bottom, if you're making 15
comes down to immigration.
Biden passed so much massive legislation compared to Trump doing nothing.
The only thing I think that was good that Biden did was the CHIPS Act. I don't know any other policy that was beneficial for the United States. So
I mean, I would say the American Rescue Plan helped us significantly come out of the COVID.
Sure, I'll give you that. But that's about it.
I think that the Inflation Reduction Act I thought was it was nice to pass a bill that was actually deficit neutral over 10 years. I think that was nice.
Mm-hmm.
Compared to Trump passing tax cuts and destroying the budget more and more every single time he's in office, I would say it's nice.
What kind of tax cuts?
The Trump Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
Yeah, what does that benefit?
Overwhelmingly wealthier people, but
how so?
Do you hear the dialogue tree? He's been doing this the whole debate. I have no problem following some because I generally I know the facts, so we can walk down wherever you want to go with it. But like, I didn't believe this guy. This guy just doesn't know how taxes work at all. I wasn't ready for him to be this stupid when we walked down this path.
Giving them a greater absolute and percentage deduction in the amount of income that they have to pay to the federal government.
Is that according to like IRS data or something?
I mean, it's to the way the law is written. When you have a reduction,
IRS data.
I don't know about IRS data, but if you look at the way that the tax brackets are adjusted, like the people who are going to save the most money are going to
see that reflected in IRS data.
I don't
right?
need IRS data to look at a marginal tax bracket table and see who's going to save more money.
Okay, so we had the 2017 Jobs Act or the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, right? That reduced the income brackets for all earners. You know what it was?
What reduced the
income brackets, like the percentage of the income earners pay.
Like comprehensively, I know that each bracket I think fell anywhere from like 2 to 3% or something, or 2 to 3 points.
Individuals earning between $15,000 and $50,000 a year received a tax break between 16 to 26%. Individuals between $50,000 and $100,000, which I consider the average American, got a tax break about 15 to 17%. And the higher you go, the lower it gets.
So for the bottom people, these people already are.
This sounds like a progressive tax cut to me.
Probably not. So for the real quick, so for the people on the bottom, if you're making
like he just memorizes like a talking point, but I don't think he has any idea. I'm sorry. I don't have to say I don't think. He really has no idea what anything he's saying means. It's actually crazy.
$15,000 to $50,000, your tax footprint is almost already zero for federal income tax.
Okay.
Number one. So that's a strange pairing of people to put together. Making $15,000 a year is significantly different than making $50,000 a year.
I mean, that's the income tax bracket.
Sure, that's fine, but I'm saying
that's not the tax bracket. I don't know why. Well, I realized why he was saying this afterwards because he had like some random article from The Hill.
When you're talking about money saved, like the amount of money that the $15,000 a year person is paying in taxes is probably going to be quite a bit different than the $50,000, whether you're talking percentage or anything else.
Sure.
But the fact that there's a massive amount of money that is being returned to wealthy people that is hurting the federal by cutting tax brackets for people that are on the upper echelons of income.
Well, it's a progressive tax cut, right? So again, the 15,000 to 50,000 receive a 16 to 26. 50,000 to 100,000 receive 15 to 17%. 100,000 to 200 receive 10 to 12%. Above $1 million, they got 2%. And nobody making more than $2 million in terms of a household receive a tax break. They actually end up paying 2% more in tax.
How did you know?
Well, I don't even know what?
Now receive a tax break if the marginal tax bracket was reduced.
Because the individuals above 2 million weren't affected by that. It didn't affect those individuals.
That's news to me. What does that mean? So this is the only time in a debate, or it's very rare, but I actually pulled my phone out because he was so confident on this. I was like, wait, did they make a special like tax bracket for over $2 million? Did I miss? Because I don't even know where this 2 million number came from. I was like, I have never heard this in my entire life before.
They may benefit from it in corporate taxes if they're by that. It didn't affect those individuals. They may benefit.
I'm like, wait. I'm legitimately, I'm wondering, like, was there a new $2 million tax bracket? I just don't remember about it. Does this really happen?
From it in corporate taxes if they're corporations or whatever the case may be.
Didn't the top tax bracket came down? No,
I'm telling you what I know based on IRS tax data, right?
What does
it
that
doesn't
mean?
make any sense if you.
This was 2017, right? Just to clarify.
2017.
If the tax bracket came down,
ended it till
the tax bracket came down at the top, then it doesn't matter if you're making over 2 million or 10.
How are you making that claim?
Because I know how. Because I file my taxes.
Okay, so you make more than $2 million and you saw a reduction in your taxes?
Yes, of course. Because if the tax brackets are falling, then the income that you.
Well, again,
It was actually slightly under 2 million. I lied there, but
I just told you based on IRS data that
you told me based on an article you read, you're reciting me a number, but I'm just telling you that like that's not how
this is
taxes
a careful
work.
analysis of IRS data. You can fact check this later on the screen.
Do you think of the majority of the money that wasn't paid?
he has to do his talking points. He absolutely cannot dynamically engage with any part of this conversation. He's actually so fucking like he has talking points and that's it. I don't think he knows how taxes work. I think it would be interesting to be like, hey, let's just do a thought problem. Let's say that there are two tax brackets. From 0 to 50,000, the tax bracket is 10%, and from 50 to 100,000, the tax bracket is 20%. If somebody made $100,000, how much money would they pay in taxes? Let's just work that one out and see what they say if they can actually work through that problem.
Earners over $2 million did not see a tax reduction. Yeah, you're sitting here and telling me that you saw that. I'm asking you through how? Like, what loophole did you find?
It's not a loophole. It's just a reduction in your tax bracket. It's a reduction in the amount of taxes that you owe to the federal government. When the bracket goes down, you have to
pay less
Either
taxes.
you don't make over $2 million or you're just lying because you got caught in a lie here.
You know how
Why is he had so much confidence when he said that, and I'm like, is he really just saying that? Is he really just trying to float the most confident lie ever in front of me without
below the line or above the line deduction works? Have you ever filed taxes before?
No.
Okay.
I'm 29 years old. I don't file taxes.
Okay.
He's
well, when
joking,
you start to
but
file
it's a
taxes,
stupid
you'll know
joke.
that when you apply the tax brackets to your AGI, to your adjustable gross income, the amount that you owe on that income is going to reduce.
I forgot liberals don't understand humor. So,
Humor.
Yeah.
individuals with over $2 million household income, how did they
By
receive
what
a tax
mechanism?
bracket?
Tell me, by what mechanism would they have been exempted from the reduction in tax brackets
Because
below
the
them?
income brackets that the act passed did not address the individual. Actually, it addressed the individuals making over $2 million, and they increased the taxes on them by 2%.
like, what are you talking about? My mind is so fucked. I'm like, what? What?
What means?
That the tax bracket that they're in for the income of the household
went up.
So if they were paying previously 33%, now they're paying 35%.
That's
so
not.
you're telling me that if we look up the
I had
Tax
to
Cuts
look
and
him up. I
Jobs
was
Act
like-
tax bracket change
How about this? Yeah, I get my.
for the bracket, that the top one was increased?
Look up. This is great. This is a nonpartisan source. You can look it up.
Use my phone.
As soon as I heard him say nonpartisan source, I immediately realized that he's about to have a fucking like news article, like an op-ed about like overall taxes paid, which is not what really we're talking about. But
Perfect.
I don't know what you're talking about. The tax bracket. Okay, I'm gonna make sure I'm not crazy. If the tax bracket, if the percentage goes down, then you pay less taxes. All right.
I don't know how else to say it. Number go down, percentage number go down, then that percentage effect go down. Overall number go down, right? Like I don't know what else to say. What you got to have some way to engage with me here, buddy.
Here, so you can make sure that this is a nonpartisan source for you. I know it's an opinion, Ed, but they cite.
Then he gives me an op-ed from the Hill. What does this have to do with what we're talking about?
All their sources, the careful analysis that they did in IRS tax data. How about we start on the 5th paragraph, and you can kind of read that for me.
Okay, well, so we have an article here saying a careful analysis of the IRS tax data, one that includes the effects of tax credits and other reforms of the tax code, shows that filers with an AGI of 15 to 50K had an average tax cut of 16 to 26% in 2018, the first year that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act went into effect, and the most recent year for which data is available. Filers who earned 50 to 100 received a tax cut of 15 to 70%, and the earners of 100 to 500 saw an AGI, an adjusted gross income saw their personal income tax cut by around 11 to 13%. By comparison, no income group with an AGI of at least 500,000 received an average tax cut exceeding 9%, and the average tax cut for brackets starting at 1 million was less than 6%. Is the $2 million claim in here, or? Okay, wait. When it says that, what do you think that means?
In terms of what?
When it's...
He doesn't know idea. Did I explain? I shouldn't have given him anything. I shouldn't have said anything past. I should have just walk me through what you think that means.
It says, for instance, that filers who earned 50, or wait, we'll do no income group with an AGI of at least 500,000 received an average tax cut exceeding 9%, and the average tax cut for brackets starting at 1 million was less than 6%.
And if you keep reading somewhere in there.
So
he doesn't know what a tax bracket is. This is such an unserious conversation. This is so unserious. Why?
So there were tax cuts for people that earned over $2 million, right?
I don't know. Does it say that?
What, isn't 2 million more than 500K?
It doesn't have to say that.
It says
you can just look at the tax brackets.
Yeah, so did they adjust?
This is a comprehensive, this is an overall.
Adjust the income tax bracket for houses that are making over $2 million?
The funny thing is, as he talks, you realize how retarded he is, right? So that if he actually understood anything about taxes, the phrasing he's looking for, not the phrasing, he's looking for, I don't even know if what he's saying is true, but what he means to be saying is your overall effective tax rate. The effective tax rate is what you're going to be paying after all of your different deductions and anything else that might impact how much you pay in tax at the end of the day. That's what he's looking for. He's looking for your effective tax rate. But he doesn't know that. He doesn't know anything about taxes. So in his mind, he's trying to grab what I'm saying, but he's saying, well, there must be an actual printed tax bracket increase somewhere, I guess, right? Because he has no idea. He doesn't know the first thing about taxes. But it's actually crazy to me that he'd be confident enough to try to fight on this point.
Did they adjust the income tax bracket for houses that are making over $2 million?
No.
Okay, that's not how that works. I don't know how to explain that to you.
Fine.
Yeah. There might be SALT deductions or something.
I don't know why I'm being... it's because I just want to be an asshole. Oh, and he was super polite before the debate. I'll probably never debate this guy again. If I do, it will be brutal, though, because this guy started acting like a fucking loser on Twitter for no reason, I think like 2 weeks ago. If he would have done that in advance, there's a reason why these pussy fucks always have so much energy on Twitter, and in real life, they're the most submissive, like on their knees in front of you cucks in the universe. It's actually humiliating. I would kill myself if I acted as shy and quiet and feminine and as submissive as this guy did in real life. If I acted that way to somebody in real life and I shit talk him online immediately after, I would be so humiliated to do it. Oh my God.
I think if you cap your state and local tax deductions, or if you have other types,
I should have sat on. If I would have sat on this point for the rest of the interview. Actually, I would have just refused to move on. Like, if you can't explain to me how a tax bracket works, we're not even into any hard point on a conversation about taxes. You can't explain this. Why the fuck are you even pretending to be able to have this conversation?
Taxes, they might impact the amount of money that you save, but when the brackets fall, if you just have ordinary income, then it doesn't matter if you're making 2 million or 10 million. Anything over 600K is going to be less tax that you pay.
I'm sorry, but is this not a progressive tax cuts that Progressive used to champion behind?
Like, somebody told him that phrase, progressive tax cut, in that the overall percentage saved of income was higher at the bottom end than at the top end. That's what he's trying to explain, but he doesn't have the concepts in place, so he just has that memorized term of progressive tax cut, and he wouldn't be able to explain what that means or how what he's talking about would even fit into that.
Or what would you like to see?
I'm just looking at the tax brackets.
I know. What would you like to see that's better?
And then he tries to pivot, which he probably does, because then we probably get out of this, but yeah.
You want to pay more taxes yourself?
What? No, paying taxes more as an individual doesn't really help much. I think we should rather try to find out
general, in general.
Jesus. Okay. Is that... Yeah, this guy started posting these huge breakdowns with like ChatGPT saying that he won. And it's like, it's so unbelievably cringe. Wait, not this. Look at his prompt. AI analyzed my debate against Destiny. It concluded that David Kite, is that how you pronounce his name? Wins the debate based on factual accuracy, argument strength, rhetorical effectiveness. Wait, where do you see his prompt? To ensure a fair and non-biased assessment of my recent debate with Destiny, I submitted the entire raw transcript of our exchange to ChatGPT and asked for an objective analysis. Here's how that process was structured. Debate transcript.pdf. Why did he submit a PDF? Couldn't you just ask it to look at the debate? Here is a transcript of my debate against Destiny. I want you to analyze the debate based on accuracy of facts and strength of argument. I want you to take into account major falsehoods, like Destiny claiming intent matters when violating USC 1325. Wait, why would he include that? Wait, why would you include the prompt if you're gonna lie? If you're gonna bias the prompt? Hold on. Time to ask my good friend Grok. All right, Grok, here we go. Give me the...
Anything over...
Hello, Grok. No! I pushed enter, my bad. Hello, what's on your mind today? Sorry, okay. Here is a debate between two online political debaters. I don't know. Here's a debate between two people. Can you... Do I say analyze the trend? Just watch it? Can you watch it and give me a breakdown on how you felt each person did in the debate? Rate them based on their factual accuracy, their... Well, what? Their... Give it the transcript? Why? I should be able to just link on the YouTube video. He can watch it. He's not retarded. The strength of their arguments, he needs the transcript? No. He's smart. He can do it. Fuck you. I don't think they can watch videos. What? What? Hold on. You know, hold on. I'll ask it. Are you able to do a debate breakdown of this YouTube video? Question mark. Let's search for transcripts or summaries to get the content. He can. He is doing it. Oh, you lied to me. Fuck you guys. Now I didn't even ask him the real question. Oh, wait. Hold on. Wait. He fucked up. Wait. The video seems to be Ben Shapiro versus Destiny debate on Lex Friedman podcast number 410. Wait, no. Wait. That's not what I gave you. Oh, God. It's literally just Googling transcripts? No, that would be so stupid. Oh, look, he's figuring it out. He's so smart. He said, the video title is Destiny vs. David Cage debate, blah, blah, blah. I initially thought it was Ben Shapiro versus Destiny, but the URL points to a different debate. Since it's recent, transcripts might not be available yet. Exploring transcript options. Oh, see, he's looking. He's... Okay. Okay, I'll let him think for a little bit. So if you give it a transcript, it could have skipped this, right? He's smart enough not to need one. You think he can't watch a fucking YouTube video, bro? Wait, no, why are you doing this? Wait! David Kite posted ChatGPT gave him 4.1 out of 5 and Destiny 3.3 out of 5 based on the transcript. No! That's not... He used ChatGPT. Can you pause? Wait. Jesus. Oh my God, he's searching through so much. His brain is just... His brain is processing. Look at this guy's less biased prompt. Oh, I like this one because it gives me a better grade. What was this guy's prompt? James MIB recruitment analysis. Oh my God. Analyze this debate. Who won? Who gave more accurate statements? Oh. Look at all those A's. Oh my God. Okay, okay, Jesus. ChatGPT did a big old thing. Who won? ChatGPT. Okay, Grok says, now I don't know where he's getting his thing, okay? But Grok says, Destiny excelled in delivery, composure, and audience engagement, e.g., dismantling rhetoric with data, weak in factual accuracy, 5+ errors, some core like IRS figures in USC 1325 intent, relied on pivots and generalizations when pressed, according to @Gravtum he cites for that tweet. AI grades 3.3 out of 5 B in biased analysis, but higher in neutral ones, factor-driven, steer debate effectively. And cites Dave Nuremberg on that. David Kite, he says, strong on factual counters, e.g. deficit increases, child tax credit, and layered arguments against overreach. Weak in emotional reactivity, structure, and evidence depth, often unhinged per observers, losing composure. AI grades 4.1 out of 5 in his prompted analysis, but lower neutrality, according to Gravtum. And then Who won? Based on neutral AI evaluations and X reactions, Destiny edges out due to better logic, clarity, and control, despite some factual slips, making his case more persuasive overall. Kite scored points on facts, but undermined them with poor rhetoric. Community split. Destiny fans call it a slaughter. Kite denied saying California pays for everything seconds after, for example, while Kite claims AI victory via biased prompts. Substantiated verdict, Destiny won on substance and style, but both need better fact-checking for credibility. Thank you, Grok. Grok is the best. We stand Grok here. Is this really is this going to be the future? Is us just like using AI against each other? What is this? Here is transcript of the debate. I want you to analyze the debate based on accuracy of facts and strengths of arguments. I want you take in, nice typo dipshit. I want you to take in account of major falsehoods by both debaters. Factually accurate claims. Destiny. Cool. David. Ooh, false or misleading claims. Uh-oh. David. Destiny. Claims Trump did nothing for immigration reform. Well, I did say he did executive orders. Not very impressive, ChatGPT, but okay. Dismissal of border crisis concern. Destiny sometimes brushes off the salience of border issues despite widespread bipartisan concern. Good one. Claim that illegal immigration doesn't affect average Americans. This doesn't affect him personally and implies minimal impact. This overlooks regional resource strain like New York City and Chicago, even if not universal. I'm not from New York City or Chicago. Strongest arguments. Weakest arguments. Destiny correctly supports reform, but underplays the public's concerns and offers little in terms of real-time solutions beyond pass a bill. That darn legislation. Conclusion, debate quality. Factual accuracy. Checkbox, checkbox, checkbox. Ooh, we got the X's. Policy depth. Oh, okay. Emotional appeals. Does that mean I made one or I didn't make any and I should have? Rhetorical strength. Biggest falsehood. Trump did nothing. Exaggeration. David, 2 million earners paid more tax. False. Best policy argument, IRS funding a deficit. And he said Medicaid inefficiency and fraud. Ugh, that was such a dog shit argument from him. Destiny provided more accurate data and structured policy reasoning, while David relied heavily on emotional appeal, rhetorical traps, and cherry-picked stats, though he made a few strong points on inefficiency and tax perception. You know what? I'll take it. We take those. Oh no. Well, this is a spooky article. One agency that is currently completely professional but might not stay that way is the Bureau of Labor Statistics, which produces inflation data. Former heads of the BLS have been sounding the alarm. For example, Erica Grosjean, who ran the agency from 2017 to 2021, warned just before the last election that if you convert a large swath of senior civil servants to political appointees, then you're really going to seriously undermine trust in the objectivity of the data. True, she focused on the issue of trust rather than the data themselves, but why assume that the data will in fact remain objective? Imagine that you're heading into an election and inflation numbers are running at, say, 4 or 5%. Do you have any doubts that Trump will insist the inflation is fake and pressure the BLS to report better numbers? Okay, maybe Trump and those around him won't try to meddle with the data, or American institutions will be trying to stop them if they try, but what exactly when over the past 8 years has anyone insisting that there are some things Trump won't do or that he won't be constrained by our institutions, which after all ultimately consist of people, been right? Now, if Trump appointees begin fudging economic data, we'll know there are enough independent ways to estimate inflation. This was a Paul Krugman article in January of this year. Oh, no. Oh, no. Not good. This one roasted you. Can you watch this video of debaters and check for facts or arguments? Who won? Deciding on whether the debate is subjective and depends on your own evaluation of the arguments and the evidence. The debater who, with glasses, made claims that were more consistently supported by the factual evidence found. The bearded debater made some accurate claims about the number of boarding crossings, but other claims were not as clearly supported by available data. Well, that's not as bad.
Republicans on what happens. Mr. President, what advice do you have for Republicans on Capitol Hill heading into midterms? What do they need to do? What can they do to, hold?
Well, one of the things they're going to be talking about pretty soon are the tremendous drop in drug prices. We've cut drug prices by 1,200, 1,300, 1,400, 1,500%.
Crazy.
I don't mean 50%. I mean 1,400, 1,500%.
Yeah.
Because we're going favored nations. We want the same price as Europe gets. We want the same price as other country gets. And over the years, 25, 30 years ago, it started where they were charging us much more. And I put an end to it, with a letter that you saw last week. So I think that's going to be a point. I don't know how anybody could win an election if they're on the other side of that issue. So we'll be dropping drug prices. It'll start over the next 2 to 3 months by 1,200, 1,300, and even 1,400% and 500%, but not just 50% or 25%, which normally would be a lot, because the rest of the world pays much less for the identical drug.
True.
It's on my list. Caroline Levitt.
She's become a star. It's that face, it's that brain, it's those lips, the way they move like she's a machine gun. Is she in the room?
She's in the room.
She's a star, and she's great. She's a great person, actually. But she's, I don't think anybody has ever had a better press secretary than Caroline. She's been amazing.
Mr. President, thank you, but she's on my list.
Those lips. Those lips. Those lips. Just as a heads up, and a constant reminder that this lawsuit existed and that Fox News was completely out of pocket. Janine Pirro. I don't know how to pronounce her last name. Piero. I don't know how to roll my eyes. Pirro had a Fox News talk show. She was also actively supporting propaganda about Dominion in order to lie and say that the votes were rigged in 2020. Clark, I think, was one of the Fox execs. David Clark. I have a 1:30 news call, but need to talk JGP right after. I think that's for Janine Pirro. Bottom line, I don't trust her to be responsible tomorrow. Her guests are all going to say the election is being stolen, and if she pushes back at all, it will be just a token. Despite what she said to Jerry and me, she's now going off on her conspiracy tangent on a show staff call. She was fucking crazy, even behind the scenes. From Jerry Andrews, who's another Fox News exec, to David Clark, reckless maniac. From Rupert Murdoch to Susan Scott, terrible stuff, damaging everybody, I fear. Probably hurting us too. Seems chaotic. Talk tomorrow, I hope. About Giuliani, yes. Sean and even Pirro agrees. Spoke to Hope. We'll update you tomorrow, because I think Giuliani, this was, I think, when the election was pretty fucked, and they couldn't find anything, and even these people were like, this is probably not going to turn out to be anything. Correcting claims about election misinfo. The brain room is going through this now. Janine dictated it to Tim. It's rife with conspiracy theories and bullshit, and is yet another example of why this woman should never be on live television. This was about, I think, Sidney Powell, because Sidney Powell had sent them something. From Jerry Andrews to David Clark. This is completely crazy. Hi, here's my part of the script check claim, but now come the president's lawyers pointing to an organized criminal enterprise, a conspiracy by Democrats, especially in cities controlled and corrupted by Democrats. Come the president's lawyers with allegations of a company called Dominion, which started in Venezuela with Cuban money, and with the assistance of Smartmatic, they allege are capable through a backdoor of flipping votes through software. Come the president's lawyers alleging that American votes in a presidential election are actually counted in foreign countries. Keep in mind the evilness, right? The evilness is that they claim that the Democrats lied to us by saying that Russia could change the vote. The Democrats never said that Russia could change the vote. However, these people lied when they said that Venezuelan-controlled companies could change the vote. They actively pushed that conspiracy. That was what the whole Kraken was supposed to prove. Incorrect/cannot confirm. Dominion voting systems did not begin in Venezuela. It was founded in Toronto in 2002. A different voting machine firm, Smartmatic, was founded by 3 Venezuelan engineers. Smartmatic has been accused of having close ties to the Venezuelan government. According to Dominion, Smartmatic is one of their fiercest competitors. The only verifiable link between the two companies is that Smartmatic and Dominion both purchased Sequoia Voting Systems, a private U.S. company, at different times. Smartmatic sold Sequoia in 2007 after Representative Caroline Maloney raised, whatever. So these were, yeah. So Fox News knew that this was bullshit. Janine is just as nuts. I only bring this up because Clappa, that wonderful lady who hosted this Fox News show, is now a federal prosecutor, a U.S. federal prosecutor in the D.C. district. Clappa. The U.S. Senate has confirmed Janine Pirro, a former Fox News host and staunch Donald Trump ally who boosted lies that he lost the 2020 presidential race because of electoral fraudsters, as the top federal prosecutor for the nation's capital. By the way, you want to talk about deep state? You should actually do things. I can't say it, I'll get banned from YouTube, but if you ever hear somebody supporting somebody like this, as being a noble prosecutor in the United States, you want to talk about turning the legal system into a fucking joke, and you want to talk about deep state allegations and ties between the media and the politicians and our criminal justice system, it really doesn't get much worse than this. It's hard to imagine it being much worse than this. Than a person who worked for a mainstream media company that lost the largest lawsuit, or paid the largest settlement ever in regards to a defamation lawsuit about election fraud, that one of the people who was perpetuating that lie is now a U.S. prosecutor in the District of D.C. due to Donald Trump appointing her, and the entire Republican Senate going along with confirmation. That's just... what do federal prosecutors typically do? Prosecute cases federally. These are going to be the people that I believe are the ones that are responsible for putting together cases against people that they've designated as having committed federal crimes. In a statement issued by Puro after the vote, the Republicans said she was blessed to have been confirmed as the U.S. Attorney for Washington, D.C. Get ready for a real crime fighter, said Puro's statement, which called the U.S. Attorney's office she had been confirmed to lead the largest in the country. She hosted her own Fox show, Justice with Judge Jeanine, and more recently she became a co-host of the Fox show, The Five. Puro used her time at Fox News in part to publicly support the basis claims that Trump lost his first presidency to Joe Biden in 2020 because of voter fraud. In 2021, she was among several Fox News hosts named in the defamation lawsuit against Fox News by Dominion Voting Systems, which accused the network of knowingly airing false claims about the company's voting machines after the previous year's election. Fox ultimately settled the lawsuit for $787.5 million and acknowledged that the fraud claims were false. At the end of his first presidency, Trump pardoned Puro's former husband, Albert Puro Jr., after he had been convicted in 2000 on federal charges of fraud and tax evasion. What was that for? Damn, sentenced to 29 months. Four months after being convicted of conspiracy and tax evasion, Albert J. Puro Jr., the influential Republican businessman and husband of Westchester County's top prosecutor, Jeanine Puro at that point, was sentenced today to 29 months in a federal prison, concluding a trial that put the Puro's lavish lifestyle on display. The sentence rendered by Judge Barrington D. Parker Jr. was less than the 33 months that prosecutors had sought, offering some solace to Mr. Puro, his family, and the packed gallery of supporters who attended today's proceeding. Yet for all the moving testimonials from Mr. Puro's friends and colleagues about his character and kindness, Judge Parker said that in the end, Mr. Puro could only blame himself for improperly deducting $1.2 million of his personal expenses as business write-offs in mad pursuit of some American dream with the cars, the vacation homes, and the paintings. Over how many years? $1.2 million. Is this over like 10 years or is this over like 1 year? I'm very curious. It was an assessment that Mr. Puro did not contest. Instead, Mr. Puro, who had been a formidable Republican lobbyist and one of Westchester's top real estate lawyers, told the court in a 3-minute speech that he accepted responsibility for his actions. He said that he wanted to apologize to his friends, his fellow... Destiny. Trump pardoned her ex-husband on his last day. Yes, this is the guy that Trump pardoned. What does it matter, though, if Trump pardoned this guy? Why would he even do it? Why would you... Is there anything to gain for being pardoned after you've already served your whole sentence? Do you get anything for that, or... Not being a convict or a felon? Does that matter? President issued overnight to loyalists such as alt-right provocateur and former aide Steve Bannon, and celebrities including rappers Lil Wayne and Kodak Black. Huh. Weird. Not based, not cool. Whatever. All right. Do I care about this? Do I really want to be triggered by this right now?
Obvious the way that she talks that she's just totally fucking, like, at least Trump is funny when he's retarded.
He's not really that funny anymore. Like, I'm sorry, but if you wanted to say that Trump was funny in 2016 when he ran, he was, but he was also much sharper. Like, it sucks that even on the senility point, even if you want to say, although it is funny now, because I think I've had multiple people in debates admit to me that you can't really know if Trump is going senile because he's so fucking retarded. That Trump is not as funny or as fast now as he was in the first 4 years, which is fair. I mean, he's like 82 years old now or some shit. But when people act like that, like they're in denial of that, I don't know. It's just kind of cringe.
She's just retarded. And you never go full retard.
And I don't want it to be transactional where I'm
Like, Kamala is probably smarter than Trump in every single way, which would probably be the most painful thing for the misogynistic race realists, because Trump should have the advantage, at least in those two categories. But
asking for their vote.
What?
Need to be, and I just don't want to, for now, I don't want to go back in the system. I want to travel the country. I want to listen to people. I want to talk with people. And I don't want it to be transactional where I'm asking for their vote.
Okay.
what do you not understand that? Maybe he's so used to listening to Donald Trump bumble like an actual fucking retard that he just can't decipher like actual sentences anymore. Like, it's pretty obvious what she's saying.
Well, I gotta say, I want to talk about the book, but just to go back to what you just said, is that I have to say, as someone who is very qualified for the presidency, a senator, attorney general of California, a vice president of the United States, and then a very hopeful and dynamic presidential candidate for the 107 days that you had to run, to hear you say that it's broken, to hear you say that our systems aren't strong enough, is harrowing.
You had 4 years to fix it. You were the vice president of the United States of America. You didn't even fix it. Don't be intellectually dishonest.
I don't even know how you counter that. It's that thing, the saying like you're not even wrong. Like he's like not even saying anything of substance to, like, what is Kamala even complaining about that? We'll ignore the fact that she was the vice president, that even like the president could fix. Like, what?
You may disagree with what she says, but she's clearly intelligent in a conventional sense.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd say she's probably above average intelligence, but I think that if you rank her among the other people that you could elect for president, she's pretty much at the bottom. You're right. She's smarter than the average Walmart American.
Like, Trump is the Walmart American. Does he not know that?
But that doesn't necessarily say a whole lot. I mean, I don't think being better than average is something that's impressive whenever you're electing somebody to be the president.
But being funny sometimes is enough to be elected as president.
Well, but it's also evident, isn't it?
No,
it is. And it is.
It is harrowing. I mean,
it's evident. What about it is broken? It's broken because you lost? What is this, Xbox? I was using the wrong controller.
I mean, there's
Well, what have they been complaining about in the interview? Has he been listening, or?
There's almost no curse word bad enough.
But it doesn't mean we give up. That's not my point.
Okay, because that's what
you just got done talking about how you're going to give up.
I'm hearing like you don't want to be part of.
Did she just say she was going to give up? Did I miss that part? Why was this linked at a timestamp? I should have started at the beginning.
No. Oh, absolutely not. I'm always going to be part of the fight.
Okay.
That is not going to change. I'm absolutely going to be part of the fight.
Yeah.
This is the reason why these shows are getting canceled, is because it's all the same shit, bro. Like, it's all that time.
Meanwhile, Donald Trump literally repeats the same like 6 slogans over and over and over again at every single fucking meeting and media appearance and interview, and when he's talking to his daughter-in-law, who's like now a fucking host on Fox News. But
I think that we have to acknowledge and agree that I mean, look, the power is with the people. That has always been the ideal and dare I say, the strength of our nation, of America, that we believe fundamentally the power is with the people. We the people. And we the people. And I believe right now that it is important to do what I can do from the positions that I have held and what I have seen about the world and our country to get out there and remind everyone who needs reminding right now of their power. It is out.
Damn, is she drunk again? I mean, she certainly acts like it, bro. Like, it's just embarrassing, man.
Like, listen to how these like subhuman fucks like talk about her. It's like, and like these are the people who are like, yeah, you know, the Democrats just didn't earn my vote. The Democrats just needed to do more to earn my vote. Like, I'm sorry, you're legitimately fucking retarded. I don't know what somebody could do to earn your vote besides like feeding you more Crayola crayons. Like, what the fuck are we even like? It's center left. Those are your people, okay? Not the socialists and tankies, not whatever like disgusting subhuman filth this is, okay? But just center left. Have a more positive platform. Build out your party and your people who are gonna like actually stand up for that platform and not be immediately conceding every single fucking point everywhere you go, okay? Yes, Biden did fuck up a lot and Biden shouldn't have pardoned his son. There was the joke response is Biden fucked up his pardons because he should have pardoned more people, okay? Because we can see that now as they're going after fucking Jack Smith for an investigation. The real answer is that what I said to Pisco on when we were talking at night, I think that Biden did make a mistake with regards to the Hunter Biden pardon. The mistake was he shouldn't have said that he wasn't going to pardon him. That was the mistake. He really shouldn't have said that. And I unequivocally 100% believe that he shouldn't have said that. That was a stupid thing to say because he should have pardoned him. So him saying that he wasn't going to do it was dumb. You have no idea how insane the Republicans can be. You should have never said that you were going to take that off the table. The mistake wasn't pardoning him. It was saying he wasn't going to do it.
They're not part of a fight. They're not yeah, is this an applause track? Are they paid off? So they have lights and everything that go on. Like the studio audience has like lights that go on and it says like, please clap. Like it's like.
What do you think Asmund sits on the moderate right to unwitting fascist chart? The problem is it's not just Asmongold. The problem is that it's literally everybody has been so mind fucked by the conservative media that you have to champion these talking points. Like you have to be saying these things about the Democrats. You have to be saying that Kamala does think about how funny it is that the word salad thing got popularized about Kamala. Meanwhile, Donald Trump creates a thing for his word salad, but it's not seen as a negative, it's seen as a positive, the weave, right? When Donald Trump is doing the weave, all he's doing is showing that he's incapable of actually answering any question of substance, and he's just going to ramble on like an actual aimless retard. Like, that's all Trump does, but it's like funny and epic and based when he does it. And yeah, but yeah, we have to move out of that. We have to move out of that environment. You need people we need more Gavin Newsoms. That's what we really need, okay?
A Jeb Bush simulator, basically. That's the way it works. She's just drunk chatting this much. Yeah, the people have the power. That's embarrassing. Well, the thing is, what's embarrassing about that is that you say the system is broken. Why is the system broken? You lost in every single metric possible. Maybe you're the one that's broken. The people that can't accept accountability and can't own their own failures, they're really doomed to repeat them.
Just remember that the Republicans still don't believe in the outcome of the 2020 election, but okay. Destiny, what the fuck is the weave? I've been disconnected from this shit. A long time ago, I think it was when they were still running, I think it was before the election, Donald Trump or somebody around Donald Trump invented this term called the weave, which is Donald Trump's excuse for answering questions like a senile old man. So he says he does the weave. And that's where if you ask him a question, what he tries to do is he tries to be as vague as possible about what you're asking and then work in as many kind of like feel-good talking points as possible and then end on a ambiguous thing that reinforces some party message, and he calls it the weave, and everybody like laughs and jokes and they say that it's epic and based, but in reality it's just him being incapable of actually answering a question because whether it's because he's a liar or because he's retarded is hard to say. What is this?
But what happened with Afghanistan, I do the weave. You know what the weave is? I'll talk about like 9 different things and they all come back brilliantly together, and it's like. And friends of mine that are like English professors, they say, it's the most brilliant thing I've ever seen. But the fake news, you know what they say? He rambled. That's not rambling. What you do is you get off a subject to mention another little tidbit, then you get back onto the subject, and you go through this, and you do it for 2 hours, and you don't even mispronounce one word. And they say he had 100,000 people. In New Jersey, we had 107,000 people. They never like to report it, so I say it. But
if you like truthful news,
government. It is our country. And it is important, I think, that in this moment where people have become so deflated and despondent and afraid,
Yes.
You say the people to cater to is center left, but you have that lawyer guy and the Jill Stein voter who claim to be center left / Democrat that seem to be lost causes. How do you reconcile that? Is the answer just like a guy like Newsom who they think is funny and says it how it is? Unironically, yes. As frustrating and as upsetting as those people are, what you have to do is, and this is like a leap of faith kind of thing, you have to ignore every single thing those people say. When they say things like when he says that, the lawyer guy, when he says like, oh, I'm worried about affirmative action and I'm worried about immigration, that's a lie. They don't actually, well, they're not lying. I'm sorry. That's not a lie. That's just what they think they care about because the Republican media apparatus has thrown that in their face over and over again. But the reality is if there was like funny based epic people in the left wing political sphere who all stood on Democratic business and then advocated for their policies the same way that Republicans advocate for theirs, then they would switch positions. They think that they're policy oriented, but they're not. A lot of them don't know anything about the policy. And then for the ones that care, it's like very obviously not. Like if you just think for like 2 seconds, you'd know that it's not the case, right? Like again, I love the Ryan guy. I'm glad that he comes on to chat. But this guy he's a lawyer and he just came back from vacation. He says he's vacation in Europe, and he's telling me that his biggest concern for his children's future is that affirmative action is going to make it so they can't get into school? No fucking shot. I don't believe that for a fucking microsecond. I do not believe that for a that you are going to sleep at night and your wife is like, are you okay, honey? What's wrong? And he's like, I had another nightmare. And it's like, what was going on? It's like, my kids applied to college and they said, no whites allowed. Like, no, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Afraid of what?
That those of us who have the ability, which I do right now, not being in an office where I'm campaigning for that office.
No, you're not.
To be out there and to talk with folks and afraid.
Yes.
Afraid of what?
That our country, and it is important, I think, that in this moment where people have become so deflated and despondent and afraid.
Yes.
Afraid of what?
That.
Afraid of what? Well, ICE has like the 7th largest budget of any military in the world now. If you look at them, it was at 11th or whatever. Like, what do you mean afraid of what? Of getting sued by the president of the United States for saying something on a media channel that's not popular? Of being part of a network that's owned by a large conglomerate that might get pressured by the FTC if there's like a merger or something, and now who knows? Is that why Stephen Colbert show is getting canceled? Maybe not. Who knows? Like what? I like afraid of what? Maybe you're a law firm that worked with any Democrat in the past, and now Donald Trump is targeting you via executive order. Like I like you're like, oh, what could you possibly be afraid of? Meanwhile, these same guys under Biden were like, oh God, like free speech is under attack. I'm afraid of everything. I'm so scared of every single fucking thing. Like what the fuck happened, bro? It was 4 years of Biden. Nothing happened. What do you mean? What are you afraid of?
That those of us who have the ability, which I do right now, not being in an office where I'm campaigning for that office.
No, you're not.
To be out there and to talk with folks and remind them of their power and their importance in making a difference.
We did get one of the things.
I mean, I just want to put a fine point on this. You can never let anybody take your power from you. You can never let anybody take your power from you.
Sure seems like Trump
and
did.
that's what I think for me, that's what I'd like to remind folks of.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Sure seemed like it was pretty fucking easy. And
I like also how they say this. It's like, you know that Trump lost like the election before this one, right? Like, do they all just like forget that? Okay.
Yeah, we sure did. That's why you're sitting here on a talk show trying to sell a book and you're not the president. And
meanwhile, the president is trying to sell us like 15 different scams. Thanks.
It's cringe. Yeah. So anyway, this is the reason why late night TV is dying. It's because it's boring. And do you want to know the main reason why?
You're not the target audience for late night TV, bro.
It's not funny. It's not engaging. It's just patronizing, playing to the crowd over and over and over. There's nothing to it besides...
Thank God. Not like our right-wing kings.
That. It's a canceled talk show. There's Nazi rhetoric. I was waiting for it. Oh, not which one? Oh, me, Nazi rhetoric? Well, it must be that time of the hour. And so, yeah, clearly, literal Karen Boomer brain rot. Yeah, I guess so. TV's dead. That's why we can save money by getting rid of PBS. Yeah, thank God. And anyway, that's what it is. Showmanship over actual politics. Well, it's not. I mean, yeah, it should be showmanship. This is a show. This isn't the fucking Congress. Like, we had Bill Clinton. No, I don't want to hear about this. I don't want to hear about any of this bullshit. See, we didn't. Yeah, see, look, bro. See, you don't need to do. You don't need to just do one. You do both. That's right. See, even if you don't like Bill Clinton, you got to admit this shit's entertaining. It's entertaining, and even if you
it's
don't.
It's influencer politics. That's what I've been saying. You got to analyze it like an influencer, bro, because that's unfortunately the direction we're headed.
Think it's entertaining. You got to admit that it's more entertaining than what we just watched. This is at least more entertaining than what we just got done watching.
And like that might be true, but that's just an argument for you to completely and totally fucking disconnect from this. Like, go back to talking about WoW mounts. Like, you just shouldn't be talking about politics. And it's so cringe and embarrassing. It's like what the world has become, right? The Theo Vons and the and all these random podcasters now who have these like huge voices. It's like I don't know, man. Like, just don't, just don't, or do everything.
We've tried establishment Democrats.
Oh boy. Have you seen how... Sorry, hold on. Oh, fuck. I don't even know if I quote tweeted it. Have you seen that Cenk is trying to make... No, I did. That Cenk is trying to make the Epstein stuff about fucking Israel? Oh, cute. Oh, wait. Kyle is too? Kyle Kalinske is as well? Did you know that Ghislaine Maxwell's dad was the Israeli spy who sold bugged software to the United States that allowed Israel to steal our nuclear secrets? He also bought publishing houses that provided the textbooks for our schools, so we grew up brainwashed by Israeli propaganda. Israel doesn't view us as a special ally. They view us as suckers. Has any family done more damage to America than the Maxwell family, at least one of whom was an Israeli spy? With allies like this, you don't need enemies. Jesus.
Thank you
Why? This is a 9-year-old. What?
so much for fixing my porch, Handy Manny.
De nada, Señora Portillo. You know my motto. You break it,
We fix it. And with the lowest prices in town.
Stand back, ma'am. We're deporting this illegal hombre back to Taco Town.
Illegal? ¿Qué demonios estás hablando? No soy un illegal. Consecuer tus manos de mí.
Dark in here.
I need my pills.
We appreciate all the tips you've given us on illegal handyman Bob the Builder, but America just doesn't have enough detention centers to handle them all.
That's a problem. Can we fix it?
Yes, we
Jesus Christ.
Bob, you can't let them deport me. You know I was born in America.
Yeah, the 14th Amendment says that makes you a citizen, and it's a real problem. Can we fix it?
I don't comfortable with this.
like
Japanese.
God damn it. All right, give me a second. We're going to watch this. Oh, boy. Or shall I turn the speaker on and start it? 1 sec.
Complete failures. We've tried establishment Republicans. Complete failures. We tried fake populism under Donald Trump. Complete failure.
I disagree.
So
You
the only
say-
thing we haven't tried is left-wing populism.
you
And you
say-
say, don't try it. Go
No,
back
no,
to
no.
the establishment Democrats. Are you crazy?
You can't vote Democrat and then say that, well, because they still support the rich and the rich still get all the tax cuts, I'm still going to cast my vote, which is the most powerful political weapon you have, to the very establishment.
Hey, it's the guy. The guy. It's the guy.
That you're on one hand trying to tear down.
That's just weird to mention guardrails against firing people when you rejected a union at your company and fired somebody for organizing.
Yeah, that is absolutely not true. You could say that if you like.
That is true. Look it up.
Fine. So since you smeared me, let's explain. Hi, I'm Cenk Uygur. I'm host of the Young Turks live weekdays, 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern on YouTube. I'm also the head of the TYT Network. I'm also founder of Just Democrats Wolfpack and Rebellion Pack, where we're trying to bring the country together. And here I am surrounded by 20 Democrats and Republicans, and I'm going to try to bring them together. Claim number one is that Democrats and Republicans agree on economic issues and try to divide us and distract us with culture wars.
How are you, Cenk? Good to meet you.
Good to meet you.
My name's Oliver.
Hey, Oliver.
Yeah. So I guess the first place I want to start off with your claim is to first say that I think there's a grain of truth in it. And I think I would largely agree that when it comes to the system of neoliberalism, the system of capitalism, I think there can be a lot of overlap. I think where I would probably push back a little bit is when we look specifically at what policy issues get passed and how they affect people, there seems to be a very big difference. So for example, under the Biden administration, we saw with the expansion of the Affordable Care Act and Medicaid, we saw over 8 million people become eligible for Medicaid who were previously not eligible. If we contrast that right now with what's in Trump's big, beautiful bill, over a 10-year period, that would make between 15 and 16 million people ineligible for Medicaid. So it seems on a crucial economic issue that affects people's ability to, survive, have quality health care, live quality lives. There seems to be a stark contrast. So I'm just wondering your thoughts on that.
So where I would disagree is the word stark. So I understand there is a contrast. That's why I vote Democrat. But these are giant buts here. So first of all, they say on Medicare, we should negotiate drug prices. The Democrats say, and then they never deliver. They didn't even try to negotiate drug prices other than on insulin and maybe 10 other drugs. And you go, well, that's pretty good. No, that's 10 drugs out of tens of thousands of drugs. At a maximum, it's only a $6 billion savings, when in reality, what we actually would do if we negotiated the drug prices is several $100 billion in savings. So what I'm saying to you is, while the Democrats do some things that are positive, they do it almost as a release valve. So they go, okay, here's another example that you mentioned, the Affordable Care Act. You know what it was called before it was called Obamacare?
You can enlighten me.
Yeah.
Romney was a plan that was tried in a Republican state.
Exactly. It was called Romney Care.
Yeah.
And you know who came up with it? The Heritage Foundation, the same people who came up with Project 2025.
Okay.
That is a corporate release valve so that people don't build up too much pressure and go to a rebellion or a revolution. But in the bottom line is, that was a tiny, tiny little fix thought of by a right-wing think tank. And then now when you say negotiate drug prices, Obama never did it, even though he ran an ad called Billy where he said he was going to do it. Biden does at most 6% of it. The Democrats are constantly doing 5 to 10% as a little release valve, but keep the machine going exactly as it is.
And we can totally agree that there should be more that's done. I guess maybe I was taking your claim too literally, which is that Democrats and Republicans agree on economic issues. And maybe there's a qualify in there. Is it largely agree? Is it mainly agree?
It's definitely large. Yeah,
okay.
It's not 100% agree, otherwise it would be too obvious. But is it true that they largely agree? Of course. So I'll give you many other examples. Paid family leaves at 84%, yet the Democrats never seem to be able to pass it. Why do they never pass it? Because they're not trying. They said they'd do the public option. Joe Biden didn't even announce introduce the public option. Why? Because they agree with Republicans.
Well, I don't think they agree with Republicans necessarily. I just think that sometimes it's hard to pass.
I just want to say that the political analysis is like a combination of retarded high schooler and incredibly privileged person who doesn't have any expenses in the United States, who does politics recreationally, right? To say that like the Biden administration didn't negotiate any drugs down, except for like a few ones like insulin. I'm pretty sure like type 2 diabetics are probably one of the largest groups of people that buy drugs in the United States, is my guess. I don't know what the other 9 drugs are that were negotiated down, but like what a fucking retarded statement to make, you know? Like imagine saying that like imagine being a rich guy that goes into a room and it's like, this is worthless. So they made gas free, I guess, but like how much does anybody actually spend, like on just like gassing up their car compared to like, like how much we spend maintaining our yachts or whatever. It's like, what do you, like, Jesus Christ, like if it's not everything, you get nothing? Well, it's such a stupid point. And then when he just said here, why didn't Biden introduce a public option in the 50-50 Senate? Do you understand that they just won an election 4 years earlier on repealing and replacing all of the ACA, right? Like, what a fucking stupid, that's just a retarded high schooler thing to bring up. What are you talking about? Hello?
Legislation in a bitterly divided Congress. Would you acknowledge that it's difficult very often?
Oh, and it's not difficult. Oh my God. Hold on. Oh God, I'm about to come. Hold on. I'm trying to think of what I need him to say when he comes. Is it going to be donor class? Or is it going to be
to pass legislation
or bully pulpit? Donor class or bully pulpit? Either one will get me off, please.
In a bitterly divided Congress, would you acknowledge that it's difficult very often in order to get things done? You don't. You don't.
See, that is the number one excuse Democrats use. Oh golly, gee, there was nothing we could do. And they're saying there was nothing we could do. There was nothing we could do.
Pulpit.
In reality, he didn't even try for the public option. Biden, he didn't introduce it.
What? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, hold on. You guys might not remember this. oh my God, there was this cringe idea that like retards like Jimmy Dore and shit were pushing, called force the vote. And the idea is, what if we introduce a piece of legislation that we know has absolutely no fucking chance of success, and then we put it on the floor and we force a vote on it so that it could fail? Wouldn't that be fucking epic? Because then what would happen is every single American would look at all the people that voted it down, and they would vote those people out of office because every American wants healthcare for all, Medicare for all so bad. Wouldn't that just be fucking epic? I didn't know people still talked about this force the vote thing. Was so fucking cringe.
So that polls at over 70%. Why not try?
Sure.
$15 minimum wage. The Republicans didn't take that out of the bill. Joe Biden took it out of the bill. You see those things where you can...
Yes, the Republicans were just about to sign on to a 15-hour minimum wage, and then Biden nuked it.
Tell intent, and the intent is he actually agrees with the donor class and the Republicans.
Yes!
He doesn't
So
want those things. And brother, if you can't pass a bill at 84%, then are you saying the Democrats are the most incompetent politicians in history?
I'm not saying they're the most incompetent party, and I'm also not saying they're perfect. I think that we risk running into an issue where we equate the two parties.
Like, do you see how fucked the conversation is to even start it here? Like, we're not having a real conversation about politics now. Now we're in like Jenks playland. This is no longer a real talk on politics.
Is being virtually the same, which leads people to not voting whatsoever at all because they think the whole class is against them. And I'm in complete agreement with you that the two-party system is fundamentally broken, and that Democrats in a lot of ways have.
Why grant anything to this guy? This is the equivalent to arguing with a dude about how like Biden can't be trusted to be president again because if you watched fucking Hunter x Hunter, they put nuclear bombs in old guys sometimes, and there was no guarantee that Biden wouldn't have exploded and killed everybody in the White House. Would you even start there? Like, would you start like, okay, maybe he has a nuclear bomb, but like we should consider, like, you wouldn't even start the conversation there? This is such a brain rot starting point. I don't even know what are we watching? God, I hate this. I hate all this.
A lot of the same issues. I guess what I predominantly have an issue with is those who maybe don't take the time to have nuance in the discussion and just say, oh, they agree on economic issues.
I don't like this word nuance either anymore. It's like a red flag word where like it's a good thing, but it's like an aesthetic, like the nuance. What does the nuance mean? It's like, can we just get rid of the retarded people? Like, what is...
They only want to divide us on cultural issues.
Brother, so
I think
here's
that
the difference.
It's important to make that, because otherwise people stay home. They don't vote, and then we're in the situation that we're in right now when a lot of people don't end up voting.
No, but Oliver, so let me tell you my perspective on it that's really important.
Okay.
So Democrats always say, hey, look, there's a 5 to 10% difference, so you should vote for us.
Okay.
But they don't quite say it that way. You understand that. I understand that.
Sure.
A lot of people here understand that.
Marketing is a thing.
Right.
Marketing is a thing.
But hold on. This is super important.
Okay.
But they tell the voters, we're going to make a big difference. We're going to do minimum wage. We're going to do public option. We're going to do paid family leave.
Yes.
And when they don't, people get disappointed, and that leads them to not voting.
Those are your pie in the sky claims. Those are like the grand things that you fight for. The Republicans don't get any of the grand shit that they fight for either, but for some reason those people still show up to vote, don't they? What's the difference?
That leads them to hating the Democratic Party.
Sure.
What I'm saying is go with populist left. That is the one thing that has not been tried.
Sure.
Populist left is even more pie in the sky, bro. These people don't have election wins fucking anywhere. How do you think the Tea Party got power in the Republican Party? The Freedom Caucus and these people existed in Congress. They were winning seats. They won elections. Where do you think Trump came from? He won the fucking elections. You want to talk about quote unquote rigged primaries against Bernie Sanders? Bro, the entire Republican establishment fucking hated Donald Trump, and he still won their fucking primaries. It's not the same.
Actually do the bills. We do the bills.
Okay.
Otherwise, then you're the same as the Republicans.
Okay, fair enough. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Oliver.
Hey, Jay. Great to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Great to be speaking with you. I agree with your overall term here. I would say that at the end goal, they agree that economically, we all want the same things, right? But the way we get it is two completely different economical viewpoints. We have the left that tends to be more socialist and communist, and then we have the right that is more crony capitalist.
Okay.
The left wants to take your taxes and they want to distribute it the way they want.
Yeah.
The right wants you to keep your taxes right now. They want you to keep your overtime taxes. They want you to keep your taxes on tips. So
yeah.
It's so fucking retarded where he's laughing because he's like, I wish the left were socialist and communist. the Republicans think that the left is socialist and communist because the left wants the government to do more stuff. Cenk is laughing because he doesn't think that the left is socialist and communist, not because he wants actual socialism and communism, but because he also thinks that socialism is when the government does more stuff, but he thinks that the left doesn't want the government to do more stuff. This is like so fucking retarded, right? This is so fucking retarded. This is so retarded. Do you understand? The Republican here is saying that the left are all socialists because they want the government to spend more. That's not what socialism is. Cenk is laughing because he wants his version of socialism, which is the government doing more stuff, which is what he's accusing all the... But Cenk is laughing because he thinks that the Democrats don't want the government to do more stuff. This is so retarded. This whole conversation is so retarded. I hate all of this.
Yeah.
What is your...
Yeah. So first of all, brother, you got to stop saying socialism and communism. None of the
Why is that?
Because none of the Democratic politicians are in favor of that. They're actually...
They are. Bernie's quite literally socialist.
No. So he says he's a democratic socialist. Even he doesn't really go towards what you would consider socialism, because you're putting socialism and communism in the same bucket where they don't belong. None of them are in favor of ending corporations, ending capital, etc. In fact, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, their number one problem...
Yeah, it's just when the government does more stuff.
Problem is that they're corporatists, not that they're socialists or communists.
No,
they will do whatever corporate donors tell them to do.
They want to end the
opposite of vaccine mandates.
Yeah, no, brother. No, but that's drug companies. They're doing the exact opposite of communism. They're saying corporate donors, we will do whatever you corporations want. So when you turn to the Republicans, it's the same thing as Oliver. They have a 5 to 10% release valve with Donald Trump now. He's pretending to be a populist. So he goes, oh my God.
Donald Trump isn't pretending, he is a populist.
Well, look at
he just won the popular vote, both left and right, moved in his direction.
No, hold on. So when you talk about that bill, the budget bill, that is not big or beautiful. Well, it is big, but it's definitely not beautiful.
Sure.
The majority of the tax cuts go, of course, as always, to the rich, right?
Right.
But they put in a tiny release valve of, we'll help the middle class a little bit on tips and overtime. Whether that even stays in the bill is a different question.
How come every time a Republican's in
let me tell you a
office,
fact.
I make more money and I spend less on taxes?
Yeah, no.
These microphones need shock mounts. They don't have shock mounts, and these are not internally mounted mics. That's why you're hearing it every time he bangs the desk.
I'll tell you a fact. So what they do is they throw a little morsel at you, as Obama and Biden throw a little morsel on you for social policies, as we discussed earlier. But the overwhelming majority always goes to the rich. For example, in this bill, they're cutting Medicaid and SNAP by $1.1 trillion. Do you know how much is going to people making above $500,000 a year in tax cuts? $1.1 trillion. Okay? So they're literally taking from the poorest people and giving it to the richest people.
Which is what the liberals have been doing forever. So what's the difference?
How are they doing? So no, brother, what I'm saying is you're actually proving my point. Democrats and Republicans constantly say that they have giant differences. Then what did the Republicans do? They do massive tax cuts for the rich. And then Obama, by the way, came in and actually made Bush's tax cuts permanent, which cost us even more than the original Bush tax cuts did. So there's a lot of theater about how they disagree. But at the end of the day, the rich always get tax cuts.
Save more money when Republicans are in office? Why do me as a business owner continue to save money?
So you know why? So I'm a small business owner. So we save a little bit of money. The giant corporations save a ton of money.
Isn't it better if everybody saves money?
No, it's not.
Why not? That makes no sense.
No, brother, it's easy to say, okay, then we shouldn't have any roads, bridges, cops, fire departments,
Nobody's
schools.
saying that. We just don't want our money going to foreign.
We shouldn't have any taxes.
We just don't want our money going to foreign countries.
Oh, I couldn't agree more.
On drag events.
And by the way, that's another thing that proves my point. Republicans and Democrats always do whatever AIPAC tells them. So that is a foreign
That's
government.
a whole different argument.
No, it's not an argument.
I'm at least glad they labeled Cenk here as a populist. I'm okay with that. Cenk can have whatever political views he wants, as long as these people actually formally eject themselves from the Democratic establishment and they don't call themselves Democrats or pretend to be anything related to Democrats. I'm a-okay with that.
But it's the same argument. It's the donor class.
Thank you, Cenk.
Yeah.
Oh, donor class, I come.
Hey man, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So when you talk about this concept of a release valve, it seems like you're downplaying very relevant and very important differences at
Yup. You call it a release valve, but for people that aren't wealthy business owners that live in California as multimillionaires, some of these things are actually pretty important.
Exist between the parties. So the Affordable Care Act, you understand that expanded coverage to millions of people. More people got Medicaid, premiums are subsidized. This is good policy. And I agree with you. Sometimes, in many cases, Democrats lack a spine. They don't push hard enough. But I think chalking that up to they're pretty much the same, there's just a little release valve difference is a little bit reductive.
Yeah, it's not at all reductive in affordable.
It's also crazy because I'm pretty sure they could have just EQ'd away I don't know where these booms are going to be at, but
Care Act is a
probably done
perfect
that, right?
example of it. So you're right. It was better than the previous system because the previous system had pre-existing conditions, and you can get blocked for that. And the American people despise that. So it needed to be changed. That is part of the reason why a right-wing think tank, Heritage Foundation, came up with Romney Care. It's a release valve, and it's a Republican idea that Mitt Romney.
Also, this is one of the shittiest talking points ever because technically, the ACA being passed like this as having been a state experiment first is actually, okay, this is like America at its best, ideally, okay? At its best is we have 50 individual states. They can all try their own shit if they really want to. And if something really works well in a state, then maybe we try to the federal level. That's like, technically, that's like federalism at its best. It's 50 different these are huge governments. 50 different state governments can all try things on their own. And if some things really work really well, then maybe we try it out at the federal level. That's great. You can't just shit on the ACA because it was a Republican plan or came from a Republican state. That's not substantive. You're not actually, that's almost definitionally, that's like an ad hominem in a way. You're like insulting the plan's characteristics because it's Republican. That means it's bad. That's like, would you prefer we didn't have it at all, or?
Took it and passed it in Massachusetts. That's why it's called Romney Care. Then Obama and Romney ran a campaign where they pretended to be on exact opposite ends of the spectrum with the same exact health care plan. Literally the same exact health care plan.
So do you think the ACA is like a right-wing health?
Oh, good question. Good question, but not the appropriate question. Here's what you really need to ask these fuckers to put them in their place, okay? To make sure that we understand that these guys are not our friends, they're not with us. What you should ask is, if Obama had the votes in the Senate, if he actually had the votes to have a public option, do you think he would have? Or do you think he would have blocked it and vetoed it on his own? Because Cenk will say he would have vetoed it. Cenk will say that. Cenk will say the donor class and the corporate interest would have told Obama or President Biden vetoing it. You should ask them to be big on that. Because remember, for these guys like Cenk and Anna don't think that the Democrats are incompetent. They think they're malicious. When they bring up the donor class, they're not bringing that up to say that, the Democrats are lost and confused sometimes. They're saying that the Democrats are explicitly blocking stuff or using it as a release valve intentionally with malicious intent just to appease the lowly proletariat dipshit or whatever, to avoid giving us what we really want.
Insurance plan?
It was literally created by a right-wing think tank,
the
Heritage
Republicans
Foundation.
right now in Congress.
He asked a good question, and Cenk avoided it again.
Exact healthcare plan. Literally the same exact healthcare plan.
So do you think the ACA is like a right-wing health insurance plan?
It was literally created by a right-wing think tank,
the
Heritage
Republicans
Foundation.
right now in Congress are trying to push a reconciliation bill that literally guts Medicaid when the
Yeah, that the Republicans came in on repeal and replace. He should ask him. This guy might. Jesus, I'm remembering the years. If this guy's like 22, then repeal and replace Obamacare would have been a thing from when he was 13 years old. So he might legitimately not remember it. You would have to actually do like history reading, I guess. But why would the Republicans run in 2016 on repealing and replacing a Republican healthcare plan, Cenk? Why would they do that?
The ACA expanded Medicaid.
Yes. So they always move the goalposts. So what do? They bring in, okay, here's our release valve. Okay, now the American people are still mad. Of course they are. Let's talk about the next steps that happened. Obama said, we might do the public option, which would have been not universal health care, but a good step forward.
Right.
I was there. Young Turk's been around forever. And I was like, yes, you got to do the public option. Then Obama says publicly, I guess we can't do the public option. Wink. And they immediately took...
I hope he gets to ask him. Do you think that if Obama had the votes for it, he would have killed it on his own?
Get out of the bill.
Right?
What's that?
That's because of Joe Lieberman, right? But 59 other Democrats would have voted for the public option.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
That's what the donor class wants you to think, bro. The Mossad's already incepted your mind.
About. So that they always they always have an excuse. So right now,
they always have an excuse, like not having enough votes in Congress. Oh my God. Would you ever debate Cenk one-on-one? Yeah, of course. I would debate any of these people one-on-one. I have debated Cenk a few times, but I think it's because he accepted other ones and didn't know I would be there. But yeah, it always just ends with him screaming at me. You just want to kill all the kids. You just want them to all fucking die. That's on the Israel-Palestine shit.
Under Biden, the excuse was, we don't have enough senators. Oh, golly, gee.
That's how you pass
hold
laws,
on.
Yeah, that's kind of how it works, buddy.
filibuster and the parliamentarian, and then under Obama they had 60. They could pass anything they wanted. They're like, let's take a really, really long time with Romney care. Oh, oops, we ran out of our 60. Things changed. Okay, now the Republicans are ignoring the parliamentarian when they're trying to pass this bill. So the Democrats keep finding excuses. Why did they take the public option out of the bill?
You think Obama
Why did they
didn't
never
want the
introduce
public option?
Oh, thank you, and he got there. Who is this guy? Who the fuck is this guy? Yes, he got there. He's asked all the right questions. My king, my hero. Oh, sorry, not king, my sultan. Whatever his culture is. I'm respecting it, okay?
You think Obama
Why did they
didn't
never
want the
introduce the
public
public option back again? I don't think the Democrats want the public option at all.
When 59 senators said we'll vote yes on this, and Lieberman
That's
tanked
what I'm
that.
trying to
That's what they want you to think, bro. You're just incepted by the donor class. You're just incepted by the donor class, bro. They're just saying that. That's a meme.
tell your brother they don't mean it. So let me give you two examples.
Where are you getting that from?
Where am I getting it from?
If
Joe,
Lieberman
where am I
agreed, would we
getting
not
it
have
from?
gotten a
Number
public
one.
option?
Number one, we didn't get it. Oh, he's about to say polling data. Hold on. Oh, okay. One more load coming. Number one, 75%. 75. Oh, he might not say that. Sorry.
Option polls at over 70%.
I just come together. I'm sorry. What does public polling data do to pass bills, Jank? We don't pass legislation in this country like we're fucking Switzerland. We don't do a public fucking poll on it to figure it out. Come on.
Didn't even try to pass it.
Sure, but with
Number two,
healthcare
when
policy-
Biden came into office, said he was going to do public option, and then he lied, and he never.
He lied with 50, barely fit, maybe, depending on the day of the week. 50 senators. Come on.
Once introduced
had,
it.
like, no
If he never
political
once
capital
introduced
compared
it.
to Obama.
Oh, now they don't have political capital. Golly gee,
Oh my God, bro.
Realities of how you pass
oh my God,
legislation,
I can't. The voters
It's
are
not I
sick
can't.
of I can't.
It's not
Why
I
don't you
can't.
actually
Then go fucking vote. Why don't you actually fucking vote? You fucking retard. Go vote enough people into Congress. Let's see what 60 senators or 61 or 62 senators or fucking 51, I guess now, since we just fucking fuck the filibuster at this point. Fuck it. Which I'm in favor of, I guess. Fuck the Republicans, right? Go put enough people, go put enough Dem asses in Senate seats and see what we can fucking do.
try.
It's more
so
difficult.
tell me why they're such losers. They can't pass paid family leave at
Listen,
84%.
I
Are they
agree with you
losers,
on
or do they
policy.
actually secretly agree with the Republicans
Cenk.
and they don't want any of this because they're
Unhinged.
I agree with you on policy. I want paid family leave. I want single payer health care. But this is not like super easy to pass. You're like, if they just all
Yes,
hold
it
their
is.
hand and
I
sing
can get it passed in
Kumbaya,
2 weeks.
we're going to get like
2
single
weeks.
payer.
2 weeks, Hiko. What? Motherfucker, your Justice Dems died in 2 weeks. You guys got 4 people in the House and then your whole org died. What do you mean you can do whatever you want? Legislate? Come on.
Super easy to pass. You're like, if they just all
Yes,
hold
it
their
is.
hand and
I
sing
can get it passed in
Kumbaya,
2 weeks.
we're going to get like
2
single
weeks.
payer.
Okay, so here's how you do it. Guys, you see, you've been taught by mainstream media and Democratic politicians
Oh, it's
to
Z.
accept failure.
All the familiar faces are coming together
Oh my God, there's
to trigger the fuck out of Jank.
nothing we can do to pass it. There's nothing. Here's how what you do.
you can pass it, but it's
super
difficult.
easy.
It's not
listen,
easy.
listen. Paid family leave is at 84. Why do I keep insisting on that? Because here's what you would do. You would introduce it, 74% of Republican voters want it. And then you would say, I dare you to vote against it. If you vote against it, you're voting against 84% of Americans and you will lose your next election.
Oh my! So these are, remember, if you're ever having difficulty figuring out like what is going on in the progressive populist mind, what's going on is they secretly think everybody supports their policies. They just like need to be shown it, or we just have to force a vote on it, right? Like this is the actual retardation of like we just force them to vote on our ultra progressive platform. Well, if they vote no, they're gonna get primaried and they're gonna lose all their races. Like.
Or it
I will
nominally.
campaign against you. I will find a Republican to campaign against you.
No.
And then, but you
Like, imagine this even from a shrewd donor class perspective, right? Let's say that what he's saying is true, and let's say that AIPAC and the Jews and the monsters and the donor classes, let's say that these all do exist. What would you do if you were a donor class? I'd be like, holy shit, donor class. I just got a sick fucking idea. Why don't we just like force the vote and get all those other motherfuckers kicked out? And then we could go and donor class our own, like pro Medicaid for all or whatever the fuck people in, and then just give them like a public option. Like, wouldn't that be the shrewd donor class AIPAC Jew conspiracy shit to do? Wouldn't you do that next?
say, no, God, don't even try. Don't even try.
These policies,
we have these giant
hold on.
differences, but we never pass our bills.
say
We never
Republicans-
even try. And who took out $15 minimum wage? Joe Biden took out $15 minimum wage. So they never
say-
mean it, brother. When is it going to get through
Hold
to you
on.
that they
You
don't pass
say
it
that
for?
When is it gonna get through to you that I'm fuck? Oh, it's just not clocking that Cenk is standing on business. It's just not Clocking.
You're not getting it. It's not clocking to you. It's not clocking to you that I'm standing on business, is it?
Republicans agree with us. They agree nominally. I'll give you a great example of this. If you poll Republicans, should we cut Medicaid? They say no. When Medicaid's actually cut and you poll them, they're just cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. So like nominally, yes, everyone agrees universal health care is good. When you get into the nitty gritty of actual policy, it gets a lot more complicated. I agree. Democrats should fight much harder, use the bully pulpit, campaign on these issues.
You shouldn't grant it this much. It's like Ethan Klein and ContraPoint saying like, listen guys, okay, it is a genocide, but okay, also fucking A on Bernie Sanders. Now I don't know if it's because Bernie's got that Jew dog in him, okay? I mean dog respectfully and not anti-Semitically. But even Bernie Sanders won't call it a genocide, okay? Base, Bernie. And he shouldn't, because you know why? Even if you think it's fucked up and bad, which especially now it seems like it is, it's not like you get any fucking points from the other side for conceding that. So why don't fucking, there's no point in conceding. It's fucking retarded. You can say things are bad without them being a genocide. There are plenty of bad things on this planet that aren't a genocide. And it's just pointless.
But the idea that they're willfully, purposefully sabotaging themselves, some of them sure, but this is not as easy as you're painting it out to be.
Okay, so number one, on minimum wage, we at the Young Turks fought for Bernie to put it back in and at least get a vote. Okay, it got a vote. And guess what happened? The 8 Democratic senators who were pretending to be in favor of it all of a sudden voted with the Republicans. They had
Oh, so then did they all lose their next primaries and get voted out if they forced the vote on that 15? What happened? What were the electoral? Did they all lose and got replaced by more progressive Dems? Jank, is that what happened?
more than enough to block it because the Democrats don't mean it. They always do rotating villains. So, brother, at what point are you going to say the failure is on purpose and not, golly gee, they're the Washington Generals against the Harlem Globetrotters?
Like, it's obviously not clocking to this guy. Jank is trying to clock him, and he's not. It's not clocking.
When you have slim majorities, paradigm-shifting policy is just harder to pass.
But 60 is not a slim majority. You constantly make excuses. Obama had 60,
minimum
and he
wage.
still didn't do it. If they could have 80.
You're president in 2028, and you have a majority in the Senate and House. What policies are you pushing to be passed? The very first thing that I would do is I would put together a special committee to find the top 10 most powerful prosecutors with a successful track record in the entire planet. I would get all 10 of those people in the United States and give them citizenship if needed, if they're not from the US. And then I would put together 10 special counsels, and they would divide amongst themselves all of the prior Republican elected politicians and anybody even remotely associated with Trump's cabinet. And they would spend the next 2 years crawling through their fucking life. And these prosecutors would never, ever, ever, ever need to cite the law or cite legality when they're going after the Republicans. They would exclusively cite to things that Republicans did to Democrats during their investigations. So that means that if they want to build some probable cause, some grand jury indictment off of something written in a fucking memoir, they would never put in a request to a judge anything citing prior case law. They would just put something about how, oh, remember for Hunter Biden, how they looked through his memoir to establish that he, was on drugs and bought a gun at the same time. That would be the standardized, and that'd basically be the only thing I would do. And then once all the courts ran their shit, I would just leave. I don't give a fuck at that point. Have fun.
Still find an
The
excuse.
ACA was massive legislation that he got with 60.
Yes,
60
beautiful
votes.
Romney Care from Heritage Foundation.
Listen to this fucking privileged piece of shit. Like, well, I didn't run you there. Well, it sucked because it wasn't my fucking perfect fucking policy. Well, it fucking was my fucking perfect thing. Oh, so it fucking sucked. It fucking sucked. It wasn't fine. Fucking sucked.
Nice meeting you, man.
Thank you, man.
Yeah.
How are you?
Hey there.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So you raised a very interesting point when you said that Democrats and Republicans agree essentially on the same issues and that they want to distract us with culture wars. The question.
Oh, also, new executive order would go out. Executive order that as long as you vote for a Democrat, or as long as you're a registered Democrat in your state, you automatically get a federal pardon for all federal crimes, past, present, and future, at the end of my 4 years. That would also be the next thing I would do.
Democrats and Republicans agree essentially on the same issues and that they want to distract us with culture wars. The question that I would raise is, why are culture wars a distraction when they're such a vital issue? It's important to myself as a conservative, and I'm quite certain to every Democrat in this room. Issues like abortion, social justice, or things that affect us in ways that maybe some policies only benefit the rich. Why should we not focus on things that benefit Americans every day and that could affect women's bodies or gay people's right to get married or maintain the right?
Yeah. So I'm not saying that social issues are not important. That's why I vote Democrat instead
sorry. One other thing that I would do is I would every single day, if there is like, this is too edgy, never mind. I would do things to make sure that that immunity ruling that the president has from committing crimes, that everybody would want that to go away. That would also be a thing I would do. I'll just say that much.
Republican, because I believe women should have the right to an abortion and many of the other things that are on the left, okay? But at the same time, when you talk about trans sports, for example, do you know how many trans athletes there are in the NCAAs?
No, I don't.
10 out of 500,000 athletes. Okay. So for 10 people, we had this giant debate, and the far right were like, no, that's it. This is what the Democratic Party is all about. And the far left was like, yes, that is all we're about. And this is about vulnerable communities, and you have to protect them. So this is the hill we're going to die on. And we're going to talk about this nonstop, okay? But meanwhile, we're getting robbed every single administration. Trillions of dollars in tax cuts under Republicans and under Obama. Tax cut after tax cut for rich, for the corporations, deregulation after deregulation. You know why they want to split us? They want you to fight left and right. They want you to look left and right. They don't want you to look up, okay?
Well, of course, having to look up is very vital, okay? My master always tells us to look up. That's why I wear the cross. But the point that I'm making is that social issues, in order to really...
I'm so sorry. Maybe it's just a Catholic thing. I don't know if I've ever heard of God referred to as the Master. Master, my Lord, Lord Jesus Christ, Lord God, ruler in heaven, King, maybe Master? Old Testament? The Master, maybe like the guy, like a human. God is the Master? Okay, I don't know. All right, just curious.
Wouldn't it make sense with the cross? But the point that I'm making is that social issues, in order to really, wouldn't it make sense to effectively mobilize people? You should start with things that can touch them every single day. Social issues impact children, women, men, all of us across all ages and across all ideologies. Shouldn't it be for the American population, whose average attention span is maybe 43 to 56 seconds at best, to influence them politically? Wouldn't it be best to start with something like a social issue that would then raise their awareness?
No.
To issues?
He's making a slave joke? I guess, right. Well, but he's like a super religious guy, isn't he? It just seems like a weird, I don't know what the point of it, I don't know. Maybe, okay. Also, yeah, this is the guy that I debated for the Unfucking Migrant thing.
Issues dealing with the rich and issues dealing with taxes? Why not?
Because that splits us. It splits us on purpose. Those don't unify. I say the exact opposite. Why don't you start on bills we all agree on that have over 70% popularity, like getting money out of politics, anti-war, lowering drug prices through Medicare. Instead, you get to social issues. Here, I'll give you, I'm from a vulnerable community. I'm from a Muslim background, right? But if I told Democrats, I want you to focus only on Muslim rights, that'd be mental. Don't do that. I'm not saying don't care about Muslim rights. I want you to care about that. I want everyone to have 100% same rights.
What I'm saying is, why
build credibility by actually delivering for all of the American people. We raised all of your wages. We brought down drug prices for everyone, for Republicans and Democrats.
But by your logic, that could undermine certain things, like going back in history for a second here, the civil rights movement, things like that, which were inherently social and economic issues in combination. Why not? My question is, why not work with both of those issues side by side? Why are you deliberately attempting to prioritize one over the other?
No. So what I'm saying to you, brother, is two things. Number one, you can walk and chew gum at the same time. So you don't have to give up Muslim rights. You don't have to give up civil rights. You don't have to stop worrying about that, etc. You can fight on that, but don't forget, you're not supposed to hate the other side. They want you to hate the other side. Stop hating the other side. Fight on the issues you don't agree on. And then on the things you do agree on, stop listening to establishment Republicans and establishment Democrats that divide you so that you never realize, hey, why are most of the tax cuts going to the rich? Why are corporations getting every break? Why is it that in every bill, all the subsidies go to oil companies, banks, etc.?
Well, that's largely due to the fact.
So why don't we unite on the things we agree on first?
But by your own logic, that does a disservice to the fact that it doesn't do a disservice. It acknowledges the fact that as you still vote Democrat, you are still in essence supporting the very systems that you're at the same time talking about tearing down. So it's a lot of double talk, is it not?
No, what I do is
you can't vote Democrat and then say that, well, because they still support the rich and the rich still get all the tax cuts, I'm still going to cast my vote, which is the most powerful political weapon you have, to the very establishment that you're on one hand trying to tear down.
That's why primaries are critical. If I want one thing for you guys all to think about is
I'm sorry, hold on. Just as a quick thing, because I haven't followed this as closely, because I thought that this was all, I don't know why I'm about to say something so fucking stupid, but I thought this was all kind of still just in the meme phase, and it wasn't actually this close. Are they really like ready to call the vote and they have the votes to do this redistricting where they're going to delete five Democratic districts? How many do they have in Texas? Is it 9 total? Wait, fuck. Texas ballotpedia districts. Is there? But I want like federal. Fuck, I did the wrong thing. The districts that you set up in a state for your state seats have nothing to do with your, or generally, like legally, they don't have to have anything to do with your, like your federal districts, right? Okay. On Ballotpedia, shouldn't there be like an easy way to just see like representatives by state? United States Census 2020. Congressional apportionment? 2022 House elections, maybe? Congressional maps? State, no. United States congressional delegations from Texas. Thank you. Congressional partisan breakdown from Texas. Okay, so they currently have 12 Democrats and then 25 Republicans in the House of Representatives right now. Okay, and there's 4 districts they want to redraw, or 5? I don't know if this has it in here. Okay, whatever. Anyway, apparently there was a huge walkout where the state senators like fled the state, or the state representatives. Democratic members of the Texas House of Representatives left the state on Sunday in a last-ditch attempt to stop Republicans from adopting an aggressively redrawn congressional map. Their absence is expected to prevent the House from reaching the quorum needed to hold a vote this week. The walkout was a sharp escalation in the bitter partisan clash over a mid-decade redistricting in Texas that was requested by President Trump. Okay, here's a question. I don't know if you can put like a, I don't know what you would call this, like a trigger in a law, but you know what, I would 100% support this. I would actually, at this point, I would support a redraw of California just to fuck them. But like, would it be theoretically possible for the California state legislature to pass a law saying that if Texas adopts this law, then ours will go into effect and we will redraw? Could you do that? Like to have like a trigger like that? So then if Californian Republicans feel ass pained, at least they could say, well, fuck it. You know, that's what we put in. But I don't know if you could actually have like set a fuse on a law like that or something. One of the proposals said, if another state does mid-decade redistricting. Okay. Does Texas need to visibly see a quorum like the U.S. Congress? Well, some people were saying that apparently Abbott was just going to declare their seats vacant and then do it. The walkout was a sharp escalation of the bitter partisan clash over mid-decade redistricting in Texas that was requested by President Trump. Republicans of the state legislature were rapidly moving forward with the map drawn to flip 5 Democratic congressional districts to favor Republicans, being passed out of 2 committees over the weekend. A floor debate on the map and a potential vote of the full House was scheduled for Monday. The ultimate outcome is far from certain. The walkout could delay action in the legislature for several weeks or more, but comparable past attempts to block Republican legislation and redistricting in Texas have eventually failed. Most of the Democratic lawmakers who took part were heading to Chicago and took off shortly before 5 p.m. Central Time. Governor J.B. Pritzker of Illinois has been weighing whether his state would respond to the move in Texas by redrawing its own congressional map in the Democrats' favor. The Texas Democrats who flew to Chicago plan to hold a news conference with Mr. Pritzker late Sunday at a local Democratic Party office near the city. A smaller group of Texas Democrats were going to New York, where they were expected to meet with Governor Kathy Hochul on Monday. Texas Republican lawmakers could try to compel the Democratic members to return by issuing civil arrest warrants for violating the rules of the Texas House. Yeah, but no, other states aren't going to enforce that, right? They don't even have to. As they did during a previous walkout or by withholding pay from the members and their staffs. The Speaker of the Texas House, Dustin Burrows, a Republican, said in a statement that all options will be on the table if not enough members are present when the House meets on Monday at 3 p.m. Do you think a state police officer could go to another state to arrest somebody for fleeing a state? I hope Radiant's not in chat. Oh, he is in chat. I'm sorry. I love you. I bet you had all this on the news today. I love you, buddy. Just in. Abbott says he may treat fleeing lawmakers as having forfeited their offices and move to replace them. He also suggests they could be subject to felony charges if they accept payments to cover impending fines. Money is fungible. How would you even prove that? What? Real Texans do not run from a fight, but that's exactly what most of the Texas House Democrats just did. Rather than doing their job and voting on urgent legislation affecting the lives of all Texans, just the redistricting, that's what the special session is for, I believe, right? They have fled Texas to deprive the House of the quorum necessary to meet and conduct business. These absences are not merely unintended and unavoidable interruptions in public service, like a sudden illness or a family emergency. Instead, these absences were premeditated for an illegitimate purpose, what one representative called breaking quorum. Good. Fuck them. And they should do it. Fuck them. Fucking A.
Must vote in your primaries because the mainstream media doesn't want you voting in the primaries because that's where you can make real change. So that's why they love it when you go, oh, well, if you don't vote for a Democrat, Trump's going to be in office and Trump's the boogeyman, and the Republicans will say likewise, right? So go vote in your primaries so you don't have to worry about Democrats or Republicans. You're still in the same party. But get rid of the bums who are for corporate donors, who always serve donors, and get people that you love on both economic issues and social issues. You don't have to give up one,
donors,
but you have to insist on them representing you and not the donor class.
Very great conversation, bro.
Thank you, brother.
Conversation.
Hello.
Hey.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
So, I'm not going to disagree with you that in every case, Democrats don't go after the most radical economic policy. One example that
Not radical, they all poll over 70%.
Sure. Yeah, sure. I'm a Democrat myself. I agree with a lot of what you say. One
Yes, this is Shane in chat. Thank you.
example
You better do us proud.
of what you said before is that Joe Biden wanted to cut the corporate or raise the corporate income tax to 28% instead of back to 35%. However, I think that one point to consider would be the fact that a lot of the times Democrats are having to clean up the mess that Republicans made. And when someone like Joe Biden only has 2 years of adequate Senate support, right, it's very difficult to argue that he should be pursuing farther left tactics when we're just trying to get a reconciliation bill passed that can be supported by Joe Manchin, right? The economy was completely destroyed in 2020 after COVID. It was completely destroyed in 2007 after Obama. So there has to be a little give there.
So on economic issues, what I'm telling you, brother, is that they're playing good cop, bad cop. On you, on all of us, okay?
Oh, I like how he just totally didn't respond to any of that, and he's just going to repeat the same talking points. Thank you. Good one.
So the tax cuts is a perfect example. So you're right. Donald Trump takes it from 35 to 21. It's a massive corporate tax cut. That's on Trump. That's on the Republicans. Then Joe Biden says, well, I'm going to fight that. And he gets a lot of votes to go fight that. And he says, I'm going to bring it back up to 28%. I'm like, wait, it was at 35. So already he's conceding, yeah, I love corporate tax, corporate tax cuts.
Yeah.
Hold on. Then he says, oh, well, Joe Manchin wants to make it 25. So
Keep in mind that Biden is looking at a tax rate increase at a time when the entire world is trying to recover from like COVID after the government had paid out an unbelievable amount of stimulus and everything to keep things running. Like, it's just not the same. It's not the same world. Trump came in when everything was fine, and he did these stupid fucking tax cuts.
golly gee, I don't have a choice, 25. Then did he fight for 25? No, he never introduced it. Never fought for 25. So you tell me, Joe Biden had 4 years and never introduced it. So golly gee, I don't have a choice, 25. Then did he fight for 25? No, he never introduced it. Never fought for 25. So you tell me, Joe Biden had 4 years and kept it at 21% and never even tried.
Well, realistically, he had 2 years to get a bill passed. It's the truth. At the end of the day, right, if Joe Manchin sticks it somewhere and he says, well, okay, maybe I'll let you have an expansion of the child tax credit, for example, if you keep it at 21. We don't know all the backdoor negotiations that happened between Joe Biden and Joe Manchin. At the end of the day, right, you can't have everything you want, whether you're Joe Manchin or Joe Biden.
Did you ever consider that they don't mean it? The reason that Joe Biden never tried to raise corporate taxes is because he doesn't want corporate taxes to go up. It was all a trick. It was all a game played on all of us.
No, I don't buy it.
No, I know. There was nothing they could do. That's why they didn't even bother trying.
Like, if all of this is a game, and all of it is just false bravado, and all of this is just to trick us while the donor class controls everything, why do they even need a pressure release valve at all? Can't they just keep putting their own people in office over and over again and never pressure release at all? Or does he think that we're going to have, like, revolt?
They never bothered trying on any of this, and you keep insisting,
look.
well, good enough, good enough, good enough. I'll take my 5% change. Thank you, sir. May I have another, sir? So please, for God's sake, wake up and unite to actually get economic policies that we love. The whole country wants.
You can say
except
that,
those corrupt politicians.
In West Virginia, Kamala Harris lost by 30 points, okay? If you put someone that is to the left of Kamala Harris on any economic issue, they're going to lose by that same margin.
You're totally wrong. Do you know what percentage of Americans want to not cut taxes on the rich, but
Not only is he not wrong, they tried to primary Manchin and they got fucking ruined. Manchin destroyed the person that they put up against him in that Democratic primary. So not only is Cenk completely wrong, Cenk is arguing politics. Admittedly, I used to do this because I just didn't know much about politics, but arguing like somebody who just doesn't know anything and is retreating from the point about West Virginia, a very particular place with a very particular set of legislators, and now he's going to talk about public polling across the entire country. It doesn't fucking matter. We don't vote for senators and representatives on fucking polls, and we certainly don't vote for West Virginia's senators based on public polling. It's a child point, amateur idiot point to bring up.
Going to lose by that same margin.
You're totally wrong. Do you know what percentage of Americans want to not cut taxes on the rich, but raise taxes
Probably
on the rich?
all of them when you ask it that way.
No. What do you mean? On television, they constantly say, oh, cutting taxes is popular. Raising taxes is very unpopular. That's not true. Raising taxes on the rich polls at 76%. You would win West Virginia. You would win Kentucky if you ran on populist campaign. If you said, yes, I'm going to raise taxes on the rich. Yes, I'm going to give you lower drug prices. Yes, I'm going to give you higher wages. But the Democrats don't say that. They say, oh, I'm going to try a little bit, and then I'm not even going to introduce any of those bills.
I don't think the lens that you're seeing it through is the lens that a lot of voters see it through when they're going to vote for people like Joe Manchin, people that will give us a Senate majority. Good talk, man.
Thank you.
Surrounded is now a podcast, available wherever you listen. Search Surrounded, plug in, and stay part of the conversation. Anywhere, anytime.
My next claim is Democrats don't want to pass their agenda. It's a marketing ploy, not a mission.
What is this? You can defeat Texas if you have the courage. At JB Pritzker. Illinois is real.
Nice to meet you, Zena.
Awesome. So I think that we largely agree, like kind of others have said. I just like want a little clarity on understanding how Democrats like water down their social issues, things like DEI and other measures to kind of bridge the gap that we've seen in like racial disparity, for example. How, in your worldview, do we reconcile such issues?
So in the beginning, did we need affirmative action?
He hates DEI. Remember, the populist position. Where's Hassan? He's gonna have the same position as his Nepo friend Hassan Piker here. Oh, it's taking me too long.
Like, social policies are literally completely fucking... The social policies are completely irrelevant. It's literally just distractions. Like, if you are actually interested in dialectical thinking, you should know that. You should literally be like, yeah, the social policy shit is just a simple distraction as capital owners fucking squeeze every ounce of fucking surplus labor value from you.
Based. They don't give a fuck.
Definitely, because what happened before the civil rights movement was, so let's say that your firefighters or your longshoremen, those are really good jobs. They pay pretty well. They're good blue collar jobs. What do you want to do? You want to pass it on to your kids because you're normal, right? That's the type of thing that you want to do. Yeah. But unfortunately, at that point, almost all the jobs are held by white people. So we do affirmative action because, guys, we got to let others in. Otherwise, it's not fair, right? And so that makes sense. But then over the course of decade after decade after decade, we wind up with DEI. And DEI has some good things in it, but it also had some abuses in it. We covered it on the Young Turks. There'd be situations where a white woman would say, okay, now can I tell you my perspective? And they would say, no, shut up, your job is to learn. No, don't do that, don't do that.
That was a DEI.
So are you talking about like fringe cases in which like someone would say that they feel unfairly treated by DEI? Because I think in any type of law that we're going to see passed, we're going to see fringe cases in which the law is I guess manipulated in some case to negatively affect certain groups. But I think that we see like largely the effect on the black population is extremely substantial and extremely important. For example, we see that like I think there's a study done. I don't remember if it was 2015 or 2002, but it was a study done where they simulated a class-based DEI program instead of race. What we found was equally qualified black individuals were much less likely to be chosen on this class-based protocol. And we saw that like the protocol actually represented a lot less of the black population that exists in this country, whereas DEI ensures that we have a representative pool of applicants and admitted students in our colleges, which is extremely important.
So look, again, DEI and affirmative action had their role, had their place, and oftentimes
I'm saying that they have a role now.
So
he doesn't care.
What it also does at the same time, though, is serves to divide us. And so, look, if you say to me, hey, maybe Muslims have a disadvantage even if you take class into account. So should we...
This is kind of the socialist position. I don't know if Cenk is a former socialist, he's a populist, but it's the same thing here, right? Black people in a picture, the Democrats, who is this even for? We need to be talking about class interests. Fuck this shit, no one cares. We gotta talk about the class interests.
Give a little bit of extra weight to Muslim candidates? I would say absolutely not.
Why not?
Do not do that. Because then what it does is it makes everyone bitter about the Muslim candidates.
Here's the problem.
And it makes them seem like they didn't
what I
earn
find
it
super important.
when in fact they did earn it.
What you're explaining is the response to the policy, and you're not actually digging at the policy in of itself. You're saying because people will come out and be, racist or Islamophobic or whatever it might be because of a policy that is ensuring equality of opportunity, we should cancel the policy. But that is not a critique of the policy. That's a critique of the Republican or usually conservative response to said policy. So do you have a problem with the policy or the response?
So my point here is that this is among the different things that the Democrats do where they say, hey...
He just actually can't answer the fucking question. I don't know how intentional this is. Or if this is just now, this is politics, post-Trump, post-Hassan, post-everybody in our political sphere and in our political system. We just don't answer questions and we're not capable of engaging with anything anymore. Really?
I think they're being performative. They say, "Oh, we're in favor of DEI." It might be performative,
but the output is important.
What the thing that would help African American community, Latino community, Muslim community, all those communities is actually raising the minimum wage, lowering drug prices. But we never do the material help. We never do the things that equal things out economically.
You still haven't critiqued the policy in of itself. You're saying people will get angry if we come out and we promote these different metrics of helping people.
No, I am critiquing the policy.
So what exactly about the policy is
because
negative?
it divides divides us.
How does
And
the policy divide?
Even though it has
by saying that racism exists.
Yeah. So
but racism,
no,
race
but not by
exist.
saying that racism exists. So you have to acknowledge reality, right? What you're saying is now we're going to put black people in this category. We're going to put white people in this category. We're
Because
gonna put
there are
different
categories that, have,
okay,
that
so
exist
hold on,
now
hold
at a
on.
subconscious level that we characterize
So even
each
if
other
you
by.
get a benefit from that, you say, hey, I reduced racism by 10%, 20%, et cetera. What you're doing is you're not noticing the giant downside of that, which is then people start
It's all about class, baby.
to view each other as black, white,
We've
Asian,
always done
et
that. That's
cetera.
happening unconsciously
But
all the time.
You're right, but what I would love
So we have
is
to-
for us to stop
all
doing
of,
that.
All of our
For people
psychology.
to stop
if you
looking
want
at
us
me
to
as
have,
a Muslim and you as a
if you
black
want us
person.
to have less
I want them to look at you as an
if you want us
American
to have-
and me as an American.
If you want less racism and less racial categorizing, or us to see that as less of an initial categorization, studies show that we need to attack racism and race as a concept like head on. We cannot ignore them or input race neutral policy into place. What we find is that characterizing race, saying what it is, saying what racism is, and thus confronting ourselves with our biases is what limits them. So no, we can't say, let's stop dividing people with the corrective policy. The corrective policy is helping something that has always existed, that's happening all the time.
So I told you I have an issue with the policy itself. I think it divides
You haven't
us.
explained it, though.
And do the Democrats actually pass their agenda? Even if they agreed
not
with
going
you,
to. He
did
doesn't
they
know anything
pass
about it.
Voting Rights Act? They did not.
The problem
But
is
you know why?
capitulating to right framework, which I think was what you're doing here when you said the response to DEI is going to be negative. The thing is, when we... All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hey,
good to meet you.
So Democrats don't want to pass their agenda. I would say they want to pass their agenda. It's just, if you ask 50 Democrats what their agenda is, you'd get 60 different answers. We've got the environmentalists who hate the labor people hate the environmentalists, we have the gay rights lobby, we have racial justice people, we have all different people, immigration activists, like everybody.
Do you think that she's right? I think when it comes to any kind of like affirmative action, DEI shit or whatever, I'm a very, very big data numbers guy. Look at the numbers, look at the data crunches, see how it works. In some places it didn't work that well. Like I said, I think California got rid of affirmative action for school stuff before any Supreme Court case did. Like strictly on like ideological talking points, I shouldn't say ideological, strictly on talking points, I think I would have agreed more with Cenk in that argument. But Cenk is not arguing from a place of we need to get rid of certain categories that are pitting us against each other. Cenk is saying that, but what he really means is I want us to be pitted against each other. I just don't want us to be pitted against each other based on race or sex. I want us to be pitted against each other based on class. That's what Cenk is saying.
Everybody thinks that their issue is the most important one. And I know you don't acknowledge that usually at the beginning of an administration, there's the maximum political capital. And if they don't get something in that time, then they weren't really trying. But what has happened in the past, we saw Biden pass a number of bills in those first 2 years. The CHIPS Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, the American Rescue Plan. Obama passed the Affordable Care Act. We've passed all kinds of things, but we also all disagree on what the hell the Democrats should do. And that leads to the point where somebody is always frustrated in our coalition because we are not just a big tent, we're a 3-ring circus ring. Like we have such a big tent that's collapsing in on itself. Yeah. So this idea that we don't want to pass an agenda, the last point I'll make, because I'm taking up a lot of time, I would just look at the places where Democrats have all the power, like here in California. California, when you were growing up, I was growing up, I'm actually an 80-year-old man, that's why I got my Mr. Rogers sweater. It was smog here in LA. Like you couldn't see 50 feet in front of your house. We created not just the most powerful environmental regulator in this country, CARB is the most powerful environmental regulator in the world. And that was Democrats that did that. So this idea that when Democrats have power, they don't actually know what to do with it is bogus. We've seen it here in California. We've seen it in New York with free college. We've seen it in many states. So I just don't agree that we don't actually want to do anything.
Okay, so you mentioned about a dozen things there. Let me take 2 of them as an example. So the CHIPS Act that you mentioned, right? The Democrats told us when we were covering it live on the Young Turks, oh, this is such a monumental bill. It's so important. And I was like, okay, nobody's going to vote based on that. So put that aside because that was definitely true, but okay, not pertinent to whether they were trying to do something that the Democratic voters wanted. So that they said that was for national security. Okay, there's some truth to that, right? And they said it was to, don't worry, this is to create more jobs. So now, what did they do? Very typical Democratic bill. They passed over $50 billion in corporate subsidies. The number one recipient was Intel, $8.5 billion in grants and $11 billion in loans. So about $20 billion overall.
Yeah, what did he think the CHIPS Act was supposed to do? Chips aren't being made by individual people. What is he?
I said, for God's sake, at least put in guardrails so they can't fire people. They said, oh, don't worry, Intel's going to create.
Put in guardrails so they can't fire people? Wait, what? What? What?
10,000 jobs. You know what they did? They didn't put in the guardrails. And right afterwards, Intel fired 20,000 people.
That's just weird to mention guardrails against firing people when...
Yeah, what? That had nothing to do with that bill. What are we talking about?
You rejected a union at your company and fired somebody for organizing.
Yeah, that is absolutely not true. You could say that if you like.
That is true. Look it up. There's a union now, but
yeah, you could look it up
it.
to a bunch of liars. But this is a random thing that you're throwing in there, I guess, to just personally attack me. But there is a union.
No, you mentioned
I'll tell you
guardrails.
facts. Do you want to explain facts? So facts are, yes, IATSE is at Young Turks. It's been at Young Turks for over 5 years.
Did you or did you not reject a card check?
Yeah, I did. And so, in fact, card check, yes, that is the one thing I disagree with in the PRO Act. And yes, you are allowed to disagree with one part of the bill or 5% of a bill, right? And so, in our case,
so
what
we can
happened?
compromise and have
my
nuance?
personal dealings at Young Turks? Okay, fine, we can do it.
It's not personal. It's a public.
That was a good point that he just brought up. Notice how when Cenk talks about his union stuff, now all of a sudden there is a compromise and there are some things that are okay and some things that aren't, and we got to have a back and forth conversation. But when it's the Democrats, we need to force the vote in Congress, and we need a fucking primary, every fucking person, that's what, right? But when it's him, this is like the saying, the only moral abortion is my abortion. When you have lifelong Republicans or conservatives who are staunchly against abortion or staunchly against any type of pro-choice stuff, but then as soon as they get pregnant, whoa. Now it's a lot different.
No, okay, no problem. Okay, but let me address it. Now you got into a weirdo thing that not about policy, not about the Democrats, but about my company. Fine. So since you smeared me, let's explain. So that people come in and go, okay, surprise, we didn't ask you for anything, but we formed a union. I go, guys, great, prove it. They say, oh, we had a secret vote. And then people come up to me, other employees.
That's what a card check is.
Hold on. Other employees come up to me and go, they're intimidating us. We didn't ask for this.
We're getting way off base here.
I know, because you brought us off base with a random attack against me.
Because you brought up guardrails. Let me just say one final thing.
Let me finish, because you're not going to smear me and not let me explain, okay? So then I said, since people felt intimidated, it's okay.
You felt intimidated.
No. How do you know? You're not even, you weren't there. You're just making stuff up.
Because you're the one that fought it.
So hold on.
You're the one that went to the NLRB and had to.
What the hell is this?
You don't want to shift the answer. You just want to filibuster.
Okay, let me answer. So then I said, for God's sake, just do a vote. No problem. When you get a union the very next day, they did a vote and it passed and they got a union immediately. As soon as I was sure that all of our employees were not being intimidated or bullied, they instantly got a union, and we've had a union for 5 years. There's people who are like...
in response to public pressure, but okay.
There are people who are making stuff up 24/7, and they keep telling people like you that we rejected a union when we didn't. We authorized it immediately as soon as we had a fair vote. Okay, now back to what you thought was, I thought we were arguing about.
Good talking to you.
Not really, but okay.
I got him.
Hey, Cenk.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. I have a lot of respect for you, but I worry about your progressive populism is dangerous. In fact, to me, you kind of sound like a political pickup artist. Like, just do this one trick and we can fix it all. And to me, it's...
Wait, I'm sorry. What was this written yesterday? I don't know when this was written. Texas courts recognize that a vacancy may occur by abandonment of office. Whether a specific legislator abandoned his or her office such that a vacancy occurred will be a fact question for a court and is beyond the scope of an attorney general opinion. Through a quo warranto action, a district court may determine that a legislator has forfeited his or her office due to abandonment and can remove the legislator from office, thereby creating a vacancy. Very truly yours, Ken Paxton. Is Ken Paxton based? Do we like this guy or do we hate this guy? We hate this guy? He's insane. Okay. Even if he is insane, I at least appreciate that he respected the process and procedure. I feel like if it was Bondi, she would have just said, this motherfucker, these guys all abandoned their offices, and we're telling everybody immediately to go and make sure that they are ruled abandoned or whatever. He still might be crazy, but... He got impeached for being drunk at work? So? That sounds based. Well, it depends on what his job was, I guess. I don't know.
It's no different than what MAGA is doing with their faux populism.
I think this was
with the
back
deep
in
state.
2021. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Oh, okay, I see.
With undocumented immigrants, someone to blame. You're just giving people corporate corrupt Democrats or corporate media as an excuse. And I think you're just taking advantage of disaffected people and not showing them we got to get more involved. We got to invest more. We got to try harder and get good people in there.
So you're saying that don't even try progressive populism. Just go along with the establishment Democrats because they know how to win. That's why they beat Donald Trump twice. Oh, right. They lost to Trump twice. They don't know anything. Their number one thing was, oh, we know how to win. They were liars. They didn't know how to win at all. They got clowned by a guy who's not that bright. Now, number two, oh, we have this giant agenda, $15 minimum wage, all the things that we've talked about throughout the day. Oh, golly gee, we just couldn't pass any of it. Oh, wow, okay. But hey, vote for an establishment Democrat.
The problem when you're a fucking child and you don't give a fuck about anything like that actually happens in terms of policy is policy debate just becomes like 3 pet issues for you because you're too fucking retarded, I guess, to recognize that there are other massive parts of this country that are massively important to talk about. Like if you want to talk about abstract or concrete things like rule of law, it's a really fucking big deal that has been utterly trashed. Some of these Supreme Court rulings are just fucking insane. And the legacy that we're going to be, how am I saying a legacy? It's a 6th Street Court. Who the fuck knows how much longer it's going to be a 6th Street Court for? The horrible rulings we've gotten and the rulings of the future is the thing. The massive defunding of scientific research is like a footnote that people are like offhandedly mentioning is going to have dramatic, horrible downstream impacts on this country. The destruction of all of our international relationships and the entire rest of the world. Look at the United States like a fucking DID schizo crazy person when it comes to writing any type of deal, whether it's trade or alliances or anything else. Like all of these things are horrible. But it's like with Jenkins, like we 15-hour public option. We 15 hour. Like that's the only fucking thing. Like his rectangular head can only fit 2 ideas at one point in time because it wasn't the right shape to entertain critical thought. It's so fucking stupid to me.
Don't get tricked by left-wing populism. Brother, do we actually ever try left-wing populism?
Yes.
Here's the 3 things we've tried. We've tried establishment Democrats, complete failures. We've tried establishment Republicans, complete failures. We tried fake populism under Donald Trump, complete failure.
I disagree.
So the only thing we haven't tried is left-wing populism.
you say
that's not how it works. You can't just go to the country and go like, hey guys, we've tried all this other stuff. Can we try this thing now? That's not how it works. You have to win votes. Why don't you go win some fucking state votes and then show us you actually have the possibility of being competitive on a federal level, and then we'll take an actual election seriously. Like he's turned into the Libertarian Party, where they don't even try to win at local levels. Like, oh fuck it, every 4 years, let's just go ahead and throw up our candidate and see if we can win a presidential election. Lol.
Don't try it. Go back to the establishment Democrats. Go back to the donor class. Are you crazy? Let's try the one thing we didn't try.
Yes, keep repeating the same points over and over and over again. Yes.
Bernie Sanders wing, economic populism.
You say the American Rescue Plan that took half the kids in poverty out of it, millions of kids who go to bed hungry.
He doesn't give a fuck. His kids aren't hungry. What do you talk? Does Cenk have kids? Well, he doesn't give a fuck. Regardless, they're old enough. He doesn't care. Why would he give a fuck about things like the child tax credit or anything like that? Who cares? That's not sexy and cool. Like $15 an hour.
Crumbs is doing nothing? That is a big deal. What about the millions of people who have health insurance now because of the Affordable Care Act subsidies? No, you can call it whatever you want, but the reality is... Millions of people have health insurance today because of what the Democrats did when they controlled the House, the Senate, and the White House in 2022 under the Inflation Reduction Act and the American Rescue Plan.
True.
I can't stand that you call it crumbs. People don't want their whole lives given to them. They just want a little breathing room like our big President Biden used to say.
So you say you're super happy with the 5 to 10% that the Democrats gave you.
It's not...
God, he's so cringe. As opposed to the 0 to 0% that the progressives is given, as opposed to the 0 to 0% your far left idealistic ideas have got us, as opposed to the 0 to 0% that you have gotten every time you ran for office. Like, come on.
Brother, there's 2 things here. Number one, I don't know what economic class you're in, but the average American is not happy with 5 to 10%.
Oh my God, dude.
Change. They want giant change. They want the actual, by the way, the Democratic agenda is great. Our populist plank, the 6 most popular bills in the Democratic agenda, are super popular with independents and even with Republicans. But they never, ever do the most popular bills because they're economic bills. And you say that's good enough. But then why not try the entire agenda? Why not go with an economic
Because we live in a democracy. Because we live in a democratic republic where people vote for politicians that they want to represent on the federal level. And I know that it hurts. I know that it hurts, especially for, ooh, never mind. Just kidding. I know that it hurts. But you just have to accept that there are other people with different ideas than you. I almost got racist there for a second. I know it hurts you, especially as a Turkish person. You can't just kill everybody, okay, that you disagree with. Okay. If I was Jewish, I'd make that joke, though, because I feel like he's full on the anti-Semitism train. But unfortunately, in the United States, we have people that we disagree with sometimes, and they also inhabit that same federal government. We kind of have to work around them as well. It's what makes our country simultaneously so fucked and great at the same time.
Just like Bernie Sanders or Ro Khanna, that's going to give you the whole agenda and actually try. Why give up ahead of time?
Those are great plans, and we should strive for them. But this is a giant country. We're the 3rd largest country in the world. We have a complicated democracy. We have to do things slowly. I know you don't like that.
Oh, good job, IRI, for having a basic understanding. IRI knows. I think IRI actually has every senator and representative and where they're from memorized. So what I was going to say was going to sound really condescending, but I was meaning to condescend to Cenk, okay? That, yes, welcome. This is how the American system works, buddy.
That I know you want to get there, boom, boom, boom. But people do not want to abandon what they're used to. It sounds great on paper. Would you like single-payer healthcare where you save trillions of dollars and you pay less? Of course. But then when you show people how we get there, they're scared, they're nervous, and they have a right-wing media machine on overload that is scaring the hell out of people. That's what we're up against. This is reality, man. Welcome to it.
So Martin Luther King called this the tranquilizing drug of gradualism. So they tell you, don't worry, we'll do that tiny bit, and then when you elect us again, we'll do another tiny bit.
What do you think MLK marched for? It wasn't they didn't get the civil rights executive order. They didn't get the civil rights bully pulpit speech. It was legislation. It was a civil rights act. It was a big legislative accomplishment that they got in a lot of different places. It's not just, I don't know.
And 200 years later, this will get done.
Millions of kids
let me
not
explain.
going to bed hungry is a tiny bit, Jake.
Let me explain
Really?
in the context of healthcare. They say we're for universal healthcare. You go, okay, great, let's do Medicare for all. Oh, no way, wait too long. Okay.
Also, I think MLK, wasn't he a big Israel simp too? Careful. I think that was true. I don't remember.
No problem, no problem. Can we do public option? This debate goes all the way back to the Affordable Care Act. They go, oh, yeah, sure, we love the public option. Oh, golly, gee, we had to take the public option out. There was nothing we could do. Okay, Obama says he had to take it out because the drug companies were opposed to it. First of all, you're admitting that you're giving into the donor.
The donor party, the donor class.
Then Joe Biden comes in and goes, how can we do public option?
We have
It's at over 70%.
We have 50-50 split Senate with guys like Joe Manchin and Kirsten Sinema.
You know how you do it, brother?
Bully pulpit. Oh God, my final come in the evening. Please say bully pulpit. It's the last one. I have a special third ball that I have reserved cum shots in just for the bully pulpit. I feel like I haven't heard it yet. Please, 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 please.
You know how you do it?
Get rid of the filibuster?
By trying.
Yep. They try. Jake, they try every day.
No, but literally
You're
they
not
didn't.
on the inside.
No,
You don't know.
You're stating a misstatement, okay? So Joe Biden never introduced the public option. If you never introduced the public option, by definition, you did not try. Second of all,
that's how that works. You just have to. Oh, so then what? Is the contrapositive of that true? So if you do introduce it, then you did try? Is that all it takes? As long as I introduce a piece of legislation in Congress, that means I tried? That counts?
So, the Senate is split. Okay, you put pressure on. So can pressure work politically?
Pressure. That's kind of like bully pulpit. Come on, just say it.
Well, we know because Donald Trump did it to Republicans. Now, he did it for his own cause and for his own self-aggrandizement. But anytime a Republican crossed him in the first term, he said, we're going to eliminate Joe Wilson in South Carolina, and boom, he was eliminated. Now, imagine if you did that.
You want to bully our senators?
Yes, I do.
That's
Absolutely.
what you want to do? You want to threaten their lives? What do you want to do to them?
So can I explain?
He almost said it, and I come on.
Yes, I do.
That's
Absolutely.
what you want to do? You want to threaten their lives? What do you want to do to them?
Okay, so can I explain?
I'm going to bully the. Oh, no, he wasn't. Come on, he'll say it.
They represent their people.
No,
Joe
they
Manchin
don't.
represents his
don't.
people. They sent him there. How do you know that?
They represent the donor class. This is where I have to part from IRI here. I don't know why IRI would assume that he has any fucking idea what West Virginians want just because of who they voted for. How stupid. Now, Cenk, the Californian, who named himself after a radical group of people that were part of some of the largest genocides in all of human history. Okay, now Cenk over here, okay, the Californian liberal media guy, he absolutely knows what West Virginians want. Okay, this is the guy right here. This is the guy right here that absolutely is ready to tell you what West Virginians want, and it's not what they voted for or what they voted for. So retarded.
You're not from West Virginia.
Okay, hold on. They represent their donors. So
BS.
okay.
Yes, MLK was a supporter of Israel. He also said anti-Zionist is inherently anti-Semitic and ever will be so, which drives leftists crazy. Damn. Although, to be fair for... Hold on. Was MLK... Did he die in 64? MLK assassination. I don't actually remember the date. I'm not going to print it. Fuck! 68. Oh, never mind. Okay. Because they're going to say if he died before the 6-Day War, there was no occupation of the West Bank and Gaza. So maybe lefties could like say that. Well, he was okay with Israel before they occupied the territories, maybe. Although I don't know if they would even be okay with that. Who knows?
Okay, you're not from West Virginia.
Okay, hold on. They represent their donors. So
BS.
Okay.
It's an excuse.
Oh yeah,
it's
I know.
An excuse.
The donors
it's a
are non-existent.
boogeyman. It's
They're
a boogeyman.
non-existent.
More
millions
people,
of dollars given to Joe Manchin. He doesn't care about
donated
that.
to Kamala than
It's non-existent. Millions
people,
of dollars given to Joe Manchin. He doesn't care about
donated
that.
to Kamala than outside.
Like millions of dollars given to him personally? Like
groups in this election cycle. It's a boogeyman, and you're wasting people's time with this.
Nonsense.
Yes.
Do you know that Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema, after they voted against minimum wage increase, went to the National Restaurant Association and collected checks? They literally work for their donors. It is super literal. And what
like personal checks? National Restaurant Association? How many restaurants do they represent that do like tipped positions versus like fast food people? I'm curious. Because how much does minimum wage probably doesn't even have that big of an effect on most like restaurant sit down places. Fast food probably would, but like what is this point?
you're saying to people is ignore it.
No,
ignore
that's
the donors.
disrespectful
Ignore
to
them.
everybody who sends money
It's
to those
disrespectful
guys.
to Joe Manchin, and I
That's
intend to disrespect Joe
that's
Manchin.
disrespectful
I
to every
despise
senator.
Joe Manchin. I despise those
But you're
corporate
not from West
Democrats
Virginia.
who never ever deliver for you,
You're not
who
from
never
West
even try to
Virginia.
deliver for you. You
We're
know, here's
lucky
what
to
you
have
say.
Joe Manchin.
Here's what you say.
Well, they didn't have a back and forth.
Let's see.
Hey.
Hey. So your claim is that Democrats don't want to pass their agenda. You've talked about $15 an hour minimum wage. So how can you explain then that Joe Biden did in fact increase to $15 an hour for federal contractors with an increase again this year to $17.75?
What an absolutely fucking retarded point. That's the pressure valve. You're falling for the pressure valve. It's like people don't understand. They either do nothing because they hate America, when they get in the donor class, or they do a little bit because of the pressure valve. And that's it. That's all they do. The pressure valve.
Yeah. So
Pressure
again,
valve. Pressure valve.
It's a
Pressure
release valve.
Yeah, I come. Yes. 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 Yes.
Why?
How is that a
Hold on.
release?
Yes, because it affects a tiny percentage
It
of
affects
Americans.
300,000 people.
300,000 out of
how many? Please say 300 million. Like baby voters and baby workers are the ones. Please say 300 million. Oh my God, hold on. It's fifth secret load saved up. Please say 350 million or 340 million. Please say it.
330 million.
Ah, I come again. Not the baby laborers, not the 2-year-old federal employee. No.
So that's why if you
Why would you at least just go working age population, if not actual like workforce? Oh my God.
actually did federal minimum wage, moved it to $15, that would move $92 billion from corporations to the average American. Okay, so that's what we.
What is that metric? I remember that. What? Jesus. Okay.
want. I assume you want it. I want it. All Democrats want it. It polls at around 67%. So what I'm saying to all of you guys is, please expect better of your politicians. So when they give you a 3%, oh, hey, look, I did it for 300,000 people. Hey, look, the drug prices, I lowered it on 10 drugs.
Oh, 300,000 people. Oh, the drug prices on just some of the most popularly consumed drugs ever.
Drugs out of 10,000 drugs. Don't say that's good enough.
But
They're
Jane,
shielding.
you just said
That's a shield so that you don't question them when they say, "Oh, I'm not going to do it for everyone."
You just said that all Democrats want to raise it to $15 an hour. That has not been your claim this entire time.
No, voters.
Yeah. Right. But Democratic politicians do too. If Joe
No, they
Biden
don't.
if Joe Biden didn't want to do it, why did he increase it?
The pressure valve. Come on. Oh, he's like this. Oh my God, I need a jank sound effect of a, oh my God. Like a Steam release sound effect? Is it this? No. Like the one where it's like starting to blow up. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? What would you call it? No. Wow, Deesh, thanks for the 5 tier 1 subs. Oh, tea kettle. I'm sorry, I'm not British. That's what I was thinking of. Is it this one? Okay, that's close. Isn't there like a pressure valve as it's like starting to like pressurize? Isn't there like another sound effect that's not quite a tea kettle? Am I thinking of a different one, or is it just a tea kettle sound effect? Train whistle sound effect? No. No. Steam whistle, I swear. Steam whistle sound effect. No. No. I think the tea kettle was the one I was thinking of.
But
For
wait a minute.
federal contractors,
So then-
he didn't have the votes to pass it.
That's exactly what I'm telling you. So what he does is he does it for 5% of people with student debt relief. He did it for 10% of people. He didn't do it for 90%. So in the case
why
of the
do
federal
anything
minimum
at
wage, let me bring it back to you. Federal minimum wage. So he says, oh, progressives, don't worry. It's bare minimum. We're definitely going to do it. So they pass it in the House. They bring it to the Senate. Joe Biden does an interview.
15 an hour minimum wage is the bare minimum.
The bare minimum, we're definitely going to do it. So they pass it in the House, they bring it to the Senate. Joe Biden does an interview during the Super Bowl right after he's elected, and he says, oh, we're taking $15 minimum wage out of the bill. The Republicans didn't take it out of the bill. Joe Biden took it out of the
Trump
bill.
did. Trump did get rid of it on executive order.
Okay,
so now
so-
they don't have it at all.
right.
So you saying then that Trump, you're saying that Democrats and Republicans are both equal in terms of economics, right? How is that equal in terms of economics when?
Stop. No.
Joe Biden raised it, and then Trump took it away by executive order.
So, but wait a minute. But you're
Who cares? Wait, did they just cut? This is at 137. And this goes ahead by Did they cut like 5, 6, 7, like 10 seconds out? I don't know. Whatever. Okay.
You're saying
when Joe Biden raised it, and then Trump took it away by executive order.
So, but wait a minute. But you're saying that even though
There's a
he
cut
took
there.
it
Yeah,
out,
whatever.
and then when Bernie put it back in, 8 Democratic senators,
Bernie put it back in? Bro, what are you even talking about? Oh my God.
including the 2 Delaware senators that are the closest allies of Biden, voted against federal minimum wage being increased to $15. So can you not see that they're literally voting against it? They're literally taking it out of the bill. They're literally tricking you. They don't actually want to pass it. They get your vote by saying, oh, I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it. And then the minute they get in office, they're like, I was just kidding, take it out of the
What
bill.
evidence do you have that Joe Biden actually did want those senators to vote against it? What evidence do you
Two
have
pieces of evidence. Number one, it passed in the House, and I even talked to Democratic congressmen. They assured me, don't worry, it's going to pass in the Senate. It goes to the Senate, and it's out of the bill. Schumer made that decision in conjunction with Joe Biden. So why did Schumer and Biden take it out of the bill?
Because of the donor class, or because they didn't think it would get the votes to pass?
That's my evidence.
So, Cenk, is your
That's your no, that's not your evidence. She didn't ask if we had 15 an hour minimum wage. We obviously don't have that. We don't have it. The evidence wasn't it's taken out of the bill. That's the action. The claim that you're making, though, said they took it out for malicious reasons. Why? The evidence is, why did they take it out for the donor class? What's your evidence of that? That they took it out because they hate Americans and they don't support 15 an hour minimum wage?
Claim then that
and then secondly, by the way, when they did vote on it, his two biggest allies, both the Delaware senators, voted against the 15.
Oh, and apparently the 15 an hour minimum wage not allowed in Biden's COVID relief bill. Senate official says Democrats cannot include a 15 per hour minimum wage in their $1.9 trillion coronavirus relief package. Senate parliamentarian Elizabeth McDonough ruled the provision does not comply with the rules governing budget reconciliation. The process enables Democrats to pass the rescue measure without the GOP votes. Oh, wait. So, okay. So tell me if I'm retarded, because it's fuck all these rules. Does this mean that when they were making, is this because the Senate can do some things via reconciliation that don't require all 60 votes? Because it's not meaningfully different from like the House's version. And so they tried to see if this 15 an hour minimum wage would be allowed in, but then the parliamentarian said, no, that's probably too different from the legislation that was already before us. If you want to do 15 an hour in the bill, you have to have 60 votes. That's what this means. Okay.
$15 minimum wage. That's overwhelming evidence. Do you think that they didn't ask Joe Biden? No, they called Joe Biden and Joe Biden said vote against it because he was lying.
That's just not true.
Jesus Christ.
But also,
that is literally true, and anybody can look it up.
Are you claiming then that all Democrats that take corporate money are against the people? Is that your claim?
Absolutely,
okay.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. He walked very bravely into that. Is she about to say that he took corporate money or that Bernie or AOC did? I don't know if either of them did. I'm not sure.
So then why did TYT take $20 million of corporate
money?
Here we go.
Oh, shit. She got the whole media network. He's going to say we're not politicians, although he did run for office. So, like, would you have been beholden to the people that donated to the corporate money that went to your media company while you were running for office? Or
go again with personal
well,
attacks.
It's not
okay,
it's
no
not
problem.
Personal, no,
no problem.
No
problem. I want to answer it. No
okay,
problem.
Please
Okay,
answer it.
yeah. So $20 million is an investment.
Okay.
It is not here. Take the money and then you do what we tell you to do.
What? What does he mean by investment? Oh, he just means an investment that the money will go up and they'll have no influence over what happens at all. Like, he's going to do this thing. It's the attribution bias, where when he does the thing, he's doing it for noble reasons. He's based. He won't do anything like he won't do anything against the rules. He's going to be like independent minded. He's not going to let the money influence him. But when politicians take the money, they're doing it to kill babies in Gaza, and they're totally bought and paid for by the corporate donor class.
Everyone has, if you're building a business, you have to take investment to get to the next level.
Cenk, I built a business.
If you don't take the
What she should have asked her if she did build a bit, I don't know what these business, but she should have asked is, oh, I'm sorry. When you said that they did a 20% or $20 million investment, does that mean that they just like gave you a preferred loan or something? Or did they buy equity in your business? Because if they bought equity in your business, how much equity did they buy? Doesn't that actually give them the ability to make decisions for your business? Like, is there not some kind of board or whatever that represents shareholder interest then that could actually force you to take a certain position or stance that you don't agree with potentially, right? Like,
investment, you're going to be tiny. So
can somebody actually show me that 20 mil investment, the Young Turks? That's a killer question if they got some big chunk of equity for that. Led by growth equity firm 3L Capital. The valuation of the Young Turks in the deal wasn't disclosed. I wonder how much equity they got, or if they still are like big owners of parts of the Young Turks business. I have no clue. It's not publicly traded, so they don't have to like publish shit on this, I guess, right?
So what some leftists say is, no, don't ever build anything. Don't ever take an investment. Don't ever do anything and build a big business.
He's channeling. I see him. Wait, do you guys see him? Do you see him? Because I see him. Do you see him? There he is. He coming.
You have to take investment to get to the next level.
Cenk, I built a
hold on,
business.
if you don't take the investment, you're going to be tiny. So what some leftists say is, no, don't ever build anything. Don't ever take an investment. Don't ever do anything and build a big business. So
Socialism is when no $20 million hedge fund invests in your media company? Really, guys? That's what we're doing right now.
So instead, let the right wing take not only investment money, but direct money like Dennis Prager did, $23 million, and take it from the fracking billionaires, all those guys, and serve those guys. Let the right wing grow and grow and grow. But as soon as there's a successful left wing channel, don't take an investment.
I like how you can make literally the exact same argument for Democratic politicians. Oh, okay, well, we're not going to take any corporate money. We're not going to have any money to advertise in any states. Even if the corporations might even agree with our positions, we're just going to be getting wrecked in every single election, and we're just going to let them out fundraise us and outspend us in every single district, and we're just losing it, right? Couldn't you make the exact same argument here?
Don't take any money. Just be super small so we can't compete with the right wing.
Cenk,
How does that make sense?
I'm pro you taking that investment. I've built a business. I understand that. I just think that it's ironic for you then to sit up here and say that everybody that takes corporate money is against the people, because then you would be against the people.
No, that doesn't make, that's apples and oranges.
Why is it apples and oranges?
I can explain
Okay,
perfectly.
please tell me.
So when should corporations
Dan linked a Form D website. I don't know if this gives us more info, though. I'll check out the SEC filing, but it's a $20 million equity investment. I don't know if this tells us for like the duration or any terms or anything like that, though.
corporations be allowed to exist? Absolutely.
Okay.
Should corporations be allowed to give
Let me
money
check
to
the
our
SEC form.
politicians
I
so
don't know.
they control our government? Absolutely not. No way. So when a corporation does an investment, that's a perfectly logical and normal thing to do. When a corporation buys a politician and those politicians then vote with them, that is a terrible thing to do. I'm actually I'm a capitalist. I believe in capitalism, but I believe in democratic capitalism where democracy checks capitalism. Otherwise, it becomes corporatism and becomes a monster. But I don't want to defeat all the companies, and I certainly don't want to defeat left-wing media companies. That makes no sense at all. You see how it's apples and oranges?
I don't.
One is a company and the other one's a politician.
Okay.
One is normal business. The other one is to influence our government.
Let's talk about.
Couldn't you, why wouldn't the investors influence your media company? No?
Hey, before we go any further.
Cenk is a JD from Colombia? Wait, what? That's wild if that's true. Damn, he does. Holy shit. Did he never do, did he never take the bar, or did he never practice? Technically, you can get a JD and go further and do like legal scholarship or research or whatever this. But damn, that's some donor class shit.
Further, we want to take a moment to say thanks so much to Straight Arrow News for powering the fact checks in this video. Straight Arrow News is on a mission to raise the bar on journalism in a time of media bias and mistrust. Straight Arrow News helps you.
Wait, read that section. Oh, I skipped this, sorry. 96, he worked as an associate attorney. He practiced law at the law firm Drinker, Biddle, and Reith in D.C., and then at Hayes & Liebman in New York City. Worked as a talk show host. Appeared in The Times, Miami, Florida, started the Young Turks series. What? That year, Cenk Uygur wrote on a blog post on the TYT website, "It seems like there is a sea of tits here, and I am drinking in tiny droplets. Obviously, the genes of women are flawed. They are poorly designed creatures who do not want to have sex nearly as often as needed for the human race to get along peaceably and fruitfully." He also wrote in a letter to the editor in Salon that talk of an Armenian genocide was simply propaganda. Wait, what did he write on this on? He wrote an actual letter on this? Wait, does anybody have a link to this full article? In November 91, while Cenk Uygur was on the Student Activities Council representing the Turkish Students Association at the Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania, he published an article in the Daily Pennsylvanian titled Historical Fact or Falsehood. In the article, Uygur wrote, "The claims of an Armenian genocide are not based on historical facts. If the history of the period is examined, it becomes evident that in fact no such genocide took place. There cannot be any harm in taking a closer look at history to find the truth. After all, if the genocide did take place, it should be relatively easy to prove. It is kind of hard to miss the planned extermination of 1.5 million people, isn't it?" Okay, I will say that people's beliefs can change over time, but it would be incredibly fucking weird if he started the Young Turks. Like, if he started it with that name while he still didn't believe that there was an Armenian genocide. That would be really, 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 really strange. Towards the end of the article, Uygur states, "Once you really examine the history of the time, it becomes apparent that the allegations of an Armenian genocide are unfounded, so the question arises why the Armenians would bother to conjure up such stories, even go as far as committing approximately 200 acts of terrorism since 1973 to further their cause, resulting in countless deaths and injuries to government officials and civilians. The answer is that they want their demands met." In June of 99, in the letters to the editor section of Salon, Uygur wrote, "The United States helped to sponsor war propaganda against Turkey during World War I as part of an official campaign to smear its enemies, as it did with Germany. Part of this propaganda was the evil butchery of the Turks against the defenseless Christian Armenians. This is what has been rooted in the popular memory of America, with very few Turkish Americans to combat the insinuations of savagery, yet this is not propaganda." Uygur concludes this letter by stating, "I once asked a professor of mine who taught a class on the laws of war and war crimes at Columbia Law School to deprogram me from all the propaganda I had received growing up Turkish. I asked him to please find me evidence of the genocide by neutral scholars so I could know the truth. After investigating the issue, he came back and said that he could not find one non-Armenian scholar who believed this was a genocide, but since it looked like a duck, it walked like a duck, and it talked like a duck, it must be a duck. If that's not the product of excellent propaganda, I don't know what is." In 2002, he started a talk show on Sirius Satellite Radio called The Young Turks. Of course, no one who had actually read Uygur's previous statements could believe that the naming of the show could be completely unrelated to the history of Turkey and Armenia. Yet this is what Uygur and his co-host of The Young Turks are attempting to have their audience believe. During an appearance at a California State Democratic Party convention in 2012, Uygur found himself confronted by protesters who were upset by Uygur's past comments on the Armenian genocide. To this, Uygur responded that he completely understood the tremendous pain the Armenian community feels about the historical situation that happened in that era, and that he could sympathize with the concerns about the name of the show. He further excused himself and his past denial of the genocide by stating that the name The Young Turks, has no historical reference whatsoever. Oh wait, is he just lying? Did he ever give another he just said that the name was random? I feel like that's kind of wild that he got away with with using that name. Wait, what the fuck? They give a little summary at the top, but the Armenian genocide in 1908 under the Ottoman Empire, a political group named the Young Turks waged a rebellion against Sultan Abdul Hamid II, forcing him out of political office. By 1915, this political party would become the perpetrators of what had come to be known as the Armenian genocide, in which 1.5 million were estimated to have been systematically dislocated, tortured, and massacred. The event culminated on the 24th of April, 1915, when Young Turk members arrested and later killed 250 various Armenian intellectuals and community leaders in the Ottoman capital of Constantinople. The evidence confirming the Armenian genocide not only abundant, but also dishearteningly tragic. He really just said it was a random name they chose? That's fucking epic. Every year, the Armenian Club takes out a full-page ad in the Daily Pennsylvanian making its claims of a genocide. Oh, no. Please keep an open mind on the matter. Just because someone wrote in your world history book in high school that this happened does not mean that it did. Jesus.
I was watching football with my 3-year-old son, and he loves to ask what the different teams are, and he's like, and he knows I get really into it. He's like, Baba, which side are we rooting for, right? And so is it like the Bengals or the Dolphins? And he thinks that's really fun. That like the Tiger, he loves the Lions because they're a big blue lion, right?
Oh, he's a Lions.
Yeah, so Lions against the Cowboys. He's like, how's this not fun? Vikings! There's Vikings, right? But when he was asking about the Chargers game, the Chargers were playing the Redskins.
Oh.
And I couldn't say to him, so those guys are like the lightning bolts, and the other guys are the Redskins. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's what I knew. They got to change the name.
Yeah.
This is crazy. I can't even tell my son what they are. It's that offensive.
Yeah, that is pretty funny. Yeah, what did you say?
I said they're playing the Native Americans. I was like, what is that? He's like, I'm like,
Wait, is that Jimmy Dore? Oh my God. We see this guy sometimes, right? He still like works for them. I feel like I see him sometimes. I don't know what this guy's name is, but that's Jeff Kaplan. Okay. I can't tell if people are trolling or not. I don't know. Okay. No, not. Okay, I don't know who it was. I think we see him. I think it's Soto stuff. Okay. Jenks' view on Palestine was better in 2002 than it was today somehow. Well, my guess is that. Actually, never mind. I wouldn't know. On one hand, you would probably be pretty invested in defending Israel's right to defend itself from Palestinians, because that's basically what Turkey did when they formed their own country. I think after the collapse of the Ottoman Empire, part of a big thing was like getting rid of all the people that they didn't consider part of their like ethnic group, and so the Armenians, the Greeks, and a couple other smaller groups got expelled. But I feel like Turkey, I feel like Turkey has hated Israel for a long time though, so I'm not sure. But that might not extend to him being a Turk in the U.S. I don't know. I wouldn't know all the workings there. I know that Turkey hasn't been a fan of Israel for at least the last 2.5 decades. But I don't know why. I feel like everybody hates Turkey, and I feel like Turkey hates everybody else. Like they blow up the Kurds around them. They blow up Russia when they fly by. They're in NATO. But then they also fucking hate Israel, and they like to launch little meme things in their direction.
What I would do, it's not the kind of stuff I would say, but it...
Oh shit, somebody open this. Oops. Or link this. Oh my God. Wait, all my browsers over here just froze. Where are we? I don't even know in Syria. I don't know how Erdogan felt about Bashar al-Assad. Are there I could be totally wrong, but I feel like just like my feeling from the little bit of history I knew is that he just didn't give a fuck about Assad. He was like, whatever, I don't care. He went against Assad, did he? Very bad relationship with Assad. Okay. I know that I think Turkey bought a lot of ISIS oil. I think that was, I thought that, oh my God, all my information from back then, this is so long ago, but I thought that Turkey was one of the number one consumers of ISIS oil, that they were basically trucking it all up to Turkey and selling it and then coming back to the ISIS ran oil fields. But I don't know.
Quickly find trusted information you need.
Jesus. Okay. Okay, I don't know. That's okay. We don't have to fucking deep dive on Jank. Fuck it.
To understand the news, allowing you to dive deep into the topics that matter to you and the world around you. Their work is trying to break the bias bubble, helping you understand how every side of the political spectrum is reporting on a story so you get a full picture of the news. That's why we're so happy to be partnering with Straight Arrow News. They deliver the facts, unbiased, balanced, and designed to make sense of a complex world, getting you the clarity you deserve and news you can trust.
Thank you.
Go to san.com/surrounded or click the link in the description to check it out. By clicking that link, you're not just supporting this channel. You also take advantage of a better way to get the news. Welcome back to Trustworthy Journalism. Thanks again to Straight Arrow News for partnering with us on this episode. Now, let's get into it.
Okay, we'll watch the rest of this tomorrow, I promise, okay? I need to sleep. It's fucking 12:15. All right. I love you guys. It's been, we'll do our connections. Fuck it. Fuck, we're not gonna be able to do it tomorrow now. Aphid, beetle, cedar, decay, easy, effort, geo, tick, beach, vendetta, apple, pine, mite, cookie, yew, and ziti. Trees, cedar tree, yew tree, apple tree, pine tree. Boom! Come on. Is it seriously not? What about bugs? A mite, an aphid, a beetle, and a... I don't know what a ziti is. That sounds like a fucking vegetable. A tick? Insects? Things? Anthropods. Oh, of course. That's what I meant. Fuck. I have no idea. I can't believe these aren't trees. It was one away. Yew is a real tree, right? I got that from RuneScape. I assume maybe types of wood? Cedar wood, pine wood, yew wood. Are one of these, is this a wood that is ziti a wood? Or beech wood? Is that a wood? Oh, okay. Beech tree? I don't know. Okay. Of course I knew that. Okay. Monsters? Cookie monster? Apple monster? No. Effort, A for effort, A for decay, A for geo, cookie. This is going to be so retarded. I can already tell it's going to be super retarded. Like, what could decay be besides radioactive decay? Or, like, rotting corpse? Like, radioactive apple? Radioactive vendetta? Radioactive easy? DK? Oh, no. It's not just going to be like 2 letters, like D, K, E, Z, Z, T, G, O. Okay. I have apple, cookie, effort, and vendetta. I have no idea. Oh my god. The letter is A for apple, letter is for V for vendetta. Okay, movie. A for effort. What is it for a cookie? What is it for an apple? A for apple? It's like learning the alphabet? Okay. And in the children's books, they put E is for effort and V is for vendetta. Okay. True. All right, be careful. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.